In a forest outside Konoha Shinobi Village, a child with blonde hair stood beside a small river, looking at the reflection in the water. There was a look of disbelief in his eyes. Looking at the civet-like marks on his face and his slender arms, only then did he realize, I traveled through time. I'm Uzumaki Naruto now. The memory in the brain is rapidly integrating with this body. Soon, he accepted this reality. He is so familiar with the world of Hokage. Acquiring the blessing of blue stars will, you gain heaven-defying understanding. A mechanical voice sounded in Uzumaki Naruto's mind. Then, a special feeling spread to every corner of his body, and he couldn't help but close his eyes. Soon, Naruto opened his eyes, and a strange look appeared in his eyes. Is this heaven-defying understanding? The world has never been so clear in his eyes. This feeling is extremely enjoyable. There is a sense of unity between man and nature, and the chaos of the past disappears. Naruto couldn't help but fall into the fused memories. The world of Hokage is a place where light and darkness intertwine, brewing countless pains and disputes. Just the memory of Naruto's mind makes people itch with hatred. His parents obviously sacrificed their lives for the village. But now Naruto, under the deliberate instruction of the third Hokage, he became the incarnation of the demon fox that brought trouble to Konoha. He was looked down upon in the village. The resources we usually obtain can only barely survive. I had to endure everyone's malice and spent a very miserable childhood. In order to control the power of Nine Tails Jinchuriki, third Hokage has made great efforts. Successfully turned Naruto into a Jinchuriki who is willing to make sacrifices for the village and will not harm the village. In the original Hokage world, third Hokage is undoubtedly a success. But it's different now. Uzumaki Naruto, who has integrated the memories of traveling across the world, I have already decided in my heart to smash this dirty world. In Naruto's eyes, even first Hokage and second Hokage, they are just two guys who can rule Konoha safely for their own sake. With the power of first Hokage Senju Hashirama, he pretended to distribute tailed beasts, talking about balancing the fighting power between ninja villages. Everyone knows that in the ninja world, the greatest fighting power is his Senju Hashirama. First Hokage Senju Hashirama, and his younger brother Senju Tobirama, one is a good person and the other is a bad person, threaten other ninja villages and get the benefits they want. After all, even if other ninja villages got tailed beasts, he is no match for Senju Hashirama. When the opponent is alive, he can only lie dormant. There was nothing they could do against someone like Senju Hashirama who was stronger than the tailed beasts. Can only be blackmail that will by Senju Tobirama. However, with the death of first Hokage Senju Hashirama, the entire ninja world began to become unstable. Small-scale wars broke out frequently, and countless people were displaced because of the wars between ninja villages. He even lost his life, and then started the third ninja war. The third Hokage is even more trying to maintain its rule. He did not hesitate to force Konoha's White Fang to death and slaughter Uchiha, forcing his students to leave Konoha. Ordinary ninjas can only become victims of the system. Without a family inheritance, he can only rely on the bad three-body technique taught by the ninja school. Beat cannon fodder on the battlefield. And those big families relied on the secret techniques they inherited to kill everyone on the battlefield of the ninja world. Taking all the credit as his own will further make the family and the village more glorious and powerful. Genetically mutated civilian geniuses, in the eyes of the third Hokage and these big families, they are all aliens. If they cannot be used by me, then it must be eliminated both physically and mentally. Let this kind of civilians come to power. For them, absolutely unacceptable. Konoha's White Fang is the best example. Everyone must make concessions for the interests of the village, even if it means sacrificing their lives. It is also a matter of course. Now that I have come to this world, I will never make the same mistakes again. Naruto clenched his fists, his eyes shining with determination. It's up to you to end this dark ninja world. No matter whether they are ninjas, tailed beasts, or civilians, they will no longer be enslaved. When he thought of this, Naruto took a deep breath and regained his composure. Now he is only 6 years old. The most important thing is to improve his strength. There is no absolute power, it's all just Kyoka Suijutsu. Naruto stretched out and let out a comfortable moan. A breeze came over. It feels so uncomfortable to blow on people, and the sound of birds chirping from time to time in the forest, the gurgling water of the river in front of me, everything is so harmonious. You feel nature, understand the energy system of this world, and master the primary chakra extraction method. Elementary chakra refining method. Chakra can be refined easily and without any hindrance. Tao follows nature. Being in the forest, you feel an unprecedented natural experience. Feel the natural energy, understand the basic perfect sage mode, and synthesize a small amount of magic chakra. Elementary perfect sage mode. Master the normalized sage mode and perfectly synthesize the magic chakra without any side effects. A small orange line suddenly appeared in the corner of Naruto's eye. This is one of the signs of entering sage mode, and now Naruto, it can only enter the primary sage mode and has no very obvious features. To outsiders, there was no special change in Naruto at this moment. Is this the benefit of heaven-defying understanding? It's really great. Naruto's face was expressionless, but there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. Although he is only a rudimentary sage mode, his speed, strength, and perception ability have been greatly improved, and can be clearly perceived. There were two ninjas dozens of meters behind him. You know, the practice of immortality is very difficult. The ratio of natural energy and chakra, the requirements are very strict, and if there is a slight deviation, the body of the performer may become petrified. Very dangerous. But for Naruto now, it's easy to get it. Chakra and natural energy in the body are perfectly integrated, but since Naruto is too young now, Sage Mode also requires strong physical energy. With a large amount of chakra as a basis, now Naruto can only exert a small part of the power of Sage Mode. As for the ninja who monitors Naruto, it is of course the work of the third Hokage. As the Nine Tails Jinchuriki of Konoha village, they must be under strict surveillance. As an important force in the village, no problems can occur. This force must be controlled. Closing his eyes gently, Naruto felt this magical scene. Not only the two ninjas monitoring him, but also the birds in the air, the small animals running on the ground, and everything within a radius of 100 meters, all appeared clearly in Naruto's mind. Middle. Naruto bent down and picked up a pebble and squeezed it gently. There was a click and a slight sound, crushed into rubble. This little demon fox boy is a little unusual today. You must record it and give it to Master Hokage. A ninja who was monitoring Naruto frowned slightly. He couldn't help but said to his companions, Naruto was a little strange today. And there seems to be a strange smell coming from the body, but if you look carefully, there was nothing unusual about Naruto. That's almost it. As Umbu's elite ninja, to be assigned to monitor such a kid is simply killing a chicken with a knife. Although he said so, this Umbu ninja, still recording Naruto's every word and deed with his companions, don't dare to slack off at all, just complain. Naruto with Sage Mode turned on, at this moment, the perception is greatly enhanced, and the fish in the river, none of them could escape Naruto's eyes. Naruto's stomach growled hungry. Naturally, he took off his shoes without any courtesy and walked into the river. With the blessing of Sage Mode, I caught 2 big fish. The living allowance third Hokage gave him was ridiculously low. Naruto could only improve his life in this way. If it was Naruto in the past, it might take him an entire afternoon to catch a fish. For a 6-year-old, this is absolute abuse. Then Naruto jumped onto the shore and looked up. The sun was setting in the sky before he knew it. Naruto shrugged, he was alone anyway and had nothing to go home with. I ran into the forest, picked up a pile of firewood, and lit a bonfire. After briefly handling the caught fish, they were strung together with branches. He stood by the campfire and waited quietly. Young Demon Fox Boy really knows how to enjoy himself. The grilled fish tastes particularly delicious today. Umbu, who was monitoring Naruto, sighed in his heart, and then recorded everything Naruto did. Don't dare to miss anything. By making grilled fish, you have understood the true meaning of grilled fish, can accurately control the heat of grilled fish, and mastered the master-level grilled fish technique. Naruto was overjoyed. It seemed that he would no longer be short of protein. The grilled fish was sizzling in the firelight. Naruto smelled the aroma of the grilled fish and kept swallowing. Full of anticipation, after making sure the grilled fish was cooked, he devoured it. 2 grilled fishes were wiped out in just a few minutes. It's time to go back to the village. Naruto sat on the ground, his face illuminated by the bonfire, patting his belly. He looked satisfied. He hadn't eaten so happily in a long time. He turned around and jumped into the river. In a short time, he caught 5 or 6 big fish. They were strung together with branches, carried on their backs, and walked towards Konoha village. Naruto looked at the sign of the wood industry at the entrance to the village and took a long, deep breath. I walked to Konoha village in one breath. At this moment, Konoha village is brightly lit. The surrounding shops were busy with people coming and going. Father, I want this, just buy it for me, okay? My mother has already promised me. This ramen is delicious. Let's continue to come tomorrow. Naruto walked into the village with his head held high, and the big fish on his back caught everyone's attention. Many people saw Naruto. As he appeared, some people's faces immediately showed a look of disgust. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the whole street became a little cold. Demon Fox. He is the demon fox who killed so many people in our village. We must never play with him in the future. Lord Hokage actually allows the demon fox to live in the village. I will never sell anything to the demon fox. Feeling the various resistance, curses, and hostility emotions from everyone, Naruto didn't care at all. He was no longer the Naruto he used to be. The emotions of these people could not hurt him. Naruto proudly carried his gains. Whistling, he walked towards his home. As expected, there is only expired milk and instant noodles. After Naruto returned home and cleaned up the fish he caught in the forest, I threw it in the refrigerator. I could only find expired milk in the refrigerator. He threw it into the trash can, and there were only some instant noodles in the kitchen. If Naruto didn't have the blood of the Uzumaki clan and his amazing physical fitness, if it were any other child, a 6-year-old would eat these things all day long. If you don't care enough, I'm afraid I will become skinny in bones. Hokage building. Among the 3rd Hokage offices, at this time, a ninja wearing a green combat uniform stood respectfully in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. He handed over a record that recorded everything Uzumaki Naruto said and did today. "Thank you for your hard work, please step back." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and smiled at the Umbu ninja in front of him. Fang Li bowed deeply and gently exited 3rd Hokage's office. This is his daily job, recording every word and deed of Uzumaki Naruto and giving it to Lord Hokage. Is Naruto's running speed and the number of fish he catches different from usual? There are no other abnormalities. The 3rd Hokage looked at Umbu's records and nodded from time to time. He stood up and looked in one direction of Konoha village, and his whole body disappeared in an instant. Naruto simply tidied the room and then lay on the bed. Suddenly, I felt a strange breath of chakra. However, he did not act rashly and remain lying on the bed, as if he was distracted. For this stranger who suddenly entered his room, no defense at all. "Naruto, long time no see, how was your visit?" Looking at Uzumaki Naruto in front of him, Sarutobi Hiruzen showed a smiling expression and looked at the 6-year-old child in front of him. If it were the previous Uzumaki Naruto, he would never have thought that every move in my life is controlled by the 3rd Hokage in front of me, and not a single thing is left behind. After Naruto turned on Sage Mode today, there was a difference in speed and reaction, which was recorded. This is also the reason why Naruto doesn't use Sage Mode too much. He knows that there is an old guy like 3rd generation watching him. If his strength is exposed, I don't know what means Sarutobi Hiruzen will use to deal with him. Looking at the 3rd Hokage in front of him, Naruto immediately showed an expression of surprise, without any flaws. "Master Hokage, you are finally here. I miss you so much. I caught a lot of fish in the forest today. This is specially prepared for Hokage-sama. You have understood the essence of disguise and gained master-level appeal. No matter what you say, the other party will believe it." As he spoke, Naruto jumped out of bed in surprise and ran to the refrigerator. He opened it and took out the big fish that had been processed inside, and waved it in front of 3rd Hokage like a show-off. "Put it on the table. Then you're welcome, Naruto. If you encounter any difficulties, be sure to tell me and I will help you handle everything. The village is your home. No matter what happens, Konoha village will be firmly behind you." After hearing the 3rd Hokage's words, Naruto nodded heavily. There was no doubt in his eyes, and he raised his hands happily and said, "Don't worry, Grandpa Hokage, I can take care of myself. I have set a goal in life. I want to become the Hokage of Konoha, and I will definitely achieve this goal. When the time comes, not only will we be able to protect you, but we will also be able to protect the entire village. I will definitely surpass all previous Hokages." Looking at the little Naruto in front of him, Sarutobi Hiruzen showed a satisfied expression on his face. All these years of hard work are just to perfectly control Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Little Naruto's performance can be said to have been quite successful over the years. The power of Nine Tails Jinchuriki is too important to Konoha village. As long as he controls Naruto, it is equivalent to controlling Nine Tails. His rule will be indestructible. Even if he dies, you can also continue to serve Konoha and the Sarutobi clan. I'm optimistic about you. You will definitely become the best Hokage in the future. I look forward to this day coming. Little Naruto will soon reach the age of Jonin school. Don't let me down, you will definitely become the strongest ninja. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile. After Naruto heard the news, jumping up and down happily, you will soon be exposed to more ninjutsu. With his heaven-defying understanding, he can improve his strength in the shortest time. Later, Sarutobi Hiruzen left a money bag, which was Naruto's living expenses for the next month. Looking at Naruto in front of him, he took Cho in surprise and counted the coins inside. Sarutobi Hiruzen was not polite, picked up a few big fish on the table, and left Naruto's residence. This was little Naruto's filial piety towards him, and he couldn't live up to the child's feelings. Naruto's face did not change. After sending Sarutobi Hiruzen out with a smile on his face, he carefully counted the coins in the money bag. In his memory, every time Uzumaki Naruto receives living expenses from Sarutobi Hiruzen, they will all be very surprised when planning what they should buy. In order not to be noticed by the 3rd generation, they will Naruto naturally retain this habit. The Umbu ninja in the distance continued to monitor Naruto. You can't show your flaws at this time. Shameless old thing, a kid as young as me can catch a few fish. I said I wanted to give it to you, but you were not polite at all. Naruto had a smile on his face, but he was cursing Sarutobi Hiruzen secretly in his heart. He simply washed himself. I put on my pajamas and nightcap, got under the quilt and fell asleep. Iruka looked at Naruto sitting in the middle of the classroom. At this moment, as he looked at himself with excitement, his heart couldn't help but become complicated. He remembered that he was summoned by 3rd Hokage yesterday. Naruto has no parents and has never felt the love of his parents since he was a child. He can only attract people's attention through pranks. Irika, your parents died in the Battle of Nine Tails while defending the village. You should be the one who knows Naruto best. I hope you can teach Naruto well. If anyone can understand Naruto, it's you. Thinking of what Third Hokage said, Irika couldn't help but take a deep breath, raised his head and said loudly to the students in front of him, "Quiet. From today on, you must prepare to become ninjas. In the future, you will protect Konoha with me. Starting from today, work hard to learn the knowledge to become a ninja." Sasuke in the classroom, with gloomy eyes, just stared at Irika. The hatred in my heart kept churning, and finally I waited until this day. If you can enter the ninja school, you must avenge your family in the future. Cut Uchiha Itachi into pieces. Shikamaru, it's so boring. You can practice shadow imitation at home, but it's a waste of time in the ninja school. But if I don't come, it seems like the old man will really beat me to death. Niji, I will prove to everyone that I am the unique genius among the Hyuga family. Koji, this flavor of potato chips is so delicious. You can actually be in the same class as Naruto-kun. It's so nice to be able to look at Naruto-kun like this. Hinata's seat was separated from Naruto by an aisle. At this moment, Hinata's cheeks were red and she kept fiddling with her fingers. Out of the corner of his eye, he kept looking at Uzumaki Naruto, who was not far away. At this moment, Naruto was wearing his classic orange sportswear and eye-catching goggles on his head. The stinky expression on his face made Sasuke, who was not far away, feel dissatisfied. Does this guy have a brain? Why do you act like you are invincible? It's really annoying. It seems that the Demon Fox boy is very interested in the ninja school. He hasn't played any pranks recently. The two Umbu ninjas were still monitoring Naruto. Even though the other party was in the ninja school, they still didn't relax. Recording Naruto's every word and deed, looking at Uzumaki Naruto at this moment, looking at Irika on the stage with sparkling eyes, he couldn't help but say to his companions beside him, "I really didn't expect that Master Third Hokage would actually let this Demon Fox kid go to the ninja school to study. It's so crazy. What if the 9 tails in his body gets out of control? It's not something we should consider. Just carry out what Mr. Third Generation told us." His words were immediately interrupted by his companions. His words were very serious, with a hint of warning. Chakra is the product of a person's body energy, evenly mixed with body energy. It can be used to release ninjutsu. Now I will teach you the basic chakra refining method. After everyone goes back, you must practice regularly. Practice makes perfect. The same goes for refining chakra. Regular use of chakra to refine chakra can also increase the refining speed and quantity of chakra. That's it for today's class. After everyone goes back, you can try to refine chakra. If you really can't figure it out, you can also ask your family for advice. Or ask the ninjas from nearby neighbors for their experience in refining chakra. Hear the basic chakra extraction method, understand the essence of chakra extraction method, and improve the chakra extraction method to perfection. Perfect level chakra refining method. The heart moves at will, the body is controlled by my heart. Refining chakra has become your instinct. The amount and speed of refining chakra can perfectly match the ninjutsu. You have understood the perfect chakra extraction method and the body's meridians and acupuncture points. Naruto opened his eyes gently, his heart full of surprises. The chakra refining method he now mastered. I'm afraid even Third Hokage can't catch up. Coupled with the Junior Perfect Sage mode, at this moment, even the average Jonin in Konoha village is no match for Naruto. Naruto is even more looking forward to the next ninjutsu teaching. As Irika announced that school was over, Naruto and Sasuke stood up at the same time. Their eyes couldn't help but look at each other, as if they wanted to kill each other with their own eyes. Then they snorted at each other and left the classroom. This damn bond. Naruto couldn't wait to leave the ninja school and return to his home, wanting to try the perfect chakra extraction method. Two Umbu ninjas also followed Naruto and left the ninja school. Naruto who followed Naruto all the way back to where Naruto lived. As soon as he got home, Naruto threw his coat on the bed. Feeling the breath of the two Umbu ninjas, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly, but he didn't take them to heart. I'm not trying to hide anything, it's just about refining chakra. If I have to hide even the refinement of chakra, I'm afraid I won't have any room for cultivation. Even if it's Third Hokage, they don't want to see a mediocre 9 tails person helping them. I saw Naruto standing in his living room, closing his eyes gently, and the chakra in his body began to brew. Sure enough, while refining chakra, Naruto felt an oddly familiar feeling. It was as if I had done it thousands of times in countless years. Naruto shouted suddenly, powerful power burst out from his body. The newly refined chakra suddenly erupted with a powerful aura. With Naruto as the center, the momentum exploded instantly. It even caused some of the decorations in the room to blow down in an instant. Naruto felt the chakra pouring out from all the meridians in his body. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. It was indeed the perfect chakra refining method. Not only was it extremely fast, and you can adjust the amount of chakra at will according to your own ideas, it has a huge advantage in releasing ninjutsu and can accurately control chakra. Once caught in a protracted battle, with perfect control of chakra, on the one hand, the opponent can misjudge the situation, it can even unleash unexpected ninjutsu. While comprehending the perfect chakra extraction method, Naruto also comprehended the direction of the meridians of the human body. You can clearly feel how chakra flows in the meridians. This magical feeling, Naruto enjoyed it very much and gained a deeper understanding of chakra. You understand the meridians and acupuncture points of the human body, the chakra refining process, and understand the prototype of chakra nature transformation. Another unexpected surprise. Soon waves of chakra burst out from Naruto's body again. It is one thing to understand the perfect chakra method, but it is another thing to practice it. By consuming and refining chakra, the upper limit of the amount of chakra refined in Naruto's body can be increased, and capacity, unconsciously, due to the increase in the amount of chakra in Naruto's body, Sage Mode has been upgraded to Intermediate Perfect Sage Mode. The chakra capacity of your body increases explosively, you can synthesize more Sage chakra, and master the perfect Intermediate Sage Mode. What's going on? He just learned the chakra refining method in the ninja school today. How could it be possible to master it in such a short time? The explosion of such a number of chucks is really amazing. You must report to Hokage-sama immediately. Could it be? Is the nine tails inside this little demon fox kid coming out? Naruto burst out chakra, startling the two Umbu ninjas. You must know the Naruto in front of you. It's just a 6-year-old kid who has just come into contact with the chakra refining method. How can he achieve this? It's incredible. One of the Umbu ninja nodded, without any delay, turned into an afterimage, disappeared on the spot and rushed towards the Hokage building in Konoha village. In just a few minutes, he had already appeared in front of 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. What did you say? Naruto, this boy. Okay, I understand, continue to observe, and report any changes to me at any time. Hearing Umbu ninja's report, Sarutobi Hiruzen was shocked, not expecting Naruto's talent. It's actually so terrifying. Compared to his father, 4th Hokage Storm Minato, I'm afraid it's comparable. To be able to successfully refine chakra in such a short period of time. As for the amount of chakra that Naruto burst out, it was astonishing. The 3rd Hokage didn't take this to heart. Naruto himself was from the Uzumaki clan. I have a special physique and the amount of chakra is huge. It is understandable. In addition, Naruto has 9 tails sealed in his body, which may also be the leakage of 9 tails chakra, mixed with Naruto's chakra. I really didn't expect that this generation of 9 tails Jinchuriki would be so talented. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned towards the window and looked in the direction of Naruto. There was a smile on his face, and he was even more looking forward to Naruto's future. With the help of such a strong person, coupled with the fact that I have been cultivating and instilling the idea of putting the village first since I was a child, the future will definitely be a powerful fighting force for the village of those who are loyal to Konoha Shinobi. Uzumaki Naruto, let me see how far you can grow. Dang dang dang. A few minutes later, the ninja from the perception department handed over a document. In the village, reports of an unusually large amount of chakra were detected, delivered to Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk. A smile appeared on his face, and his expectations for Naruto became a little more intense. Naruto sensed that chakra erupted from him and began to monitor his Umbu. From 2 people to 1, soon after, the disappeared Umbu returned again, and the 2 of them monitored themselves together. It seems that he has reported his training to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Calculating how many hours have passed, it seems that 3rd generation has nothing to do with itself. The chakra outbreak was not taken to heart. After several chakra bursts, Naruto felt very relaxed. It's time to go see Kurama. An inexplicable smile appeared on Naruto's face. He lay on the bed and closed his eyes gently, controlling his spirit. He tried hard to enter the space where 9 tails was sealed. If you try meditation, your mental power will improve. Mastering the meditation method can improve your own mental energy. Hearing the system prompt, Naruto was overjoyed, and his spiritual energy was in the Hokage world, but it plays a very important role. Generally speaking, a person's mental strength after adulthood, it was almost fixed. Unexpectedly, I discovered a method that could improve my mental strength. What an unexpected surprise. I don't know how much time passed, but Naruto's consciousness began to fall into a dark space. Naruto didn't panic and let his consciousness drift freely. Soon he appeared in a familiar space. In front of Naruto was a huge, empty space with a huge red door in front of him. Towering before Naruto's eyes, in front of this gate, Naruto's body was extremely small. He can already feel the breath of 9 tails behind the seal. Kurama, do you want to be free? In the future, I can save all tailed beasts from the fate of tailed beasts. Live a free life, no longer need to be sealed into other people's bodies. Naruto took a few steps forward and placed a hand on the red door. He said seriously to the dark space behind the red door. 9 tails, who was sleeping in Naruto's body, didn't bother to pay attention to this brat. Although Naruto's talent is a bit scary, for 9 tails, the amount of chakra burst is not comparable to that of his little finger. I didn't expect this little guy to actually enter the spiritual space. The most important thing is that he actually knows his name. Kid, where did you know this name? Haha, it's so funny, give our tailed beasts freedom? Just you? Nine Tails was shocked that Naruto was able to enter the spiritual space and communicate with himself. He hasn't paid much attention to it yet, almost all Jinchuriki can do it, but the name Kurama is known to no one in the world except Sage of Six Paths. Those are the tailed beasts. How did Naruto know his name? As long as you are willing, I will do what I say. This is my ninja way. Just watch, one day, I will definitely have the power to change this world. At that time, whatever you want is up to you. Naruto had a signature smile on his face and did not take a step back when facing the menacing Nine Tails in front of him. Crazy kid, stop joking. I don't care where you know the name Kurama. You are so naive to want to get my approval based on this alone. A pair of huge blood red eyes suddenly appeared in front of Naruto, followed by huge sharp claws and slender nails. The cold light flashed as if it could pierce Naruto at any time. Naruto had no intention of evading, and he didn't even change his posture. One hand has been pressed on the huge red door. You come into contact with 8-sign seal, understand the essence of the sealing method, and master the 8-sign seal method. Naruto looked at the fierce Nine Tails in front of him, but there was an inexplicable smile on his face. The chakra in the body is concentrated in the hands and integrated into the seal. Under Nine Tails' disbelieving eyes, the 8-sign seal actually came loose. A dark red Nine Tails chakra surged out of the seal instantly. In the blink of an eye, Naruto was wrapped tightly. Kid, you. Nine Tails was so shocked that he couldn't speak, and even his voice was trembling. It clearly felt that the seal was loose, and it was the little guy in front of me who took the initiative to loosen the seal a little. Naruto, surrounded by Nine Tails chakra, squinted his eyes as if he felt very comfortable. In just a few breaths, all of the Nine Tails chakra was absorbed by Naruto. My promise, Uzumaki Naruto, will never change. After saying that, Naruto ignored Nine Tails and left the mental space directly. If you want Nine Tails to surrender to you immediately, it's almost impossible, but as long as he shows enough talent and strength, Nine Tails will definitely consider his suggestion, and the Mantissa is part of Naruto's plan, but it occupies a considerable weight. Looking at the place where Naruto disappeared, Nine Tails fell into deep thought. It has seen everything Naruto has experienced since he was a child. It can be said that no one in the world knows Naruto better than Nine Tails. Nine Tails felt that Naruto seemed to have changed a bit, even making him feel a little unclear. A 6-year-old child can perfectly refine chakra and master Sage mode. If I tell him, no one in the entire ninja world will believe it. But all of this was done by Naruto himself in front of Nine Tails' eyes. He even opened the seal in his body with his own hands. He couldn't understand Naruto anymore and more. A pair of huge bright red eyes slowly disappeared in the darkness. Naruto's words seemed to plant a seed in Nine Tails' heart. Could it be, one day I can truly escape the fate of becoming a tailed beast, a life of freedom? Today we are going to learn about seals. Seals are the key to our ninjutsu and can help us, assists the movement of chakra in the body and releases different ninjutsu. However, some strong people are proficient in ninjutsu, and the problem of chakra control accuracy in the body, often able to release ninjutsu with less luck. Next, let's learn the 12 basic sealing methods. Zikuyin has not applied for a certain time. Naruto looked at Iruka on the podium, his eyes sparkling, his hands constantly changing various gestures. Try the hand seals according to the hand seals drawn by Iruka. Naruto, you guy. Sasuke looked at Naruto's skillful hand seals and showed an expression of gritted teeth. He had already received these basic knowledge from his family, and I did it very skillfully. I didn't expect this guy Naruto, it actually looks better than what I did. Naruto-kun is great, I want to work hard too. Hineda's face was red with embarrassment, and she looked at Naruto who was practicing the hand seals a little unskilledly. She had to become stronger for Naruto-kun. Not far away, Koji, Shikamaru, looked at Naruto forming seals quickly. Everyone was even more stunned. They didn't expect Naruto to learn so quickly. You know, Naruto is alone and has no one to teach him. This kind of learning ability is really terrible. Even Iruka on the podium had a complicated expression on his face. I just briefly introduced the basic knowledge of seals and drew hand gestures. Naruto was able to master it in such a short period of time. If it were him back then, but I don't have this kind of talent. You are proficient in the 12 basic seal gestures, understand the essence of the seal, and master the perfect seal method. Perfect seal method can be printed in the shortest possible time. It is detected that the host has mastered the perfect chakra extraction method and clearly understands the body's meridians and acupuncture points. Can perform Muji release ninjutsu. Naruto nodded, very satisfied with the results of his learning this time. To know the duel between ninjas, the speed of ninjutsu release determines the success or failure of the battle. If ninjutsu can be released without sealing, the improvement in combat effectiveness will be beyond imagination. Some powerful ninjutsu require more than 20 seals. But for Naruto, all it takes is a thought and the ninjutsu can be released instantly. What a powerful talent, such a terrible learning ability. I don't know the future, how far can this demon foxboy go? Record carefully, just in case you miss something, we cannot afford to have it influence the third Hokage-sama's judgment. The two Umbu ninjas looked at Naruto's learning speed with cold sweat breaking out on their heads. When they first entered the ninja school at the age of 6, it took them a week. I am almost able to memorize all the basic seal gestures proficiently, let alone refine the chakra. In the second year of enrollment, they were able to refine chakra. He was proficient in applying it even when he was graduating at the age of 12. Naruto's talent was really terrifying. Naruto, who had understood the perfect seal method, was no longer interested in the rest of Iruka's explanation. He stretched his hands forward and leaned directly on the table. Iruka couldn't help it when he saw Naruto like this. From Naruto's performance just now, those seal gestures, the other party had obviously learned everything. He cleared his throat and said to everyone, "We have finished explaining the basic knowledge of seals. Next let's go outside to learn another essential skill for ninjas, throwing." After hearing Iruka's words, many students, including Naruto, I suddenly became energetic. I was able to leave the classroom and take classes outside. I was not too happy. Soon, all the students, led by Iruka, gathered outdoors. Not far from the playground, there are many round targets. Some people had already guessed the course Iruka was going to teach. Looking at Iruka expectantly, he took out the black kunai and shuriken he carried on his waist. Throwing is the basic fighting method of our ninjas, and it is a skill that everyone must master. It takes a lot of practice to ensure the speed and accuracy of the launch. Next, please listen carefully and observe my throwing technique carefully. I saw Iruka stretching his arm back, shaking his wrist while throwing it forward. The kunai in his hand flew towards the handle not far away. Bata! Hitting the bullseye directly, there was a burst of cheers from the students. Iruka-sensei, you are great. The posture is so cool, it hits the target directly. I wonder when I will be able to reach the level of Iruka-sensei. Listening to the students' compliments, Iruka touched the back of his head with one hand and had a sheepish smile on his face. As long as you practice diligently, you can definitely do better than me. Okay, next, everyone distributes kunai and shurikens, and let's start your practice today. After saying that, Iruka began to distribute shurikens and kunai to each student. Sasuke in the group had a disdainful smile on his face. Under the guidance of his brother Uchiha Itachi, he learned basic things like shuriken throwing. He has practiced very skillfully. Even if he is at Iruka's level, he doesn't take it seriously. After getting the kunai, Sasuke walked out of the crowd and chose a target. He made the same standard movements as Iruka, only to hear, swish swish 4 or 5 piercing sounds. Shuriken mixed with kunai, all hit the target. 2 of the kunai hit the bullseye. Sasuke. So handsome, awesome. I should say this, right? Sasuke, can you come over and teach me? Sakura and Ino rushed towards Sasuke. They were pushing each other and completely ignoring everyone. Facing little Sakura and Ino, Sasuke had no expression on his face, but turned to look at Naruto, who was not far away. A smile appeared on his face. Throwing technique, a basic ninjutsu that requires a lot of practice over a long period of time. He didn't believe that Naruto, who played pranks all day long, could surpass him. Little Sakura and Ino saw that Sasuke didn't pay any attention to them. Are they so unattractive that they can't compare to Naruto? Following Sasuke's gaze, he focused on Naruto. Naruto looked at the ku and shuriken in his hand and felt Sasuke's gaze as well. Sasuke, you have found the wrong opponent. I am no longer the Naruto I used to be. Just now when he was watching Iruka throwing shurikens, Naruto had already mastered the perfect ninja tool throwing technique. Whether it's kunai shuriken or fuma shuriken, his throwing technique now, it has exceeded the daily practice of throwing ninja tools. Naruto took a step forward and suddenly threw the shuriken in his hand. Only a distinctive muffled sound was heard, and the shuriken actually hit the target horizontally. Suddenly, it attracted everyone's attention, and many people were ready to laugh at Naruto. I saw Naruto, with lightning speed, quickly throw out 2 more ku. One of the kunai hit the target instantly. Because Naruto was too fast, the kunai that had just hit the target had just begun to fall. It landed well on the kunai that Naruto threw for the second time, buffering the power of the kunai falling. At this moment, the third ku also hit the target, perfectly catching the falling kunai smoothly. People who don't know, think that 2 kunai are specifically inserted into the target, specially used to pick up things. Look, Naruto. Those guys who originally wanted to laugh at Naruto saw this scene. I was so choked that I couldn't even speak. Iruka even looked like he had seen a ghost. Is this a throwing technique that a 6-year-old child can possess? I want to be a Hokage man. It's just to this extent, it's too easy for me. Naruto turned around and said to the people behind him, with a shitty expression on his face. Sasuke's eyes widened and his fists clenched. Naruto's throwing technique, it's really shocking. Naruto, this guy. Sasuke didn't know what to say for a moment, but the others went crazy. They all gathered around Naruto. Naruto, you are so handsome, even more handsome than Irika-sensei. Please teach me how you do it. That's great, I'm afraid even my father can't do it. Naruto, you're too strong. Many girls looked at Naruto and started to go crazy. A blush appeared on his face. Compared to Sasuke, at this moment, Naruto was not inferior to the opponent at all. When he threw the kunai just now, so cool. Haha, of course I learned it by throwing stones in the forest. Naruto put his hands on his hips with a proud look on his face. I didn't expect that the perfect throwing technique would have such amazing effects. At this moment, Naruto was completely confident that the ninja tool he threw, you can hit wherever you point. As Naruto showed off his strength, his charm also blossomed. The fans of Sasuke turned towards Naruto. After Irika stopped the rioting students, he asked everyone to continue practicing. He rubbed his head with a headache. No wonder Master Hokage talked to him before. Naruto can show such strength, maybe it has something to do with the other party. That night, Sarutobi looked through the surveillance records about Naruto in the Hokage building. A smile couldn't help but appear on the corner of his mouth, not expecting Naruto's talent. He is so good that he can become a very powerful ninja in the future. It would be great if we could successfully master the power of 9 tails. Sarutobi Hiruzen has no doubts about Naruto's talent. After all, Naruto has been under his surveillance for so many years, and he hasn't relaxed at all. At this time, Naruto was not idle when he returned home. After changing into pajamas and a nightcap, sit on the bed and start meditating to increase your mental energy. Suddenly, a familiar scent appeared in Naruto's range of perception. It was third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Naruto knew that once his talent was exposed, the other party would definitely approach him more frequently. We still have to use the old method to deal with him, just pretend we don't know anything. However, this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to have no intention of coming in. After taking a look at Naruto from a distance, nodding with satisfaction, for Naruto at his age, he can still continue practicing at home after school. It's really rare. After explaining to the two Umbu who were monitoring Naruto, disappeared from Naruto's perception range. Not the right time yet. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you will pay for what you have done. In the days that followed, Naruto stole the show in the ninja school. When Irika was teaching transformation technique, Naruto actually transformed with Irika, attracting Naruto's fans to support him crazily, unknowingly, become the enemy of all the boys in the entire class. Damn it, all the girls in the class are attracted to Naruto, we must find a chance to deal with him properly. Inyazuka Kiba's face was filled with anger, and he kept clenching his fists. He made a clicking sound and said to Shikamaru and Koji beside him, sensing his master's emotions. Shia at his feet also looked angry. I advise you not to ask for trouble. Maybe you are no match for Naruto at all. Shikamaru patted Inyazuka Kiba on the shoulder and said, Naruto's performance during this period made him know that Naruto's intelligence might not be inferior to his own. It is really not a wise move to be an enemy of such a person. Isn't she just a girl? What's the big deal? I'll treat you to some potato chips, Koji said vaguely and kept stuffing snacks into his mouth without stopping. It's your behavior that makes that guy Naruto so arrogant. After hearing what Shikamaru and Koji said, Inyazuka Kiba was discouraged and just listened to his own words. It seems that he is no match for Naruto, but he is not willing to give in. In the classroom, Tang Monk Irika's expression was a little more serious than usual, and he stretched out his fingers and said to the students, the next ninjutsu is the most important. This is the most powerful ninjutsu you can learn in school. That's clone technique. You can confuse your opponents and create opportunities. Can be used to retreat and confuse the enemy. Everyone is watching. Irika quickly formed seals with his hands and shouted. A puff of smoke appeared with a bang, and when the smoke dissipated, a person who looks exactly like Irika appears next to Irika. Wow, is this clone technique? Irika-sensei is amazing. I heard from my brother that clone technique is a ninjutsu that graduates of our ninja academy must learn. That's right. If you don't even learn the transformation technique, there's no way you can graduate from ninja school. You observe the clone technique, deduce the flow of chakra, and understand the clone technique. You continue to deduce and understand multiple shadow clone techniques. Naruto heard the system notification sound in his mind. There was an expression of surprise on his face. This is the power of heaven-defying understanding. You can actually learn multiple shadow clone and forbidden technique level ninjutsu directly from clone technique. It's simply too powerful. The class was over. After class, Naruto ignored the shouts of his many fans and Inyazuka Kiba behind him, returned home as quickly as possible. What happened to the demon fox boy today? Normally he would make a big fuss in school. Why are you in a hurry to go home today? Umbu was in charge of surveillance. The two looked at each other and saw each other's doubts. Following Naruto closely, I saw Naruto returning home. I started practicing the transformation technique non-stop. Now the two of them have become accustomed to each other. Naruto's speed in mastering ninjutsu is incredible. Simply a genius. But Naruto's next operation made the two of them shout heaven-defying. Starting from a clone, Naruto actually kept trying to increase the number of clone techniques. Countless afterimages appeared in various places in Naruto's room. Soon, it was filled to the brim. Is this the flow of clone technique chakra? Naruto felt the flow of energy in his body, and as the technique stopped, the afterimages began to slowly disappear one by one, emitting bursts of smoke. The amount of chakra the Nine Tails kid has is really amazing. Should we report it to Mr. Third Generation immediately? After all, the demon fox is acting strangely now and I don't know what he is up to. It's better to observe it again and don't waste Third Generation Sama's time. The two Umbu ninjas looked at Naruto, who kept releasing clone technique in the room, with cold sweat breaking out on their heads. The amount of chakra in this kid's body now is probably on par with theirs. He is worthy of being the demon fox who turned the village upside down. After Naruto took a short rest, he formed seals with his hands and shouted, "Shadow clone technique." A clone appeared next to Naruto. The ninja who was monitoring Naruto was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped when he saw Naruto's hand gestures. Seeing Naruto successfully using the shadow clone technique, I almost screamed. I'm going to report to Mr. Third Generation now. One of the Umbu ninjas showed a panicked expression. After his companion nodded, he continued to monitor Naruto. Lord Third Generation must be notified of this situation in time. When you are bored in the future, wouldn't it be possible to summon a shadow clone to play with you? Go to the forest and catch 2 fish for me. Naruto put his hands on his hips and laughed. He was the one who could perfectly control the flow of chakra in his body. With the amount of chakra he distributed to the shadow clone, it was enough for this shadow clone. I went to help Naruto deal with some trivial things in life, such as looking for food. Or you can tidy the room, or even practice with Naruto. If Naruto wants, he can directly summon a shadow clone to attend ninja school. Take care of other things yourself. If it were anyone else, it would not be so easy for me to be as scary as Naruto. First of all, they don't have a strong chakra like Naruto, and the ability to accurately distribute chakra. Third Hokage office. Naruto just learned the clone technique today. Can he perform the shadow clone technique at home? There was a look of surprise on the Third Generation's face, listening to Umbu's report in front of them. Yes, Lord Third Generation, Naruto first kept using clone technique, and then suddenly used shadow clone technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen no longer hesitated, immediately stood up and sprinted towards Naruto's house with the Umbu ninja. As expected, you old guy is here again. Naruto had a smile on his face and kept releasing the shadow clone technique. It brought a lot of burden to his body. At this moment, he was sweating profusely. Already feeling Sarutobi's burning aura, everything is in Naruto's plan, he must show enough talent to not let Third Generation doubt himself. As expected of Minato's son, he can actually do it at such a young age. Correctly allocating chakra to shadow clone is so rare. Seeing Naruto sitting cross-legged on the ground, closing his eyes to regain his energy, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slightly, turned to the two Umbu beside him and said, "The number of ninjas monitoring Naruto will be doubled in the future. No mistakes can be made." When the two Umbu ninjas heard this, Chunin couldn't help but feel shocked, and then immediately nodded in response. Chunin couldn't help but marvel. In this way, the ninjas watching Naruto around him, it's almost the same as protecting the daimyo. While monitoring, I'm also protecting Naruto. Just when the Third Generation turned around to leave, Naruto in the room opened his eyes and stood up from the ground suddenly. That seal, what is that boy Naruto going to do? Sarutobi Hiruzen saw strange changes in Naruto's gesture from a long distance away. A burst of violent chakra suddenly erupted from his body, and a puff of smoke exploded around Naruto. I saw dozens of Narutos appearing in Naruto's room in an instant, pushing each other and making noises. Asshole, please be careful and don't crowd me. What are you talking about? Brat, this is my home. I am the real body, you clones? Are you going to rebel? Everyone, including Sarutobi Hiruzen, was shocked by the scene before them. Naruto actually used the shadow clone technique, and Sarutobi Hiruzen could see it clearly. Naruto's hand seals were actually different from the seals left by second-generation Senju Tobirama. In the shocked eyes of Sarutobi Hiruzen and others, these clones actually started fighting. Everyone says that they are the real body. Suddenly, the scene was chaotic. After a few minutes, all sounds of fighting had disappeared. A rather embarrassed figure walked out of the room. Naruto looked bruised and swollen. Grandpa Hokage, here you are, let me show you something good. Naruto looked up and suddenly saw the third Hokage standing in front of him, with an expression of surprise on his face. He immediately greeted him. Before Sarutobi Hiruzen could speak, I saw Naruto forming seals with his hands, and a burst of chakra airbags exploded. A dozen Narutos stood in the room, with a look of praise on their faces. Naruto, how on earth did you do that? Sarutobi Hiruzen took a breath. At such a close distance, watching Naruto perform multiple shadow clone techniques again, it's still so shocking. The forbidden technique developed by second Hokage Senju Tobirama. Most people are not qualified to learn at all, and it is very dangerous to use. A little carelessness will deplete the body's chakra, leading directly to death. That's why it's listed as forbidden technique. How did little Naruto learn it? This is very simple. After I learned the clone technique in school, I started experimenting when I got home. I don't know what happened, but the clones I released were not after images. Before I knew it, more and more clones appeared. Naruto touched the back of his head and said proudly, what Naruto said was extremely contagious. The third Hokage thought for a moment and believed Naruto. In addition, as a former disciple of Senju Tobirama, he has also experienced, second Hokage sometimes seems to fall into a certain state and then create a brand new ninjutsu. It seems Naruto also has this talent. You know, little Naruto? You are a genius. What you just performed was the multiple shadow clone technique. Maybe you can really surpass all previous Hokages in the future. Sarutobi Hiruzen had a bright smile on his face. It seems that Naruto has perfectly inherited Minato's talent for ninjutsu, as well as the physique of the Uzumaki clan, plus the chakra accidentally leaked by Nine Tails. Only then did he create the first genius in the history of the wood industry. The miracle of multiple shadow clone techniques can be unleashed at the age of 6. Grandpa Hokage, don't worry, I will definitely practice hard. Naruto took a step forward, clenched his fists, and said firmly, there is another little trick about the multiple shadow clone technique. When each clone is recovered, you can inherit the memory of previous learning or practice. Okay, there are still many things in the village that I need to deal with. Don't let me down, little Naruto. Sarutobi Hiruzen just hesitated slightly. He told Naruto a little trick about multiple shadow clone, and then said goodbye to Naruto with a smile. I understand, Grandpa Hokage, I will try my best. As Sarutobi Hiruzen left, Naruto turned back to the room, but cursed in his heart, this old guy has no good intentions. You know the dangers of multiple shadow clone techniques, but you didn't even warn me. I'm also encouraged to use the multiple shadow clone technique more often. In UN phase human eyes, Naruto is nothing more than Nine Tails Jinchuriki. As for Naruto's safety, he has sent so many Umbu to monitor Naruto. If Naruto is in danger, the Umbu ninja will naturally take action immediately. Naruto is a very important asset of Konoha village, and of course it must be well protected. Now with the multi-shadow clone technique, it's time to go big. Naruto's face showed a smile, and then he used multiple shadow clone technique. Then 3 clones appeared in front of Naruto. Naruto number 1. Go to the forest and catch some fish and other animals and come back. Naruto number 2. Start practicing meditation now to improve your mental power. Naruto number 3. I'm responsible for pulling pranks. I haven't pranked anyone for a long time. People in the village have almost forgotten about me. After hearing Naruto's order, the 3 clones smiled on their faces and immediately started to execute the order. Don't worry, this is for me to eat. Just leave it to me. It is my duty to improve my own strength. Everyone in Konoha village, feel my troublemaking abilities once again, Uzumaki Naruto. The 2 Umbu ninjas who were monitoring Naruto discovered that just after they recovered from the shock, Naruto actually followed the advice of Lord Third Hokage and started to use Shadow Clone to do something. But the most surprising thing is that he didn't forget to let a Shadow Clone play a prank. This is simply outrageous. Record the matter of Naruto using Shadow Clone and report it to Lord Hokage. Please tell me if these clones need to be monitored together. It definitely needs to be monitored. If we don't distinguish between the main body and the clone, if something goes wrong, it will be troublesome. The 2 Umbu ninjas looked at each other and nodded, and couldn't help but start to envy Naruto. This kind of cultivation talent is really outrageous. For the next period of time, Umbu, who was monitoring Naruto, complained endlessly. Hokage-sama. Now Naruto has started to use the clone to go to class. Hokage-sama. Naruto's prank clones have increased to 2. Lord Hokage. Naruto's shadow clone has begun to affect the normal order of the village. Listening to the report from his subordinates, Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his head and felt a headache. Unexpectedly, Naruto's energy was so strong, like he had endless chakra. Inheriting the physique of the Uzumaki clan, he is truly the perfect vessel for Jinchuriki. Don't worry about Naruto for now, he will probably get tired of it after a while. At this moment, Naruto is a bonfire rising in the forest. There are not only grilled fish being grilled next to the campfire, but also birds and animals in the forest. Naruto devoured it, his mouth full of oil. With Shadow Clone going hunting in the forest for him, Naruto will never be hungry again. The little money Third Hokage gave him was enough to buy daily necessities. Naruto even exchanged some prey and villagers for some money. Although his status as a demon fox makes him very marginalized, facing cheap prey, there were still people willing to make deals with Naruto. After a few days of practice, I have become more and more proficient in distributing chakra to Shadow Clone. For Shadow Clone giving different commands, chakra can be distributed perfectly. There will be neither excessive chakra nor insufficient chakra, resulting in the disappearance of Shadow Clone. Even Irika hasn't noticed it so far. The people who take classes in the ninja school are Naruto's Shadow Clone, let alone the others, who have no ability to tell the difference. Regarding the ninja school in Konoha, Naruto despised this system from the bottom of his heart. Geniuses, civilian ninjas, and ninjas from big families all learn and practice together. The gap will only grow wider. Whether it's Kiba Inuzuka's ninja dog or Shino's bug and Shikamaru's shadow imitation technique has been practiced within the family, this school was a waste of time. There was nothing worth learning for Naruto. Hey, you guys need to work harder. Otherwise, how can I be a Hokage in the future? In a few seconds, Naruto finished off another grilled fish and said to the several shadow clones around him. Under his arrangement, some shadow clones were practicing transformation technique and body replacement technique, and some were practicing throwing techniques. This was all for Umbu, who was spying on Naruto. However, Naruto was still able to consume chakra crazily, and running chakra at such a high frequency, it can increase the total amount of chakra produced. The consumption of physical strength was obviously obvious, so Naruto simply replenished his body with food in the forest. This brat, the Umbu ninja who was monitoring Naruto, smelled the faint aroma of barbecue in the air. I couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Naruto's grilling skills are definitely a master. Looking at Naruto's life, even the Umbu ninja couldn't help it. I want to catch some birds and roast them. Naruto's improvement in strength completely exceeded my expectations. Looks like it's time for Naruto to add some training. I'm a little hungry too, let's go try Naruto's grilled fish. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the crystal ball on the table dumbfounded. The sight of Naruto eating so much made people want to try Naruto's craftsmanship. Grandpa Hokage, come and eat together. This deer leg is very good. Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen who appeared in front of him, Naruto had an expression of surprise on his face. A roasted deer leg was immediately handed over. Naruto, your cooking skills seem to be improving. Sarutobi Hiruzen was not polite and sat directly by the campfire, taking the roasted deer leg handed over by Naruto. He took off the hat that marked the Hokage on his head and started eating with big mouthfuls. Crispy on the outside, tender and juicy on the inside, it's really great. Faced with such delicious food, Sarutobi Hiruzen, as a Hokage, could not resist the temptation. Naruto's grilling skills are really great. Grandpa Hokage, I have been practicing hard recently. Look at those shadow clones who are constantly practicing. Soon, I will become very strong. I am Uzumaki Naruto who will surpass all previous Hokages and sit in the position of Hokage in the future. Naruto burped, jumped up from the ground, and said to Sarutobi Hiruzen in front of him, very good, but this kind of training is not enough. Although it is not taught in the school, there are two other trainings that are extremely important for ninjas. Sarutobi Hiruzen's smiling expression turned serious, and he said to Naruto in front of him, in Naruto's confused eyes, he walked directly towards a tree, as if there was some kind of magic power. His feet were firmly fixed on the tree and walked towards the top of the tree. Then Sarutobi Hiruzen jumped down from the tree and jumped directly into the river not far away. What was shocking was that he was standing on the water, even though the river was a little rough. But his figure is still extremely stable. Did you see that? Proficient in climbing trees and treading water are also basic ninja skills. Chakra can help you control your body, taking your ability to control chakra to the next level. Naruto opened his mouth wide with a shocked expression. Seeing little Naruto being so complimentary, Sarutobi Hiruzen proudly explained. He walked up to Naruto and patted his little head. Also, I need to tell Mr. Irika about your use of shadow clone for classes. And you are already a very strong ninja. It's time to stop the pranks in the village. Naruto didn't take it seriously when he heard these words, and actually stopped himself from playing pranks in the future. This is really unreasonable, he curled his lips in dissatisfaction. I will talk to Mr. Irika about the shadow clone. If you want to play a prank, let my shadow clone rest first. After saying that, Naruto returned to the campfire and ate the barbecue. Sarutobi Hiruzen on the side could only show a helpless smile. After Naruto explained a few words, he left the forest. Naruto pouted. If he didn't play pranks, would he still be Naruto? As for Sarutobi Hiruzen, he taught himself to tread water and climb trees to improve the accuracy of controlling chakra. It's really useless. Now that Naruto has control over chakra, it can be said that he is the first person in the entire ninja world. However, I still have to deal with it now. Naruto formed seals with his hands, and two clones were summoned by Naruto. A clone began to try to control the chakra attached to the sole of the foot and pulled out the tree. Another avatar is trying to practice treading water. Now Naruto is like a tireless scroll king. Ordinary people who want to improve quickly through this kind of cultivation method don't even have to think about it. Maybe he wouldn't even be able to survive the first day, using shadow clone as intensely as Naruto, doing different things. In the history of the ninja world, I'm afraid no one has ever tried it. If the ninjas from other villages knew that Naruto practiced in such a pervert way, I'm afraid my jaw will drop. The next day Naruto came to the ninja school, and before he had time to say hello to Irika, it was announced that there will be one-on-one fighting practice today, and it can be used so far, all the ninjutsu learned in the ninja school. This clone only has 1% of my chakra. Look at how much combat power this clone can exert. Naruto thought for a moment, with a smile on his face, and followed everyone to the school square. Naruto and Sasuke, as the two students with the best grades in the class, they were arranged to fight together and appeared as the finale. Asshole. I must defeat Naruto this time. Sasuke's face was extremely cold, and he looked at Naruto not far away with his peripheral vision. He clenched his fists tightly. During this period of time, his performance has always been suppressed by Naruto, and he became the second best in 1,000 years. This battle is just the right time to clear your name. He, Uchiha Sasuke, will avenge his family in the future. How could he lose to Naruto, the guy who killed Uchiha Itachi? It's so boring. Naruto yawned as the others fought, looking too weak. It didn't interest him at all. Maybe Sasuke could bring him some surprises. Before you know it, a few hours have passed. Finally it's Naruto and Sasuke's turn to face off. Naruto-kun, come on. Hinata hid in the crowd, blushing and looking at Naruto who came on the stage, silently cheering for the person she liked. Little Sakura and Ino have completely fallen in love with Naruto. The two of them acted as cheerleaders on the sidelines, cheering for Naruto. Come on Naruto, you are the best. Sasuke is no match for you, come on, Naruto-kun. Sasuke gritted his teeth, these women were too noisy. Sasuke. We must defeat this bastard Naruto. That's right, teach this guy a lesson so he won't be so arrogant in the future. Inyazuka Kiba, Koji and other boys cheered for Sasuke. During this period, Naruto was so popular that he not only stole the attention of girls, he was still sleeping openly in class, and even Mr. Irika didn't care about him. He made everyone envious of him. How could he be allowed to continue to be so arrogant? Naruto, watch me beat you to pieces, don't cry later. Sasuke stood in the square and hooked Naruto with his finger, with a confident smile on his face. It doesn't matter that Naruto is lagging behind in ninja school. He's pretty confident that he can beat Naruto in actual combat. Sasuke, don't talk nonsense. Today I want you to feel the elegance of being the first person in the class. After Naruto finished speaking, he made a handsome gesture, causing all the girls around him to scream. Even Irika on the side couldn't stand it any longer and walked between the two of them. You two can take action as much as you like, I will watch from the side. It's time to test the results of your study during this period. Start. As Irika announced, Naruto and Sasuke jumped back at the same time, touch the kunai and shuriken in the ninja backpack on your waist, and at the same time keep moving, throwing the ninja tools at the opponent. In just a few breaths, the two of them threw a dozen kunai and shurikens. The ninja tools collided in the air, making a crackling sound of metal colliding. Neither of them was hit, and then they accelerated and sprinted forward, colliding together and starting a close hand-to-hand fight. These two guys are too strong. I thought Naruto and Sasuke just had better grades, but I didn't expect them to be so strong in actual combat. Fortunately, Teacher Irika didn't put me and the two of them together. It's really scary. The two people in the fight were fisting each other, going back and forth. There was even a banging sound when blocking, and even Irika had to admit, Naruto and Sasuke's taijutsu skills are quite strong, and they are the two most outstanding students among the students they have ever taught. Naruto suddenly punched Sasuke in the face, only to hear a bang. A burst of smoke was emitted, and what was hit was actually a tree stump. Sasuke used the body replacement technique. You were fooled, Naruto. Sasuke suddenly appeared out of nowhere, without any hesitation in his hand. Stab towards Naruto. If you attack the vital part, you'll be in trouble. Irika, who was watching the battle on the sidelines, was shocked that he could use the body replacement technique in actual combat. Sasuke is still the first. It seems that in actual combat performance, Naruto is still slightly inferior to Sasuke. Always paying attention to the dynamics on the battlefield, Irika is ready to take action at any time to end the battle. Although you can fight freely, you cannot let students get hurt. Seeing the pain in Sasuke's hands, he was about to stab Naruto. Unexpectedly, Naruto refused to dodge and allowed Sasuke to attack him. Naruto, you cunning guy, is actually a clone technique. Sasuke's unexpected attack missed. Suddenly he felt the sound of wind in his ears. Sasuke turned around suddenly. Naruto's punch had hit him firmly in the face. Sasuke flew out and felt his head start to feel dizzy. I didn't expect Naruto's punch to be so powerful, such a reckless man. Sasuke stood up reluctantly, feeling dizzy. He forced himself to stand upright, gritted his teeth and looked at Naruto, who was smiling in the distance. The game is over, Naruto wins. This is our first test. You can go back and review it to summarize your shortcomings in the battle. Those who have no problems can go home. As Irika announced the test results, Naruto's fans burst into cheers. The boys were all booing. In their opinion, Sasuke was just a hair away from defeating Naruto. Unexpectedly, Sasuke was deceived by Naruto's clone technique in the end. Naruto is not only arrogant but also very insidious. Looking at Naruto, who was smiling in front of him, Sasuke had a look of unwillingness in his eyes. Just 1 point away, we won. As soon as Irika finished speaking, Naruto raised his right hand and said, Teacher Irika, I'm sorry, I've been using my clone to come to school recently. Third Hokage-sama asked me to report these things to you. Since school is over, I'll be leaving. Bye. After Naruto finished speaking, he immediately released his shadow clone. There was only a bang, and Naruto's body turned into a cloud of smoke. Disappeared in place. For a moment, everyone, including Iruka, was stunned. What is this guy Naruto doing? What did he mean just now? The guy who fought Sasuke just now was actually just Naruto's clone. This guy. Has he actually learned the clone technique? Naruto is a genius. If I learn the clone technique, of course, let one clone go to school and the other go to play. Iruka reacted, gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. If this guy hadn't escaped so quickly, he would have really wanted to take care of Naruto. I really didn't expect this guy to have mastered Shadow Clone. He was not even noticed during this period of time. In fact, what Iruka doesn't know is that Naruto has more than just Shadow Clone under his control, and many jonin need to be very careful when using them. Multiple Shadow Clone techniques. Naruto, you bastard, I must kill you. There was desperation in Sasuke's eyes. He could admit that Naruto was a little better than him, but who knew this guy could actually defeat him with his clone? And when did Naruto learn Shadow Clone? Everyone is putting up with studying in school. Why? His great fireball technique has not yet been released. He fell onto Naruto's fist. At this moment, only Sasuke's injured world has been achieved. It's so miserable for the kid from the Uchiha family. He was teased like this by the Demon Fox kid. If Uchiha hadn't been exterminated, maybe the orphan of the Uchiha family could have bowed down to Naruto. He is too weak now. This battle was recorded by the Umbu ninja who monitored Naruto. They knew very well that Naruto present was a shadow clone. The more I realized that Naruto's talent and potential were immeasurable, it was beyond their comprehension. Naruto on the other side has already begun planning to change the properties of chakra. Further improve your combat effectiveness. The talent show ends here. It would be too suspicious to continue. Not only is that old man from third generation staring at me, but Danzo is also in the dark. Naruto's real body opened his eyes and exhaled softly. As the shadow clone in the school was lifted, all memories returned to their original form. Naruto suddenly thought of a way to continue practicing, and it's a great place where you won't be disturbed by surveillance. Long time no see, Kurama. With a bang, a burst of smoke dispersed, Naruto suddenly appeared in the space that sealed Nine Tails. In order to continue to deduce ninjutsu without being discovered, what place could be more secretive than here? And a series of clones, climbing trees, treading water, the Umbu ninjas have enough work to do. Who would have thought? Naruto actually found a way to avoid their surveillance. Try the grilled fish I grilled, it tastes very good. Naruto held a few grilled fish in his hand and threw them directly behind the gate that sealed Nine Tails. Asshole, it's been a long time since I tasted food. Several grilled fish fell on Nine Tails' paws, extremely small, but this time Nine Tails did not refuse and threw it directly into his mouth. An unusually delicious taste fills my mouth after a long absence. What must this brat Naruto do? I will never let him control my chakra. Don't think that if you say a few nice words, I will give in. Facing the sudden arrival of Naruto, Nine Tails didn't look good. Naruto ignored Nine Tails and walked aside to start learning new ninjutsu. As Uzumaki Naruto, how can I live without Rasengan? Naruto was full of confidence, gently closed his eyes, stretched out one hand and opened his palm. Start controlling chakra by gathering it in your palms. In an instant, Rasengan took shape in Naruto's hands. You observe your own memory, recall the Rasengan training method, and successfully master the ninjutsu Rasengan. Regarding the control of chakra, Naruto has now reached the pinnacle of control. Just recalling the scenes of Hokage Ninja, Professor Jiraiya Naruto, I immediately understood Rasengan. This guy. Where can I learn how to learn Rasengan? Nine Tails looked at this scene in disbelief. You must know that Naruto has watched Naruto grow up with his own eyes. No one ever taught Naruto Rasengan, he actually learned it now. A bold idea appeared in my mind after a long absence. In view of Naruto's performance in recent times, it is very possible that he realized Rasengan on his own, even though he had never practiced it before. Now it can be formed in one go. The little guy in front of me is really scary. Next, it's time for the chakra attributes to change. Naruto muttered as his hands began to gather chakra. Rasengan appears in the hand again. Try to give Rasengan attacks with different attributes. In the future, Naruto will create the wind-style spiral shuriken. Now Naruto is too young. The body cannot bear such violent ninjutsu, so it is enough to be able to master the nature transformation of ninjutsu. Chakra attribute changes, for ordinary ninjas, as long as they can successfully master them, you already have the qualifications to become a jonin. If there is no teacher to teach in person, it is almost impossible to successfully activate the chakra attribute on your own. In the original plot, Sasuke also had Kakashi's help to succeed. Changed the properties of chakra, learned Chidori, and my strength improved dramatically. My body is of wind attribute, so let's start with the change of wind attribute. Naruto began to control the chakra in his body. imagining it turning into wind in his hands. At this time, Ninetales seemed to know what Naruto wanted to do, and immediately started laughing. What a brat! Do you think it is so easy to change chakra attributes? Don't make me laugh. Ninetales laughed wildly, but Naruto remained unmoved. Feel the flow of chakra in your hands, and the next second you will feel the Rasengan in your hands, given the wind attribute. You deduce chakra attribute changes, understand the essence of chakra changes, and master the beautiful chakra attribute changes. Perfect chakra attribute changes, chakra attributes can be transformed at will. Ninetales, what were you talking about just now? Didn't I hear you clearly? Is a simple chakra attribute change as difficult as you said? At this time, the Rasengan in Naruto's hand was given the wind attribute chakra. Countless dense wind blades appeared on the originally rotating chakra sphere. When such a chakra touches the opponent's body, it may immediately crush the attacked part. Ninetales was about to speak when he saw the Rasengan in Naruto's hand suddenly changed. The wind blade originally attached to Rasengan's body suddenly disappeared. The entire Rasengan turned into a burning fireball. Fire Rasengan, Thunder Rasengan, Water Wave Rasengan, Chanjun Rasengan, Wind Rasengan. Naruto at this moment is like a magician. The spiral in the hand is endowed with 5 chakra attributes one after another. Ninetales was shocked and speechless. This brat, why does he feel like an old man? Ninetales' eyes suddenly revealed a hint of confusion. Naruto's talent and mind showed that it's really not like a 6-year-old child who realized that he was being watched and actually hid in the spiritual space to practice. The only thing that can restrain Naruto now is this young body. Sage Art Spiral Wind Style Shuriken. Before Ninetales could recover, Naruto cast Shadow Clone. Let your clone cast the Spiral Wind Style Shuriken. It doesn't matter if you get injured. Naruto also lifted the restrictions on Sage Mode. At this moment, Naruto put a touch of orange eyeshadow in the corner of his eyes. This is the sign of turning on Sage Mode with all your strength. Around Naruto's ninjutsu clone, a strong wind blew, and a powerful aura burst out. Even Ninetales had a vague feeling that this ninjutsu could hurt him. I saw Naruto's clone, while throwing the Sage Art Spiral Wind Style Shuriken. Because he suffered huge backlash, he disappeared directly, while the ninjutsu flew towards the depths of the spiritual space. The moment it hit the edge, a violent explosion broke out. If the amount of chakra is enough, it might be comparable to my tailed beast bomb. How much potential does this brat Naruto still have? Was my previous attitude a little too much? And Naruto didn't have the time to pay attention to Ninetales' psychological changes. Instead, he laughed. Here he can perform ninjutsu at will without worrying about being discovered by the third Hokage. Karama! How are my ninjutsu? Did you feel any surprise? I said that I will change the entire ninja world in the future. Let all mantises be free. A bright smile appeared on Naruto's face, and he once again made his declaration in front of Ninetales. At that moment, Ninetales even felt his heart beating for a long time. Freedom, it has forgotten what it feels like. Ever since Senju Hashirama appeared, the tailed beasts seem to have lost their dignity. Having always been regarded as a tool for people to use, Ninetales' heart began to waver for the first time. Naruto touched his chin, regarding the power of the Sage Art Spiral Wind Style Shuriken just now, very satisfied. Sage Art's bonus to ninjutsu attack power is really huge. Normal Sage Mode, control of Chakra Ultimate, and familiarity with the body's meridians and acupuncture points, let Naruto try to deduce any ninjutsu. At this moment, Naruto had a bold idea in his mind. Since I can deduce ninjutsu, can I deduce the limits of blood succession? Bloodline limits can only pass on ninjutsu through blood, and even Sharingan cannot copy it. Otherwise, all the major ninja villages would not have to collect the corpses of ninjas with blood inheritance limits, just to prevent the blood inheritance limit from being lost. The bloodline limit is the fusion of 2 or more chakra attributes. And all ninjas, without bloodline limits, the chakra in the body also has only 1 attribute. Not to mention the ninjutsu related to creating blood succession limits, I can't even imitate it. But Naruto is different, perfect chakra attribute transformation, let him try to deduce bloodline limited ninjutsu. Naruto suddenly became quiet, which made Ninetales a little worried. I'm not afraid of Naruto being noisy, but I'm afraid of Naruto being quiet and acting like a monster. Nothing good will happen to this kid once he calms down. I don't know what Naruto will do next, what kind of shock it brings to myself. For the next 10 days, Naruto did not leave the mental space. All daily chores, including classes, are taken care of by Shadow Clone. Even Ninetales couldn't help it and began to worry about Naruto's condition. Hey, brat, please don't let anything happen to you. You said you wanted to change the ninja world. Let us tailed beasts live a different life. What would it look like if you fell here? Naruto suddenly opened his eyes, jumped up, stretched out one of his hands. I succeeded. The deduction of land done was successful. Water-type chakra plus thunder-type chakra, it's really not easy to fuse them together. It's worthy of the blood inheritance limit. If I hadn't had the perfect chakra attribute transformation method, there would be no way to deduce it. A ball of extremely bright chakra appeared in Naruto's hand. It is the Landun chakra in the blood succession realm, which combines the dual advantages of water style and lightning style, known as the legendary soft lightning. Not only is it powerful, but it is also extremely difficult to guard against. As users develop, can exert unimaginable effects and power. Landun Laser Circus. Dozens of water pipe thicknesses, like solid lightning, shot out from Naruto's hand. Even under Naruto's control, these lightning beams can attack any target. Moreover, it is extremely fast, and ordinary opponents may not have time to react. He was already hit by ninjutsu. Boom! A series of explosions were particularly harsh in the sealed space. Even Nine Tails can feel the vibration of space. This brat. Nine Tails finally showed a shocked expression on his face, deducing the limits of blood inheritance. Is this something an ordinary ninja can do? If there are people in this world who can do this, that must be Sage of Six Paths too. Karama. How's it going? I have mastered another very powerful ninjutsu, Naruto said proudly with his hands on his hips. The past 10 days have not been wasted. Comprehension heaven-defying is really powerful, but the deduction is still very time-consuming. Fortunately, what Naruto doesn't lack most now is time. Now he is still a 6-year-old child. What's the big deal? It's just a ninjutsu. With this little ability, I haven't taken it seriously yet. Next time you come, bring more grilled fish. Nine Tails had a stubborn look on his face and had unknowingly approved of Naruto. But as Nine Tails, it is simply too difficult for him to take the initiative to show friendship to ninjas. Originally, Naruto thought that Nine Tails would continue to ridicule him. Unexpectedly, Nine Tails actually asked me to bring it some food. Naruto naturally understood what Nine Tails meant, a piece of cake. Naruto had an expression of surprise on his face and said excitedly, Nine Tails is willing to recognize itself, and is even happier than Naruto who just introduced the blood inheritance limit. And at this time, in the office of Third Hokage, a strange figure appeared. There is a cross scar on his chin, and his head and right hand are tightly wrapped in bandages. Only one eye was exposed, and the whole person exuded a sinister aura. What a rare visitor, Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen was not surprised at all when he saw Danzo's appearance, as if he knew Danzo would appear today. He said calmly, that boy Uzumaki Naruto has great talent, he should be trained by Jen. Such a talent should not waste time in the ninja school. Nine Tails Jinchuriki should be allowed to contribute to the village as soon as possible. Shimura Danzo directly explained his purpose of coming. Recently, he had received some information from the village. Naturally, Naruto's display of his talent could not be hidden from Danzo, the root leader. He must fight for such a powerful force. Do what you have to do, Danzo. There is no need to mention this matter again in the future. Naruto is not suitable for training at General Nine Tails Jinchuriki is arranged by me. Shimura Danzo took a deep breath after hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's answer. He suppressed his inner anger and continued. This is for the good of the village. Naruto must fulfill his talent as soon as possible. As a Hokage, you should think more about the village, not your Sarutobi clan. Before Shimura Danzo finished speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen stretched out his hand and interrupted. I am the Hokage. You just need to do your part. Why? Shimura Danzo felt like his lungs were going to explode. For so many years, Sarutobi Hiruzen used Hokage's name to suppress him every time. At that time, it was just because I hesitated that I missed the Hokage position. He has been suppressed by Sarutobi Hiruzen. If there's nothing else, you can leave first. I still have a lot of village affairs to deal with here. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately ordered him to be kicked out without looking at Shimura Danzo again. There was a hint of fierceness in his eyes. He is already old, and his son Sarutobi Asuma is average in strength. Konohamaru is still young. If he can make Naruto completely determined to be controlled by the Sarutobi clan, then their family can always control Konoha. The power of Nine Tails Jinchuriki must not be allowed to be touched by others. Danzo had no choice but to leave with a trace of unwillingness. Irika didn't know how many times he sighed today. Since Naruto defeated Sasuke in the last competition, he couldn't tell the difference anymore. The person who came to school today, is it Naruto's clone or his true body? It's impossible to tell just by looking at it and smelling it. The gap between humans is really wider than the gap between humans and dogs. Since losing to Naruto last time, Sasuke during this time, he became even more crazy, practicing day and night, vowing to defeat Naruto next time. The two of them cannot get closer than 3 meters apart, otherwise they will definitely quarrel. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned a blind eye to the matter of using his avatar to teach. Naruto has defaulted to this behavior. With the physique of the Uzumaki clan and the chakra of Nine Tails, coupled with the surveillance and protection of Umbu ninjas, there will be no danger. Before you know it, 6 years have passed. Naruto is 12 years old and will graduate from ninja school soon. During 6 years, Naruto's body has already given up on the ninja school, and he can no longer squeeze out of his mind. When was the last time I went to ninja school? I just sent a clone to handle errands. Irika even went to see Sarutobi Hiruzen personally because of this matter, asking Naruto to go to ninja school, but he was rejected by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sealed space. In the past few years, Naruto has successively deduced several blood inheritance limits. Not only is the power amazing, but the deduction speed is also getting faster and faster. Nine Tails is almost numb, it can no longer imagine, is there any ninjutsu in this world that Naruto cannot master? Coupled with Sage Mode, even Nine Tails is looking forward to Naruto's performance in actual combat. Understand the perfect Sage Mode, you can refine the magic chakra in any state. You understand the perfect Sage Mode, deduce natural energy absorption, and understand the Immortal Curse Seal. Immortal Curse Seal, you can store the Immortal Chakra infinitely. Unknowingly, Naruto has realized the perfect Sage Mode. The reminder in his mind made Naruto even more happy. Limited by his current body, the total amount of magical chakra he can refine is limited. The emergence of the Immortal Magic Seal perfectly solves this problem. Now, with the blessing of Shadow Clone Training Method, Naruto's progress is quite exaggerated. Apart from going to the forest to catch some prey and grill fish, I spend most of my time hiding in my room. Enter the sealed space of Nine Tails to deduce various ninjutsu. As time goes by, some of the clones have already been released. It made many Umbu ninjas relax a lot. Normally at Naruto's house, only 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen would come occasionally to brainwash Naruto, but Naruto fooled him every time. Other than that, there were no visitors. Naruto was happy with it. Leisure. Naruto began to try to use the Senjutsu seal, a mark similar to the 3 Megatama, appeared in Naruto's palm, flashed and slowly disappeared into Naruto's skin. The energy of the magic chakra is hidden in the curse seal. You usually accumulate some magic chakra. Just in case, Naruto even had a bold idea in his mind, can my own magic chakra be used by others? Kid, bring more grilled fish and barbecue next time. So what if the old guy from 3rd generation finds out? The two of us together are invincible. Nine Tails began to complain. The snacks Naruto brought him every time were not enough to fill his teeth. But Naruto's every move is monitored by the Umbu ninja. No matter how much Naruto eats, it is also impossible to consume huge amounts of food, and Sarutobi Hiruzen will definitely become suspicious once discovered. Do you want me to become a rebel ninja of Konoha now? It won't be long before the ninja world will be in chaos. That's when it's a good opportunity for us to take action. Don't be impatient, I will do what I say. Naruto glanced at Nine Tails as if looking at a retard and said casually. Nine Tails had an arrogant expression on his face, snorted coldly and said nothing. And at this moment, in Konoha's Hokage building, 3rd Hokage Hiruzen looked at a pile of photos on the table. We are thinking carefully about how to distribute these children. The orphan of the Uchiha family. Nine Tails Jinchuriki Naruto. In addition, Sakura, who is from a civilian family, should be able to do it. She seems to have the talent to become a medical ninja. Heite Kakashi is a disciple of 4th generation and knows some ways to use Sharingan. Jonin is the perfect leader for this team. A smile appeared on Sarutobi's face, he was very satisfied with his allocation. For his son Sarutobi Asuma, the members of the team are even more heavyweight. Yamanaka Ino, Akimichi Koji, Nara Shikamaru. Asuma and Hong have become closer recently. As expected of my son, he has good taste. Kakashi spends all day hanging out with Guy. The only person who can match Hong is my son. Hayaga Hinata, Inyazuka Kiba, and Abarame Shino. These 3 people should be assigned to my future daughter-in-law. In this way, all the future heirs of the big families in the village will be carefully allocated by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hayaga Niji, Rock Lee, Tenten. The troublesome brat of the Hayaga family, Rock Lee, a commoner who doesn't know ninjutsu, plus Tiantian, who is not very talented, just leave it to Might Guy. After doing all this, Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his head. Recently, Konoha has received some information. The Kingdom of Sand and some small ninja villages seem to be plotting something. Just as Kakashi arrived, you can move all the Umbu ninjas around Naruto and let Kakashi look at Naruto from now on. One day later, as Naruto easily performed Shadow Clone, as well as various ninjutsu taught in the school, successfully graduated from the ninja school as the #1 student in this class. The person behind him is naturally 10,000 years second child Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke didn't know how much thought he put into it in 6 years. No matter how he practiced, I can't catch up with Naruto either. Naruto, one day I will surpass you. I have too many burdens on my shoulders and I absolutely cannot fail. Sasuke looked at Naruto laughing and joking, and couldn't help but feel angry. Clenching his fists, he secretly made up his mind. After the exam, all the 12 strongest Konoha players, including Naruto, were retained by Irika. Sakura and Ino were arguing endlessly, vying to sit next to Naruto, and started fighting. Naruto didn't react at all, as if he was used to the two of them being like this. You are all the best students in this class. Master Hokage has assigned you, Jonin will teach you accordingly. As soon as Irika finished speaking, several people wearing Konoha's classic green battle uniforms, they walked into the classroom one after another. Heite Kakashi, Sarutobi Asuma, Ui Kurane, and Might Guy. The person in the same team as Naruto must be my little Sakura. Ino, please give up. A proud smile appeared on little Sakura's face. She looked at Ino next to her confidently and said, "You are the one who is wishful thinking, Ino. The only person who can be with Naruto is me." After hearing what little Sakura said, Ino shouted dissatisfied. Not far away, Hinata and Tenten looked helplessly at Sakura and Ino who were fighting over each other. But in my heart, I also wanted to be with Naruto. Irika looked helpless and said loudly, "Quiet. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura-chan are a group. Your teacher is Seiki Kakashi. Shikamaru, Koji, Ino are a group. Your teacher is Sarutobi Asuma. Shino, Kiba, and Hinata are in a group. Your teacher is Ui Kurane." This is Irika's announcement. Everyone has been assigned to each team. Some are happy and some are worried. Ino was dejected. She didn't expect that she would be separated from Naruto soon. My heart is full of sadness, but little Sakura is so happy. As long as he can stay with Naruto, he will do anything. Ino's appearance made Shikamaru very helpless. He had already learned from his father's mouth that news about future members of their group and teachers. Ino is so slow. Then he turned his attention to Ui Kurane, and then looked at Asuma beside him. It looked like it was no wonder he was like this. As a commoner, Ui Kurane was actually assigned to be a student of the Konoha family. It seems that the third Hokage wants to fight them with the Sarutobi clan, tightly bound together. Hello Kakashi-sensei. In the future, I want to become a man who surpasses all previous Hokages. Please give me your guidance. Naruto jumped up from his seat first and put one foot on the table. Said to Heite Kakashi, "Uzumaki Naruto, he truly deserves his reputation. Learn multiple shadow clone at the age of 6 and let the clones do mischief." Kakashi and Asuma both had black lines on their faces, while Ui Kurane covered her mouth and smiled softly. "Red and I are leaving first, wish you good luck." Asuma took a puff of cigarette and patted Kakashi on the shoulder sympathetically. Then Yuhi-hon left with his students. "As expected of you Naruto. I support you." Little Sakura looked at Naruto with admiration on her face and looked like a nymphomaniac. Sasuke on the side screamed, crossed his arms, and turned his head to the side, paying no attention to Kakashi standing aside. "Listen up, you guys, it's not that easy to become a member of my Kakashi copying team. We will conduct a test tomorrow, and those who fail will be kicked off the squad. No food allowed tomorrow morning, gather at the designated location." Kakashi clapped his hands, said to Naruto and others, and then disappeared directly into the classroom. Sasuke and Sakura were left confused, while Naruto smiled and said nothing. Sure enough, Kakashi is causing trouble again. Sasuke suddenly stood up and left, but he was thinking about Kakashi. Seems even more annoying than Naruto. Looking at Sasuke's leaving figure, Naruto said goodbye to little Sakura. He also returned to his home, and in his perception, the Umbu ninja who monitored him, they have all disappeared. It seems that because of Kakashi's arrival, the modern Hokage no longer worries about itself. Early the next morning, Naruto, Sakura, Sasuke, and 3 others arrived at the place designated by Kakashi on time, waiting for Kakashi's arrival, ready for their test. "Naruto, what are you doing?" "We are here to take Mr. Kakashi's assessment. You don't want to have a picnic here, do you?" "Teacher Cassie said we can't have breakfast." Little Sakura looked at Naruto and magically took out the wood and a few big fish ready to grill them here. He looked around in panic, his face full of worry. "If you fail to pass Mr. Kakashi's assessment, you will most likely be judged as an unqualified student. In the worst case, they will be sent back to ninja school to study again." "Fool." Sasuke glanced at Naruto and little Sakura, cursed secretly in his heart, and turned his head away from Naruto and little Sakura. "It's okay, Sakura-chan, don't worry, my skill at grilling fish is very high." Naruto had a smile on his face and waved his hand to little Sakura, telling her not to be afraid. Naruto had already sensed Kakashi's presence. The 3 of them were observed in the woods not far away. This old-fashioned method of grabbing the bell is so outdated and full of deep feelings. Cassie said it was for an assessment, but more probably she wanted to take this opportunity. "Let's have a good experience of the scene when you competed for the bell with Uchiha Obito and Nohara Rin. Time flies by so fast, it's almost noon before I know it." Gyelyalu. Sakura and Sasuke suddenly made a sound in their stomachs. Because he followed Kakashi's order and didn't eat breakfast, a few hours passed, and the 2 of them were so hungry that their eyes were filled with gold and their hearts were filled with gold. "What the hell is Teacher Cassie doing? You won't forget that we will be assessed today, right?" Little Sakura was a little angry. Teacher Kakashi was late for such an important thing. "This is too much. Asshole, are you kidding us?" Sasuke couldn't help but get angry, and looked at Naruto with little Sakura. I saw Naruto half lying on the ground leisurely, and several grilled fish being grilled. The aroma of grilled fish, it makes Sasuke and Sakura feel even hungrier. "Come here and eat fish, let you have a taste of my craftsmanship. Maybe Mr. Kakashi won't show up, let's just treat it as our group's first picnic. As he spoke, Naruto handed each of Sakura and Sasuke a piece of grilled fish. He also picked up a piece of grilled fish and ate it. Kakashi, this guy, deliberately made them hungry. The purpose is to test their team spirit. This low-level method, Naruto feels uncomfortable no matter what he thinks. Just prepare firewood and grilled fish, and feed little Sakura and Sasuke. It's so delicious, Naruto. If Naruto can keep grilling fish for me from now on. Little Sakura took a bite of the grilled fish, with a happy smile on her face. She had never eaten such delicious grilled fish, let alone Naruto grilled it for him. Thanks. Sasuke also whispered, although he always regarded Naruto as his opponent in his heart, but facing Naruto's kindness, Sasuke still chose to respond. The feeling towards Naruto in my heart deepened even more unknowingly. Naruto and the others had enough to eat and drink, and continued to wait for Kakashi under the shade of a tree. Kakashi, who was observing the three people not far away, had a depressed expression on his face. Unexpectedly, Naruto actually acted out of common sense. Not only did he not listen to his orders, and also helped little Sakura and Sasuke. Oh, I'm so sorry. I got lost somehow. Okay, let's get ready to start our assessment. Kakashi walked up to the three of them and tried to kill little Sakura and Sasuke with a harmless look. The general gaze simply chose to ignore it, and took out a bell from his pocket. Today's assessment is based on the cooperation of the three of you. Take the bell from my hand and the test will be considered a success. How's it going? Isn't it easy? Then let's get started. After saying that, Kakashi tied the bell around his waist and walked directly to the center of the clearing. He took out a book and began to read it intently. It was his favorite intimate paradise. Little Sakura Sasuke, leave the rest to me. As long as we grab the bell, we will pass the test. Naruto put his hands on his hips and twisted, and said to little Sakura and Sasuke beside him, ignoring the surprised expressions on Sasuke and Sakura's faces. Naruto sprinted straight towards Kakashi. It's so fast. It seems there is no other way. Let's continue watching Kissing in Paradise. Kakashi saw Naruto rushing towards him out of the corner of his eye. I didn't expect Naruto to be so fast and put away the intimacy paradise. Naruto, this guy wants to be in the limelight again. Sasuke gritted his teeth with an angry look on his face, and the good feeling that just arose in his heart. He disappeared immediately, took out his kunai and wanted to join the battle. Kakashi jumped back and dodged Naruto's fist. I saw Naruto forming seals with his hands, and dozens of clones instantly surrounded Kakashi. Multiple shadow clone technique. No wonder I dare to challenge it alone. I have learned such advanced ninjutsu. Before Kakashi finished speaking, dozens of shadow clones rushed towards him. The melee begins instantly. If you release such a shadow clone all at once, chakra may not be enough. Kakashi kindly reminds you to know the chakra consumed by multiple shadow clone techniques. It is far from comparable to ordinary ninjutsu, otherwise it would not be listed as a forbidden technique. With Kakashi's current physical condition, he can only release a few at most. And act like Naruto, who uses his chakra without any scruples and tries to defeat the enemy with human wave tactics, but it's quite dangerous. How come the strength is so great? How much chakra are allocated to these clones? Just how much chakra are allocated to these shadow clone? Kakashi covered his chest with his arms and took a hard kick from Naruto's shadow clone. There was only a bang, and Kakashi flew backwards. Kakashi was glad in his heart. Fortunately, he had put away the intimate paradise. Otherwise, I am afraid that I will overturn in front of my three disciples. Fire-style great fireball technique. Kakashi quickly formed seals with his hands, spit out a large ball of fire from his mouth, and shot towards the many clones. Naruto's shadow clone was unable to dodge and was instantly hit by Kakashi's fire style. There was a violent explosion, and the airwave swept over instantly. Sasuke and Sakura looked at the scene in front of them in surprise. Stunned in place for a moment, even Sasuke calmed down. The hand holding the kunai began to slowly survive, and the anger in his heart disappeared. Naruto, how far have you come? Do I still have a chance to catch up with you? The little Sakura on the side was full of excitement. She knew that Naruto was very strong, but I didn't expect that even Jonin would be forced into a panic by Naruto. The numerous shadow clone just now almost snatched the bell around Kakashi's waist. So handsome. Kakashi-sensei, don't underestimate the enemy. There are still some tricks that I haven't used yet. Naruto came out of nowhere, put his head in his hands, and said cheerfully. As Kakashi's father's disciple, Naruto would not kill anyone. In the future, Kakashi will become his right-hand man. At least let Kakashi see his current strength clearly. It seems I underestimated you, Naruto. Kakashi's tone was a little envious. He didn't expect Naruto to lose so many shadow clone. It still doesn't seem to have any impact at all. It's Nine Tails Jinchuriki as expected. The amount of chakra in the body is really scary. Naruto smiled slightly and didn't answer. He rushed forward and got into a fight with Kakashi. The punches hit the flesh, making bursts of banging, banging, banging sounds. Sasuke was no longer angry in his heart, just because of Naruto's current taijutsu skills, it has far surpassed him. Fire-style great fireball technique. Naruto and Kakashi collided and quickly retreated with the force in the opposite direction. He made a seal gesture and immediately activated his ninjutsu, a great fireball technique much larger than the one released by Kakashi, flying close to the ground towards Kakashi at extremely high speed. When did Naruto learn the great fireball technique? How could it be so powerful? Sasuke was even more dumbfounded. You must know that fire style is a ninjutsu that the Uchiha clan is very good at. Under Itachi's tutelage, he was already able to skillfully release before the Jonin school existed, but compared to the great fireball technique released by Naruto in front of him, it was not on the same level at all. Hey, this is really scary. Is this a ninjutsu that genin can unleash? As expected of a teacher's child, Kakashi finally panicked. Faced with the great fireball technique with such a wide attack range, it's too late to escape now. Earth-style wall. The moment the great fireball technique hit him, a solid wall of earth appeared in front of him. He quickly emerged from the ground and stood in front of Kakashi. In just an instant, both sides of the earth flow wall were shattered by the huge power of the great fireball beam. Only a small piece of earth flow wall in the middle was left, firmly protecting Kakashi behind. Kakashi just breathed a sigh of relief when he felt behind him something was approaching quickly. He reached out and took off the blindfold blocking his eyes. He took out his kunao and collided with the opponent. Click! The sound of kunao colliding resounded through the square, and Sakura and Sasuke, we've all forgotten about the breathing cards. The battle between Cassie and Naruto was so exciting. Sasuke saw a Sharingan exposed by Kakashi and had a complicated look on his face. Clenching their fists tightly, Kakashi and Naruto fought together again. Hoo ho ho! In just a few minutes, Kakashi began to breathe heavily. Since he did not have the physique of the Uchiha clan, Sharingan was forcibly transplanted. It put a huge strain on his body and the amount of chakra increased dramatically. As expected of Mr. Kakashi, the more Naruto hit, the more excited he became, and his strikes became harder and harder without realizing it. Even the speed has increased by a notch. Fortunately, Kakashi turned on Sharingan. Otherwise, even Naruto's taijutsu might not be able to resist it. At this moment, Kakashi was a little embarrassed, with a wry smile under his mask. If you fight Naruto with all your strength, you will definitely defeat him, but he has to recuperate for a long time. If word spreads, he will copy the name of Ninja Kakashi. I'm afraid it will be destroyed. Fire-style great fireball technique. Continuous fire. Next, Naruto didn't hold back and spit out fireballs as fast as flying. Kakashi's scalp was numb when he saw it, and he kept making seals in his hands, showing a series of earthly evils. Quickly appeared from his own feet to resist Naruto's attack. Kakashi noticed that Naruto's hand seal movements were quite concise, almost close to the Muji release ninjutsu, Immortal Magic Seal. After a series of explosions passed, Kakashi gasped for breath. Suddenly I felt a chill on my neck, and the bell on my waist was taken off. A helpless smile appeared on his face. As a jonin, he was defeated by a child who had just graduated from the ninja school. Suddenly, there was an unprecedented feeling, filling Kakashi's body, an unparalleled power entering his meridians makes up for the deficit of chakra. The feeling of fatigue and heaviness disappeared in just a few breaths. My brain has become more awake. Naruto, what did you do? Kakashi suddenly turned his head and said to Naruto, with shock in his eyes. Naruto showed off and took out the bell he grabbed, ignoring Kakashi. He shouted loudly to Sasuke and little Sakura who were not far away. Sasuke, Sakura-chan. It's done, our assessment is complete. Hearing Naruto's words, little Sakura and Sasuke ran over quickly. Little Sakura's face was filled with admiration. Sasuke looked at the bell in Naruto's hand with a complicated look on his face. Ahem, Class 7 is officially established today. Kakashi glanced at Naruto aside, he said with some guilt. He tried to activate Sharingan, and quickly looked around. The feeling of being extremely heavy in the body after activating Sharingan disappeared. It's as if he has Uchiha blood. This long-lost sense of relaxation gave Kakashi an illusion. He must ask Naruto later to find out if it was Naruto's fault. Naruto, you are so awesome, you are on par with Kakashi-sensei. Sasuke, did you see that? Sakura looked at Naruto with admiration. Sasuke and Kakashi looked embarrassed. This is no match, it's like Naruto holding down Mr. Kakashi's head and hitting him. Curse and little Sakura, you two should go back first. Naruto and I still have something to talk about. Kakashi coughed twice more and said to Sakura and Sasuke, he wanted to confirm whether the power in his body was caused by Naruto. If it was Naruto, what is his purpose? Could it be that there are any secrets about Naruto that the village doesn't know about? After a while, only Naruto and Kakashi were left in the square. Kakashi-sensei, how do you feel? Chakra feels good when used casually, right? Naruto didn't shy away at all and said to Kakashi, as a disciple of the fourth Hokage, the son of Konoha's White Fang, although Kakashi is not from a wealthy family, but in Konoha village, it still has considerable prestige. Otherwise, he would not have been elected as Hokage later. Kakashi-sensei, don't worry, this is just a ninjutsu I developed. Other than replenishing the chakra missing in your body, there are no side effects. It's just that it will become ineffective after a long time. When the time comes, I will just replenish it for you. Hearing Naruto's words, Kakashi frowned, not knowing how to answer. The third Hokage had told him that Nine Tails Jinchuriki was an important force in the village. But you need to take good care of him and report any problems to him at any time. But now with the strength that Naruto has shown and the ninjutsu he has mastered, it's not at all like what the information provided by third generation said. The Naruto in front of him made Kakashi feel like he was encountering an abyss, unable to see through and feeling a little dangerous. Naruto, what do you want to do? Kakashi hesitated to speak, but Naruto waved his hand and continued. You will know what you want to do later. If you can't help me, at least please don't stop me, Kakashi-sensei. After saying that, Naruto waved his hand and said goodbye to Kakashi directly. What he wanted to convey has been conveyed. As for what Kakashi will choose in the future, Naruto wasn't worried. Even if Kakashi went to report Sarutobi Hiruzen now, he wouldn't care. In the next period of time, Kakashi led Team 7 to start the task. Naruto and Kakashi both had a tacit understanding and did not mention the matter of the magic seal. Kakashi also didn't go to Sarutobi Hiruzen to reveal Naruto's changes. The emergence of the immortal magic seal is a timely help for Kakashi. Without the restraint of chakra, Kakashi feels that his strength has at least doubled. Delegating tasks is a very important thing for Ninja Village. From things as small as finding people and things to information on assassinations, they are all within the scope of tasks undertaken by the whole village. Moreover, the promotion of ninjas is also related to tasks. If a Chunin wants to be promoted to Jonin, in addition to Hokage's appointment, he also needs to lead the team to complete tasks of relevant number and level. He even has to complete several missions alone before he can pass the test and become a Jonin. As students who have just graduated from the ninja school, Naruto's team received the mission. Of course, these are all trivial things, and both Sakura and Sasuke are very dissatisfied. How can I reflect my value to Naruto just by catching cats and finding dogs? How much time am I going to waste on these boring things? I want to grow up quickly and kill Itachi. Little Sakura and Sasuke each have their own moods. Facing the assignment, third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen began to complain. In that case, just increase the difficulty of your mission a little. With Kakashi leading the team, there is still no problem in doing a sea-level mission. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the mission scroll on his desk carefully and said to Kakashi. Not long after, an old man who looked like a craftsman came out of the back room. Wearing glasses, his face was flushed, and he was holding a wine bottle in one hand. When he saw that the people who were going to escort him were actually three brats, he had a look of dissatisfaction on his face. Hey, I'm Master Naruto who built the bridge. Can a brat like this really protect my safety? While I am working on the bridge construction in the land of waves, you must protect my safety. Kakashi glanced at Naruto and said quickly, don't worry, I'm Jonin. What you entrust is just a sea-level mission. Even if I don't take action, my disciples are here to protect you, which is more than enough. Having Naruto on this mission with him was simply overkill, not to mention a simple sea-level mission. Even an A-level mission is probably not a problem. If that's the case, then it couldn't be better. Then let's set off now. A satisfied smile appeared on Tatsuna's face. Team 7 received the first mission to go out to Konoha village. After bidding farewell to Sarutobi Hiruzen, he left the village and escorted Tatsuna to the land of waves. Standing on top of the Hokage building, watching the people led by Kakashi gradually move away from the village, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded with satisfaction, and Kakashi led the team to do a sea-level mission. There will definitely be no mistakes, just a good exercise for little guys like Naruto. Outside Konoha village, the only way to the country of waves, Kakashi walked at the back of the team, and Tatsuna walked in the middle. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura walked at the front of the team. They are really fast. It seems that Konoha village is not monolithic. The information about them leaving the village was leaked so quickly. In Naruto's perception, Kiraikage's ninjas were ambushing them not far in front. Looking at Sasuke and Sakura beside him, they were listening carefully to Tatsuna's talk about the land of waves. He couldn't help but slow down and came to Kakashi's side. Kakashi-sensei, we seem to be being targeted. Hearing Naruto's words, Kakashi frowned slightly and couldn't help but become alert. After the battle with Naruto that day, he knew very well, Naruto didn't use his full strength at all, and Sharingan's burden was so heavy, it is not impossible to be defeated at the hands of Naruto in the end. Coupled with Naruto's special identity, Kakashi unconsciously became more and more cautious towards Naruto. Okay, I know. 10 minutes later, the laughter of Sakura and Tatsuna could be heard from the front of the team. Sasuke was also listening to the typing carefully, talking about the customs of Hanokuni. At this time, the two puddles of water they passed by before suddenly burst out, transformed into two black shadows, holding sparkling chain weapons full of beautiful spikes in their hands. He moved towards Naruto and Kakashi, and before they could react, Kakashi and Naruto were struck by this strange weapon. He was beheaded on the spot, his head missing. The tragic scene in front of them made Sasuke and Sakura look frightened. A second ago, everyone was talking and laughing, as if this was a sea-level mission. It was just to give everyone a chance to leave the village and have some fun. I didn't expect that there would be a sudden change. Something unexpected happened to Naruto and Kakashi. Dasna was so frightened that he took 2 steps back. He fell to the ground with fear in his eyes. After the two killers eliminated Naruto and Kakashi, he immediately attacked Dasna, his modified metal arm shining with a cold light. "Asshole, don't underestimate me, little Sakura. Protect Mr. Tatsuna. Leave these two guys to me." Sasuke reacted and said to the little Sakura next to him, taking out a kunai. He immediately rushed towards the two killers. "It's just a small role, it can be solved easily." The two killers looked at each other and nodded. The target suddenly changed to Sasuke. The weapon in his hand swung towards Sasuke. Fire-style great fireball technique. Sasuke formed a seal with his hands, and a huge fireball erupted from his mouth, shooting towards the two killers. A series of shurikens on the other side were thrown in the direction where the two killers were avoiding. The location where they were hiding was blocked. There was a sound of metal colliding, and the two killers, with a burst of smoke coming from their bodies, he dodged Sasuke's attack in embarrassment, and couldn't help but reveal a hint of ferocity in his eyes. How could Naruto? Seeing Sasuke fighting hard, little Sakura had tears in her eyes. When he thought that Naruto was killed in front of him, Chunin couldn't help but feel sad. He took out his weapon, got into a fighting stance, and protected Dasna. "Smelly brat. Keep Dasna, we can consider and let you live a life." "Ah." The two killers stared at Sasuke and Sakura in front of them. Before he could continue speaking, his body was hit hard. His vision went black and he fainted. I saw two identical Narutos taking action at the same time. Lightly Matsuji eliminated the two killers who tried to deceive Sasuke and little Sakura. With a bright smile on his face, "Sasuke-chan, Sakura, are you two okay?" Kakashi also appeared behind Naruto with a hint of shock in his eyes. The killer who was subdued by Naruto turned out to be a ninja from Kirikage Ninja Village. I didn't expect it to be Kirikage Chunin. The mission level exceeded expectations. This is not a C-level mission at all, but a B-level mission. Sasuke and Sakura looked at the appearance of Naruto and Kakashi in shock. Looking at the place where they were attacked, several pieces of wood appeared. It turns out that Naruto and Kakashi used the body replacement technique to avoid each other's attacks. At this time, Kakashi seemed to be a different person. His originally sunny and gentle temperament suddenly became violent, and he walked step by step towards the frightened Dejuna. "Hey, old man, you know what it means to lie about a mission, right? Even if I kill you and those two Miss Shinobi Chunin at that time, as long as it is written in the report that the client was killed because you lied about the mission, we will not be held accountable in the slightest. You understand this, right?" There is a huge difference between C-level missions and B-level missions. C-level missions will only encounter genin at most. Chunin's level of combat power will only appear in B-level missions and above. If you don't have yourself in the team to fight Naruto, a ninja team like Sakura and Sasuke who are going out on a mission for the first time, in all likelihood, they will all be killed. Feeling Kakashi's murderous eyes, Tajuna swallowed carefully and received "Listen to my explanation." At this moment, Dasna no longer had the arrogance he had before, acting like he was the client who paid for it. He immediately got up from the ground and knelt in front of Naruto and the others. The country of waves used to be a peaceful country. Both adults and children are working hard to create a better tomorrow. Just a few years ago, a bully named Cardo came to the country of waves. He is a criminal who commits all kinds of evil and leads his men. He directly occupied the country of waves and blocked the sea. From then on, everyone fell into a life of despair. Sasuke and Sakura were slightly shocked after hearing what Tajuna said. Unexpectedly, the country of waves they were about to arrive would have such a story behind it. "I must build the kingdom of waves, a bridge to the outside world. That way people from the country of waves can trade with the outside world through the bridge. No need to look at Cardo's face anymore, we can get rid of Cardo's control. Please continue to carry out the mission. Funds for building bridges are limited. I can only choose this way to complete my mission. Please forgive me. The people of Wave Country will always be grateful to you." Tatsuna knelt on the ground, his voice trembling, waiting for Naruto and others to pronounce their verdict. Kakashi looked at Naruto subconsciously. Just now, Naruto took action and instantly killed two Kirikage Chunin killers. The speed was so fast that even Kakashi didn't react. If Naruto hadn't made such exaggerated progress in the past few days, that's because Naruto let off steam in the previous battle with him. In that case, let's go to the country of waves. After all, with Mr. Kakashi's presence, we can easily complete even a B-level mission. When Tajuna heard Naruto's words, she shed tears of excitement. Originally, he had no hope anymore. The thought of having the opportunity to complete the construction of the bridge, he raised his head involuntarily and moved his target towards Kakashi. Since Naruto suggested it, let's go to the land of waves. If we go back like this, we won't have enough mission reward. I'm afraid this uncle has no chance of returning to the country of waves alive. Kakashi nodded thoughtfully and said to Tajuna in front of him, with Naruto and myself, even an A-level mission can be completed easily. Moreover, Naruto seems to be very interested in the land of waves. Even if I refuse, I'm afraid it won't have any effect. Hearing Kakashi's words, little Sakura let out a cheer. When I heard Tajuna talk about the kingdom of waves, my heart was filled with sympathy. It would be the best thing to be able to go to the country of waves and help the people there. Suzuki on the side had a surprised expression on his face. Kakashi is the captain of this team. Generally speaking, the captain has absolute control over the team, and he actually listened to Naruto's suggestion today. It's simply unbelievable to think that Naruto used the body replacement technique in an instant. After evading the attack of the Mist Shadow Killer, Suzuki couldn't help but clenched his fist. If it were him, he wouldn't be able to do it with complete certainty. Could it be that the gap between him and Naruto has reached an irreparable level? Watching Naruto easily take down the two Mist Shinobi's Chunin, Suzuki couldn't help but feel a little desperate. Thank you so much. Dasna stood up, wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, and said nothing more. He stood at the front of the team and began to lead the way. The Kingdom of Waves is not that far away from the Kingdom of Fire. In a few days, Naruto and his team had reached the edge of the Land of Fire. Next, as long as you take a boat, you can reach the country of waves in a short time. On the edge of the coastline, Naruto looked far away and could vaguely see a large area of islands. Indeed, as Dasna said, if Cardo controls maritime transportation, there is no way for people in the country of waves to leave. If Dejuna could build a bridge to the land of waves, then, you no longer have to be overcharged for protection fees by your card. Naruto and the others took the boat, and the journey went smoothly without being attacked. In this way, we arrived at the country of waves, and someone recognized Dejuna when we got ashore. Master Dasna, you are finally back. Okay, so we can start building the bridge. Don't worry, Master Dasna, we will all be here to help when the time comes. Along the way, everyone was greeting Dasna warmly. Even Naruto and his team received considerable preferential treatment. But after leaving the port and entering the village, what I saw was a different scene. Some people were dirty and just sitting on the street. There are also some children who are also begging. Look, since Cardo occupied the Kingdom of Waves, many people's lives have become like this. Dasna said to everyone, with a sad expression on his face. Even Kakashi was moved. He didn't expect that the country of waves would be bullied by a bully. It is too much to waste it like this. After crossing the street, Dasna led everyone to his home. From a distance, they saw a child running towards them. Grandpa, you are finally back, very good. Dejuna also smiled and ran towards the child and introduced to everyone that this was his grandson Inari. These are the ninjas Grandpa invited to protect Grandpa's bridge construction. After hearing Dejuna's words, Inari's expression changed. They are just people who took money from Grandpa to protect Grandpa. Kato, we still have to fight it ourselves. After saying that, Inari ran away angrily, leaving Tatsuna standing there with an embarrassed look on his face. I'm really sorry. Everyone, come with me and take a rest. Looking at Inari's back, Naruto couldn't help but sigh in his heart. In the original work, Inari's admired stepfather was killed fighting against the Cardo group. Inari thinks that these ninjas are just here to protect their grandfather because of the bounty, and will eventually leave the country of waves. I will really help them. At the same time, on a small island in the Kingdom of Waves, a man with a sinister face wearing a pair of round sunglasses rushed into a house with a large group of boys. It was the bully Cardo. I paid for it. That old man actually came back alive. Are your men useless? What Mist Shadow Killer calls himself a ghost? He can't even do such a small thing. Surrounded by many younger brothers, Kaduo kicked the door open. Pointing at the bold and grandiose Kirigage rebel ninjas sitting in the center of the room, the legendary Kirigage Kaijin, Mamakai Zabuza. Aha! An extremely huge sword brought up a violent wind. It suddenly appeared in front of Cardo, and the sharp blade made Cardo couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Since I accepted your money, I will help you kill the person. I will take action myself this time. Mamakai Zabuza put away his sword and said to Kato, he didn't expect that the 2 Chunin he sent would be killed. It seemed that the strength of the ninja who escorted the old man Tatsuna this time exceeded expectations. Bye, let's go on a mission together tomorrow. After hearing Zabuza's words, Haku, who was hiding in the room, walked out with a smile. Okay, Mr. Zabuza. Seeing that Zabuza didn't blame himself for the failure of the mission, he could only snort coldly. This mission must be completed. That old guy Dazina must die. After saying that, Kato took his little brother and left Zabuza's room. The next day, Naruto and his team, led by Kazuna, when we arrived at the place where the bridge was to be built, many people from the country of waves had already arrived in advance. After seeing Kazuna, he shouted excitedly and waved. This bridge is their hope. As long as the bridge can be completed, then they can get rid of Cardo's control, otherwise, you will always become a tool for the other party to make money. Then please, on behalf of everyone in the land of waves, thank you. Tajuna bowed deeply to Naruto and the others. If it weren't for Naruto, I'm afraid there would be no way for him to return to the land of waves alive. Under the leadership of Dazna, everyone began to build the bridge. It seems that the guy named Kato still refuses to let Dazna go. Naruto had a helpless expression on his face, and saw a very thick white mist from a distance. It began to spread toward everyone at a very rapid speed. Alert! An enemy is coming. Kakashi's face darkened, he took out his kunao and said to everyone, Suzuki and Sakura protected Tajuna behind them, and helped those who came to help build the bridge to leave quickly. You guys leave quickly. The killer's target is me. Dazna said anxiously, looking around, but what he could see was, there is only a vast white mist. There was a sound of breaking through the air, and a huge sword flew out of the mist. It flew over the heads of Naruto and his group, and chopped down on a tree not far away. The broadsword was deeply embedded in the tree, and a tall figure suddenly appeared in everyone's field of vision, standing on the sword. I didn't expect it to be the famous clone ninja Kakashi. Haha, it looks like there will be an exciting battle today. Mamakai Zabuza looked at the people at his feet. Half of his face was covered by a bandage, wearing the forehead protector of Kirikage Ninja Village on his head. A scratch passed through the mark of Kirikage Ninja Village. People can recognize at a glance that the other party is the rebellious ninja from Kirikage Ninja Village. Kirikage Ghost. Kakashi's expression changed. He didn't expect that the bully Cardo would invite Zabuza Mamakai. Now the level of the mission may suddenly rise from B level to A level. Everyone, be careful. This time our opponent is Kirikage's rebellious ninja. Protect Mr. Dejuna, and leave the rest to me. With that said, Kakashi reached out and lifted off the blindfold and turned on the Sharingan. Kakashi took a deep breath and felt the surging chakra in his body. There is no longer the heavy pressure of opening Sharingan. All thanks to Naruto's mysterious ninjutsu, you can now have a battle with the difficult opponent in front of you. It's really exciting. Let's start. Ninpo missed Shinobi Jutsu. Machi Zabuza laughed wildly, and the surrounding fog became thicker and thicker. The whole person disappeared directly into the heavy fog. Fire-style great fireball technique. Kakashi did not hesitate at all. Without the limitations of chakra, several consecutive rounds of great fireball technique were fired in various directions. There were bursts of explosions, mixed with suffocating heat waves, rushing towards the surroundings. The originally thick and ultimate mist, in just a few breaths, it weakened a lot. Your opponent is me. Kakashi's feet gathered chakra, and a powerful force burst out from his feet. Leaving an afterimage on the spot, it rushed towards the direction of Naruto and the others at extremely fast speeds. Boom! The sword in Mamakai Zabuza's hand collided with Kakashi's kunao. His intention to attack Dejuna unexpectedly was discovered. Mamakai Zabuza flew back, with a solemn expression in his eyes. He just noticed Naruto, as if his sneak attack was already expected. The feeling of being easily seen through by others gave Mamakai Zabuza some bad premonitions. I really underestimated your team. Hearing Zabuza's words, Kakashi smiled slightly. With Naruto's presence, he didn't have to worry about Dazna's safety at all. He even thought for a moment just now, if Machi Zabuza was killed by Naruto, wouldn't he have lost a good opportunity to test his strength? Indeed, you made a mistake by choosing to accept this mission. Kakashi didn't waste any time and rushed towards Zabuza, and the two sides fought again. Heavy fog spreads from time to time, and the great fireball technique shoots out. The scene was in chaos. When Dazna saw the fighting scene, his heart beat wildly. I didn't expect that the battle between ninjas would be so exaggerated. Dazna couldn't help but swallowed when he thought that such a person was chasing him. Fortunately, all the people from the Kingdom of Waves who helped him build the bridge have left. At least they will not be affected. Mr. Zabuza, it seems that we are in trouble. It's time for me to take action. As long as we can kill Dazna, our mission will be completed. By then, as long as Mr. Zabuzan can successfully retreat, we will win. Bai, who was on the edge of the battlefield, wore a strange mask on his face. He was anxious in his heart. The opponent Mamakai Zabuza encountered this time was really tough. It had been a long time since Shiro had seen anyone who could be on an equal footing with Mr. Zabuza. Water-style Grand Falls Technique. Water-style Grand Falls Technique. The surrounding air suddenly became moist. Machi Zabuza and Kakashi simultaneously released the Great Waterfall Technique, a super wide-range attack ninjutsu. Naruto immediately took Tajuna and Sakura SA away from the battlefield and retreated to a place where they would not be affected. Are you finally going to take action? Bye. Naruto suddenly felt a cold breath and saw huge ice mirrors around them. It was forming rapidly, and I saw Naruto hugging little Sakura and Tatsuna. he quickly escaped from the ice realm, but Sasuke stood still and didn't move. "Leave this guy to me, Naruto, protect Tajuna." Sasuke's face showed a look of determination. His strength was improving too slowly. This made him anxious. If even Naruto couldn't surpass him, how could he talk about seeking revenge against Weasel? "Okay, I will protect Mr. Dejuna. Just let go of your hands and feet and fight to your heart's content." Naruto just thought for a moment and decided to respect Sasuke's appeal for battle. Moreover, Sasuke was able to activate Sharingan from this battle, slowly integrating into the battle. This battle is also very important to Sasuke. Is it really okay? Wouldn't it be too dangerous for Sasuke to be alone? Sakura and Tajuna looked at Naruto with worried looks on their faces. Mamakai Zabuza, who just appeared, is already very dangerous. This mysterious ninja wearing a mask, can Sasuke really handle this on his own? "Don't worry, I won't let anything happen to Sasuke." Naruto's face showed a confident smile. Sasuke, Sakura and Kakashi are both people that Naruto cherishes very much. "I will never let them fall into danger and want to change the ninja world. It's definitely not enough on its own. Naruto also needs to rely on the strength of others. If we just destroy the 5 major countries, that would be too easy." First Hokage Senju Hashirama, although it ended the battle between ninjas, the ninja village system was created, but at the same time, the battle between ninjas was entering another era, fighting with the country as a unit. The number of people dying may not be much less than in the previous era. Naruto has made up his mind that what the first Hokage failed to do will be accomplished by his hands. Bai was actually good at making his own decisions and joined the battle. The battle between Zabuza and Kakashi has entered a fever pitch. Without the restriction of chakra, Kakashi seemed to be able to face Zabuza Mamakai with ease. After releasing the Great Waterfall technique at the same time, the two sides fell into a fierce battle. "You will die if you are distracted, Zabuza." Suddenly, white lightning flashed in Kakashi's hand, and there were bursts of harsh sounds. From Kakashi's hand, like countless flying birds, it's the lightning-style Chidori that Kakashi is famous for. A specialized ninjutsu that takes advantage of the characteristics of lightning-style ninjutsu and has super speed, and its unparalleled penetrating power allowed Kakashi to kill countless opponents. Asshole. Mamakai Zabuza's face changed drastically. He kept forming seals in his hands, and the surrounding mist became thicker. Used to cover his own figure, water avatars rushed in all directions, used to confuse Kakashi's sight, but with the blessing of Sharingan, this will have absolutely no effect on Kakashi. Kakashi has locked onto Zabuza Dokai's true form. At the same time, the battle between Shiro and Sasuke has begun. Sasuke has never encountered such a weird ninjutsu before. The opponent can actually create an ice mirror out of thin air and drill into it to attack. It's so fast that even the naked eye can't keep up. This is the limit of Bai's blood inheritance, the magic mirror ice crystal. "Come on, Sasuke." Teacher Cassie's side is almost winning. Naruto stood in the distance and shouted loudly to Sasuke. Chakra has accumulated in the body and can erupt at any time. As long as Sasuke is not in danger, Naruto will not take action. "It's so noisy, you stinky Naruto." At this time, Sasuke had many scars on his body, and blood was dripping from the scars. His mind was filled with angry emotions, and he suddenly opened his eyes. "Sharingan is on. I'm sorry, you must die for Mr. Zabuza." Bai's voice came from the ice mirror, with a hint of helplessness, but he showed no mercy. Looking at Sasuke, who was trapped in the magic mirror ice crystal, Bai started his more violent attacks. "Ha! How is it possible? He actually kept up with my speed." Shiro let out a cry of surprise. His fatal blow just now was actually dodged by Sasuke. Suddenly I saw Sasuke's eyes, those red eyes. He couldn't help but launch a more violent attack, and he couldn't delay it any longer. Very good. Sasuke dodged Shiro's first round of attacks with a look of surprise on his face. Sure enough, it works. Sharingan can detect the opponent's attack. Just at this time, Bai's speed suddenly increased to a new level. A scar instantly left on Sasuke's face, and countless ice needles shot out from the ice mirror. "Asshole. Naruto, can we only go so far?" At this moment, Sasuke looked at the ice needles flying in the sky, with a trace of despair in his eyes. His eyes clearly saw the attack, but now his body can't keep up with the speed. Such an intensive attack, even if Kakashi is in it, unable to resist because of fear, Sasuke closed his eyes in despair. Lava-style scorched river rock technique. At this moment, Sasuke heard Naruto's voice, and a burst of hot energy came from a distance. In Bai's exclamation, a ball of lava seemed to have the power to destroy the world, shoot towards the ninjutsu released by Bai. Just in the blink of an eye, while Sasuke and Sakura were stunned, the magic mirror ice crystal released by Shiro was smashed by the lava ball. Shiro himself, the caster, also fell from the mirror and fell directly to the ground. Those who attacked Sasuke went away. The white ice needles were directly vaporized by the hot energy and disappeared into the air. "Naruto, when did you?" Looking at Naruto running past him, Sasuke murmured to himself, Naruto quickly took out a kunai and controlled Shiro, who fell to the ground. We are companions, Sasuke. Believe in the power of your companions. After the matter is resolved, I will make you stronger too. Sakura-chan, tie him up and I'll go help Kakashi-sensei. Hearing Naruto's words, little Sakura reacted and quickly ran to Naruto's side. Help him control Bai. Afterwards, Naruto flew directly towards the battlefield between Kakashi and Zabuza. Zabuza Mamakai is indeed the ninja known as Mist Shinobi. The fighting power is indeed extremely powerful. Even with the blessing of his own magic, it's really surprising that Kakashi hasn't taken down the opponent for so long. On the one hand, the opponent's combat power is tyrannical, and on the other hand, it is Kakashi's first experience. Battle without chakra restrictions. Not yet familiar with this mode, there is no way to use all your combat power right away. I saw that the battlefield where Kakashi and Zabuza were fighting was in a mess. Countless big trees were cut off, the ground was muddy, and mist overflowed. This shows the intensity of the battle between the two. Zabuza suddenly threw his sword, wanted to delay Kakashi's offensive. Kakashi's rakery had injured his arm just now. If you continue to fight, I'm afraid you will die here. Has Shiro been defeated? Seeing Naruto rushing to the battlefield, Zabuza's eyes revealed a look of shock and anger. Unexpectedly, Bai didn't get rid of those brats. In this case, his assassination mission will be a complete failure. Zabuza was filled with anger. He was the one who killed Mizukage back then. He actually fell here. Kakashi. Just wait, I will definitely kill that old man. Zabuza was covered in blood at the moment, and even his weapons were thrown away in order to protect himself. He was in such a state of embarrassment. Even Bai, his closest friend, was defeated. Just when he was about to evacuate, Naruto didn't know when he came around behind him, a punch hit Zabuza in the back. Bastard boy, what did you do? Mamakai Zabuza felt that his whole body was weak, as if his acupuncture points had been sealed. Chakra was not under his control at all, and he fell from the tree to the ground. As a master of assassination, he was assassinated. I'm sorry, Mr. Zabuza. The moment Haku saw Mamakai Zabuza, a look of shame appeared on his face. Unexpectedly, Mr. Zabuza Mamakai also lost. However, as long as I can be with Mr. Zabuza Mamakai, even if he died, Bai didn't complain at all. Don't talk about this now. How do you want to deal with Kakashi? It's up to you. Zabuza had a helpless expression on his face. His dream has always been to return to the Kingdom of Water and fight back to Wuing Village. That's why he desperately accepted bounty missions and wanted to form a force of his own. Trying to win back Mist Shinobi just by relying on his own words and Shiro's words is simply a fantasy. Now everything has become Kyoka Suijutsu, and he actually fell into a small assassination mission, assassinate an ordinary old man from the Land of Waves, and the other party actually hired Kakashi, a clone ninja, to protect him. It's really not as good as God's calculations. Kakashi looked at Mamakai Zabuza and Haku, who were lying on the ground, and frowned involuntarily. There was no trace of chakra activity on these two people, as if they had been sealed away. He couldn't help but look at Naruto aside. Having come into contact with these two people, Naruto is probably the only one who can do it to this extent. Should Naruto be able to control the flow of chakra through that mysterious ninjutsu? Kakashi couldn't help but swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and he broke into a cold sweat thinking about this. If that's the case, once you fight Naruto, a person who has been implanted with mysterious ninjutsu has no power to fight back. Feeling Kakashi's gaze, Naruto saw Kakashi nod. I sealed the chakra in their bodies, but before dealing with them, it seems like there are still people who want to cause trouble for us. Naruto turned around and looked not far away, only to see a team of dozens of people. They were rushing toward them menacingly. These people held all kinds of weapons in their hands. An evil smile appeared on each face. I knew you, this loser, would mess up the mission. Fortunately, I have my own preparations. You guys, prepare to die for me. The wretched Cardo had a triumphant expression on his face. Fortunately, he did not completely trust Machi Zabuza. If Tatsuna was allowed to build this bridge, the country of waves will be out of his control by the time, no matter how much money is spent, there is no way to save the situation. Kakashi-sensei, leave these people to me. Naruto looked at these ferocious villains in front of him, with a murderous look in his eyes. It is these people, under the leadership of Cardo, who have caused so many people in the Kingdom of Waves to suffer. If it weren't for their arrival, the country of waves wouldn't know how long it would have been under their control. Now that they are all here, Naruto doesn't want to miss such a good opportunity. Kakashi nodded without saying anything and took a step back. In the shocked eyes of everyone, Naruto formed seals with his hands and shouted, "Fire-style Hoenn technique." A powerful breath burst out from Naruto's body, hot energy, it spurted out from Naruto's mouth like flowing lava. The flames, comparable to the attack range of the Great Falls technique, surged towards Cardo and his scum. This brat, how could I, Lord Cardo, die here? Cardo roared, his eyes filled with despair. Like a flood of flames, they were instantly surrounded, and those who tried to pass through the flames were instantly turned into ashes. In the blink of an eye, amid Kato's unwilling roar, everyone, including him, he was killed in an instant, leaving only black and gray dust on the ground. Is Kato dead just like that? Tatsuna had an incredulous expression on his face and looked at Naruto. The arrogant Kato and his men completely disappeared from this world. Even if there is no bridge leading to the outside world, no one will stop them. Several ninjas, including Kakashi, were even more shocked. The ninjutsu released by Naruto was so powerful that the place that was burned, it was like magma erupting from the ground, emitting waves of heat. This is the fire-style ninjutsu passed down from generation to generation by the Sarutobi family. How did Naruto learn it? It seems I still underestimate Naruto too much. Kakashi took a deep breath. Naruto became more and more mysterious in his eyes. What's the secret behind Naruto? For a 12-year-old boy to have such strong fighting power, even he can only accept defeat. Mamakai Zabuza felt a sense of despair in his heart. Naruto's thunderous methods made him a killer who lives on the tip of a knife all day long. I couldn't help but feel a little scared. Falling into the opponent's hands, I'm afraid it won't end well. Even as a traitorous ninja captured by Konoha, it is very likely that he will be traded with the Kingdom of Water. After all, he once assassinated Mizukage. He even killed all the students in the same period during a ninja exam. Take them to Uncle's house first. Naruto came to Zabuza and Haku's side and said to Kakashi beside him, now Kato, the chief villain of the Kingdom of Waves, has been killed by Naruto, but the chaos in the Kingdom of Waves, I'm afraid it won't end easily. The remaining forces of Kato will definitely continue to try to enslave the country of Wave. The best way is to control the Kingdom of Waves in your own hands. And Naruto also needs a piece of his own territory as a base to unify the ninja world. I want to tell everyone the good news. You are the saviors of the land of waves. Dasna said excitedly, cheering and running towards the village. He wants to pass this news to everyone in the Kingdom of Waves. Naruto and others returned to Tajuna's house with Zabuza and Haku. Strictly speaking, more than half of their mission has been completed. There will be no harassment from Kato. As long as Dasna's bridge is completed, they can then return to Konoha village. In just half a day, the news of Kato's destruction spread throughout the Kingdom of Waves. Countless people took to the streets to celebrate, and everyone in the Kingdom of Waves fell into ecstasy. Tatsuna's grandson Inari even idolized Naruto and the others who destroyed Kato and his gang. Tajuna proposed to hold a grand celebration party for Naruto and the others, but Naruto rejected it outright. Returning to Dajuna's home, Suzuki hesitated several times. Of course Naruto knew what Suzuki wanted to say. He had told Suzuki himself, if you want to become stronger, he can help. Teacher Kakashi, this time is just right for Suzuki and little Sakura to undergo special training. If there are any problems in the country of waves, leave them to me. Naruto said to Kakashi, Suzuki and little Sakura. Until now, none of them have received training in chakra control, let alone chakra attribute changes. Kakashi nodded without any hesitation. Unknowingly, he regarded Naruto as his superior. There was no resistance to Naruto's orders at all, as if Naruto was the captain of this team. Suzuki and little Sakura do need special training. Shinin will start soon. Suzuki had an excited smile on his face, while little Sakura had a look of despair. I originally thought that after completing the mission, I could rest and have a good time in the land of waves. I didn't expect that I would still practice. The next day, under the leadership of Kakashi, Suzuki and little Sakura began training in climbing trees and treading water. Naruto started trying out the body flicker technique in the yard of Tatsuna's house. You use the body flicker technique, understand the principles of the body flicker technique, and understand the Flying Thunder God. Flying Thunder God technique, you need to feel the marked position and arrange the formation to activate. You continue to deduce Flying Thunder God technique, improve and optimize Flying Thunder God technique, combined with the magical seal, you can teleport to any direction. Naruto smiled slightly. Heaven-defying comprehension is really amazing. Flying Thunder God technique was created from 2nd generation Senju Tobirama to the 4th generation genius Hokage Storm Minato, improved and had a dramatic qualitative change. Now Naruto can even teleport to the cursed seal through the celestial magic seal. Let's see if Suzuki and the others are slacking off. With a thought in Naruto's mind, the whole person disappeared instantly. Swish! Appeared directly in the forest where Suzuki and the others were training. Suzuki, who was trying to stand on the water, was trying hard to control the chakra attached to the solace of his feet. The sudden appearance of Naruto startled Suzuki and he fell into the water. Naruto, did you just cast Flying Thunder God? Kakashi took a breath. Since the 4th generation sacrificed, there is no longer a ninja in the village who can perfectly perform the Flying Thunder God technique. Although there are still people in Umbu who master Flying Thunder God, it takes several people to cast it together. Not only does it need to clearly mark the location, but it also requires formation assistance. Naruto indeed inherited the talent of the 4th Hokage. Well, the Flying Thunder God technique is really convenient. If you leave a mark in the village, you can return to the village immediately. Okay, you continue to practice. Naruto smiled slightly, after feeling the senjutsu seals of Zabuza and Haku. In an instant, I returned to Kazner's home again. The controlled Zabuza and Haku were startled by the sudden appearance of Naruto. Naruto looked at Zabuza, who was restricted from moving, and Bai, who looked nervous, had a faint smile on his face. Needless to say, Haku's life experience, if Zabuza hadn't been there, I'm afraid, he would have died on the streets long ago. Mamakai Zabuza was also a product of Kirikage's high-pressure policy. If it weren't for the bloody screening methods of Kirikage Ninja Village, Zabuza would still be a gentle person. Naruto's sudden appearance made Machi Zabuza's heart sink. The strength of the kid in front of me is really hard to see through. Whether it is the super-level fire style or the lava style that breaks the boundaries of the white blood successor, they are all extremely powerful, not to mention the body flicker technique that has no chakra fluctuations. If the Naruto in front of him was engaged in assassination, his name would be even louder than his own. If you can let Mr. Zabuza go, I am willing to cooperate with you to study the limits of my blood inheritance. Bai leaned forward, his eyes filled with determination. Said to Naruto, the value of his current existence is Mamakai Zabuza. If you can use your own life in exchange for the freedom of being uncontaminated, then Bai is willing to give his life. Shiro, stop talking. Konoha Shinobi Village is not a good thing. You brat, listen to me. I can use the bounties I have earned from doing tasks over the years to exchange for our freedom. If you are sensible, you'd better agree, otherwise don't let me find the opportunity, I will kill you. Mamakai Zabuza had a fierce look on his face. Although the chakra in his body had been restricted, he still released a violent aura. An ordinary person would have been frightened. Calculating the time, it should be almost. Naruto did not reply, Zabuza and Haku, but touched his chin and said thoughtfully. Then he saw a flash of cold light and all the ropes on Zabuza and Haku were cut off by Naruto. Come with me to a good show. Before Zabuza and Haku could react, Naruto had already come to Zabuza and Haku, put his hands on their shoulders, and disappeared with a swish, appearing in the streets of Wave Country. The Flying Thunder God technique is so convenient. Coupled with Naruto's magical seal, it is not too convenient to perceive because it is a shadow clone. He released a shadow clone in advance, and in just a moment, he appeared here with Haku and Zabuza in the streets of Wave Country. At this moment, in the streets of the country of waves, people's faces are filled with happy smiles. Although it seems that there is still a shortage of various supplies and food, without the existence of the bully Cardo, life will get better sooner or later. Suddenly, the end of the street became noisy. There was a burst of crying and yelling. Within a short time, the commotion had spread in front of Naruto. Zabuza and Shiro had puzzled looks on their faces. Naruto didn't know what to do. What exactly did they want to do when they were brought here? You poor devils. You don't think that since Mr. Cardo is not around, you don't need to pay protection fees, right? Mr. Cardo's territory is under my control from today on. You trash, if we didn't help you transport your things to sell them, would you be able to have enough to eat? Don't force me to do it. I won't be as merciful as Lord Cardo. After all, we are at the beach. It would be too convenient to throw you down to feed the fish. I saw a man with dark skin and a long scar on his face. He curled his lips and scolded the people around him. Behind him, there were a dozen shy-looking men following the long knives in their hands. The cold light of the array made people shudder. I need a subordinate to help me manage the country of waves. As far as I know, you also want to return to Kirigakure for revenge, right? Here you can form your own force and protect the villagers on the island. Just by simply controlling the maritime trade of the country of waves, you can make more money than if you were a killer, right? Naruto said calmly, his voice was so loud that it was almost clearly heard in the streets, in the ears of everyone, including of course the so-called successor of Cardo in front of him. Where did you come from, you little brat? You're looking for death, kill him for me. When the scarred man heard Naruto's words, he was furious and ordered to his men that this was the opportunity he had waited so hard for. As long as the people of the Kingdom of Waves surrendered, he could control the Kingdom of Waves like Cardo did before. Now it's up to you to choose. Naruto's thoughts moved, and Zabuza and Haku suddenly felt their bodies relax. The restriction of not being able to create chakra was lifted, and they looked at Naruto in surprise. At this time, Zabuza, no matter how stubborn he was, knew that Naruto was recruiting him, and he was very excited about Naruto's proposal. The Kingdom of Waves is located between the Kingdom of Fire and the Kingdom of Water. Even if I can't kill the Kingdom of Water now and go to Kirikage Ninja Village to take revenge, you can also harass them. Protect these people. Zabuza looked at the ordinary people who were frightened by the bullies and turned pale. He looked at Bai next to him again. Bai at that time, what's the difference with these people? This power. Zabuza and Shiro looked at each other. In their bodies, a powerful force suddenly burst out and merged with chakra. An unprecedented feeling of power filled the whole body. Naruto stood there, quietly waiting for Zabuza to make a decision. As for Haku, no matter what Zabuza does, he will follow him. Even if Zabuza chooses to die now, He deliberately released the Senjutsu seals in Zabuza and Haku's bodies. With the Senjutsu seal Tiku's chakra, their strength will be greatly improved, letting Zabuza know that his methods and strength are more than that. Call. Zabuza took a deep breath. No matter what ninjutsu Naruto cast, at this moment, Zabuza decided to surrender. The powerful power in his body alone made Zabuza feel invincible. If he had had this power when he assassinated Mizukage, he might have succeeded. You bastards! Kneel down immediately and apologize, hand over all your money, and our boss can consider sparing your lives. Otherwise, this will be your fate. One of the bullies, holding a long knife, threatened Naruto. With a flash of cold light in his hand, a wooden stake as thick as an arm was cut in two. Even if Kato dies, it won't be your turn for trash to take over. Do it. Zabuza's whole body exuded a murderous aura, his eyes were fierce, as if the actual murderous intent broke out in an instant. The faces of the bullies who wanted to take advantage of the Kingdom of Waves turned pale, and kept retreating. Their bodies were trembling, and they dared not continue to cause trouble to Naruto. Magic Mirror Ice Crystal. With a whisper, at some point, huge ice mirrors appeared all around. Blessed by the huge chakra of the immortal magic seal, the size and color of the ice mirrors changed greatly, and the area covered by the ice mirrors became much wider. The whole street is within the attack range of the magic mirror ice crystal. Quick, run! It's Kirikage Ghost. The scarred man, who was the leader of the bullies, suddenly remembered something. He had met Zabuza with Kato before, and he had no intention of resisting. He just wanted to get away from this devil as soon as possible. But it was already too late. There were countless white ice needles, like a heavy rain. Under Bai's control, all the bullies were shot into hedgehogs. In the blink of an eye, the smell of blood filled the streets, and the ordinary people in the land of waves were stunned. Those powerful bullies were all killed in the blink of an eye, just like the ninja master who was rumored to have eliminated Cardo. From now on, the country of waves will be managed by me, Mamakai Zabuza. If someone charges protection fees, occupies ports, and hinders trade, they will be your fate. I'm temporarily staying at Dazna's house. If anything happens, you can come find me there, Zabuza said loudly. He had already made up his mind to run the country of waves well and become Naruto's subordinate. He could see that Naruto's ambitions didn't stop there. It was better to be able to follow Naruto with Haku than to be a traitorous nin and be hunted down all the time. With the blessing of Naruto's sage seal, Zabuza was confident in killing ordinary jonin. If it weren't for elite jonin like Kakashi, there would be no threat to him at all. Long live Zabuza-sama. Thank you, Zabuza-sama. We won't forget you. After hearing Zabuza's declaration, the villagers of Wave Country, who were originally hesitant, suddenly became excited. They thought that Zabuza would take the opportunity to enslave them like the previous bullies, but they didn't expect that Zabuza would actually come to protect them. In the past 2 days, due to Cardo's death, various forces have become chaotic, because the country of waves is composed of dozens of islands. On other islands, there are still some bullies who are fishing in troubled waters, ready to receive Cardo's inheritance. If Buzen comes forward, I'm afraid it won't take more than a few days to calm down the country of waves. Enter the true era of peace. After hearing what the villagers said, Zabuza's face turned red. After so many years of licking blood with a knife, it was the first time that I was suddenly thanked so much by people. For a moment, the god of death was at a loss. Naruto nodded with satisfaction. If Zabuza did not agree to stay in the country of waves, he would not mind bringing the rebellious ninja of Kirigakure, the country of water, back to Konoha. Shiro's face was also in a daze. It was the first time in so many years that he saw such an expression on Zabuza's face. The first island is cleared. Naruto smiled with a smile on his face and clapped his hands at Zabuza and Haku. It would be great if the two of them were willing to stay and protect the country of waves. With the blessing of the immortal magic seal, and Zabuza operating in the land of waves, it won't be long before even the Kirikage ninja village is responsible for hunting down Ambu, the rebellious ninja. Knowing the news about Zabuza, I'm afraid I won't be able to kill Zabuza. Multiple shadow clone technique. Naruto made a seal gesture, and dozens of clones appeared with a bang, running wildly in all directions under the shocked eyes of everyone. These shadow clone, Naruto only spent a small amount of chakra. The difference is that in these clones, there are magical seals. Not only can it be used as a springboard for Naruto's Flying Thunder God technique, but because of the existence of the fairy magic seal, these clones can be active in the ninja world almost permanently if they are not killed or if Naruto takes the initiative to remove them. The next step is to clean up all the restless forces. The country of waves does not allow others to get involved. Hearing Naruto's words, Zabuza and Haku nodded heavily. Naruto's strength has gained their submission, unfathomable strength, average means. Zabuza, who is called the Kirigage demon, has no resistance in his heart at this moment. The opponent can limit the chakra in his body with just one thought. Without chakra, a ninja's strength is greatly reduced, and he is simply risking his life. Since he can live, even a crazy person like Zabuza, I don't want to die in vain. Yes, Zabuza responded quickly, and Haku also released the ninjutsu, standing respectfully behind Zabuza. When you find a new target, don't show mercy. Naruto's eyes suddenly lit up, and he put his hands on Zabuza and Haku's shoulders. In an instant, he appeared on a nearby island. There are more than a dozen bullies in front of me, bullying the villagers on the island. There was a cry. Cardo's death not only freed the Kingdom of Waves, but also planted the seeds of chaos. The wealth that Cardo acquired in the country of waves, these people see it clearly. Now that they have the opportunity to become the new Cardo, they are naturally eager to do so. Even some of the natives of the country of waves are ready to take action. Zabuza and Haku were extremely efficient. After a burst of screams and begging for mercy, all the bullies on this island were wiped out. In less than a day, with Naruto's cooperation, almost the entire country of waves has been cleaned up. Now everyone knows, a man named Zabuza Mamakai will take over the country of waves. In the evening, the sun is about to set. After a day of grueling training, Suzuki and Sakura-chan, under the leadership of Kaikaichi, he wandered back to Kazina's home. Suddenly, Kakashi raised his blindfold and took out a kunai. He looked warily at Zabuza and Haku, who were chatting with Kazuna in the courtyard. Suzuki and little Sakura were also shocked. This is Kirikage's ghost, a fierce man who even dares to assassinate Mizukage. There are no restrictions in front of them. Kakashi-sensei, don't be nervous. Mr. Zabuza will be the patron saint of Wave Country from now on. Just then, Naruto appeared. He walked up to Zabuza and patted him on the shoulder. Zabuza bent down slightly and nodded to Naruto. Kakashi took a deep breath. He didn't expect Naruto to make such a bold decision. The most surprising thing was that Mamakai Zabuza didn't refuse. Naruto, that's awesome. Little Sakura, who was originally exhausted, admired Naruto even more when she heard that Zabuza was willing to stay in the land of waves to protect it, and it seemed that Naruto had convinced him. Naruto! He would do such a stupid thing. Suzuki put away his kunai and originally thought there was going to be a big fight. Unexpectedly, Zabuza seemed to become Naruto's subordinate. As expected of being his opponent all along, it's really surprising. After just a moment of thought, Kakashi nodded in acquiescence. Ever since he met Naruto, the other person has shown too many unexpected abilities, and he had an intuition that Naruto would definitely change the ninja world in the future. As the son of Konoha's White Fang and a disciple of the fourth Hokage, he has seen enough of the darkness of the ninja world. Although he didn't know Naruto's ultimate goal, he was willing to guard Naruto. Go and see the fascinating and unknown future. Next, Dazna's home fell into a strange atmosphere. The two groups of people who were fighting each other to the death are now in the same room. It was as if nothing had happened. The next day, Naruto decided to train with Kakashi and the other three. Zabuza and Haku were sent by Naruto. Choose the right villagers to join them and search Cardo's lair. Cardo is in the country of waves, but it has been operating for many years. After plundering an unknown amount of money, Zabuza founded Naruto's forces. Protecting the country of waves requires a lot of money. Naruto, Kakashi and others came to the forest. Suzuki and Sakura, I have completed the initial training of climbing trees and treading water. Regarding the control of chakra, it has improved a lot, and its strength has improved a lot compared to before. It seems Kakashi still has selfish motives. Although Naruto didn't say anything, he was a little dissatisfied with Kakashi in his heart. Back in class 7, Kakashi was very partial. Only Suzuki is given special training. Even though Suzuki and Naruto have many similarities, nor would he ignore Naruto and little Sakura so much. In Kakashi's hands, Naruto and Sakura's strength has barely improved. However, this time it is different. Naruto, who has heaven-defying understanding, can give Suzuki and little Sakura more help. They still need to stay in the country of waves for a while. Dejina's bridge was only half built, and Naruto had plenty of time. He is going to help Suzuki and Sakura change their chakra attributes. Changes in chakra attributes mean that a ninja has undergone qualitative changes. Mastering chakra's attribute changes will at least have the combat power of Jonin. And the upcoming Chunin exam, it's also a great opportunity for Naruto, third generation, and its advisors and roots. It's time to withdraw from the stage of history. Kakashi-sensei, do you have the chakra test strips with you? After several people came to the forest, Naruto asked, want to help Suzuki and little Sakura change their chakra attributes? At least determine their chakra attributes first. Although Naruto already knew the ninjutsu and physical attributes they were good at, but in front of Kakashi, we still need to test and confirm. Kakashi was a little surprised, but he still picked it up from the small bag he carried with him. He took out the chakra test strip and handed it to Naruto. Sakura and Suzuki, you two concentrate the chakra on this test paper. It will show the properties of your body's chakra. Naruto took out 2 chakra test strips from his bag. It was handed to Suzuki and little Sakura. At this moment, the two of them had great trust in Naruto. Do the chakra properties test the way Naruto said. Little Sakura actually has 2 chakra attributes. Kakashi looked at the chakra test strip in little Sakura's hand and said with some surprise, I saw the chakra test paper, half turned into sand and half was wet. Explain the chakra attributes of little Sakura, which are earth attribute chakra and water attribute chakra. Little Sakura's talent has indeed not been fully explored. There are actually 5 chakra attributes that exist at the same time. Suzuki's chakra test paper was even more surprising. Sand, fire, water, wind, and thunder all appeared, which shocked Kakashi. This was the first time he saw it. One person actually has 5 chakra attributes. Naruto, do you want them to master the chakra attribute changes now? It's too early for them, Kakashi said with some hesitation. Chakra attribute changes have high requirements on the chakra in the body. Generally speaking, the older you are, the success rate of chakra attribute changes is higher. Hearing Kakashi's words, Naruto nodded. He had misunderstood Kakashi. It turned out that this was the other person's concern. Don't worry, Kakashi-sensei, with my guidance, maybe Suzuki and little Sakura will be able to. It won't be long before I catch up with you. Naruto smiled slightly. Suzuki and Sakura had surprise expressions on their faces after hearing this. From the conversation between the two, they knew that Naruto was going to give them a very powerful training. If it succeeds, their strength will increase greatly. Suzuki and Sakura will naturally not refuse such temptation, and look at Naruto expectantly. Look carefully, this is the attribute change of chakra. Naruto stretched out his right hand, and a ball of chakra appeared in his hand. Under Naruto's control, the chakra in his hand suddenly turned into a ball of flame, then turned into a spinning water ball, and then quickly turned into a ball of water. Rays of blue lightning. Kakashi-sensei uses the thunder attribute chakra, which is lightning style. Suzuki, the thunder attribute suits you very well. I will teach you how to change the thunder attribute chakra. Sakura-chan, you'd better change all the chakras of both attributes. When the time comes, I have a secret weapon to make you even more powerful. Hearing Naruto's words, Suzuki nodded. He also knew the principle of greed. Even though my body has 5 variations of chakra properties, but specializing in one is the wisest choice now. Little Sakura's face was even brighter. She didn't want to live up to Naruto's expectations. No matter how painful the training is, she will never give up. According to Naruto's teaching progress, maybe Suzuki and little Sakura's strength may really be close to mine. Kakashi felt the chakra surging in his body. I can't help but think of Naruto's methods. Now that Naruto has decided, he won't interfere anymore. Suzuki and little Sakura began further special training under Naruto's guidance. Chakra's nature transformation. At this time, Naruto, who was training, looked like a genin who had just graduated from the ninja school. He seemed to be an experienced mentor, guiding Suzuki and little Sakura to practice. The first stage of cultivation is to carry out nature transformation before there is no change in the chakra in your hand. You must keep injecting chakra until nature transformation occurs. Naruto still stretched out his hand, and a ball of ordinary chakra appeared. Under Naruto's precise control, chakra moved at a speed visible to the naked eye. The clarity turned into tiny streaks of lightning. Let Suzuki and little Sakura immediately know how to practice. Don't worry, Naruto, I will definitely master the thunder attribute chakra. Suzuki nodded to Naruto, immediately walked to the side, sat cross-legged on the ground, and began to try the chakra nature transformation. Little Sakura, you need to learn the 2 nature transformations of chakra as much as possible. The mission will be more difficult than Suzuki's, so come on. Hearing Naruto's words, little Sakura's cheeks turned red and she nodded heavily. He also started his own training, and with Naruto's guidance, all they need to do is practice hard. To practice chakra nature transformation, you need to consume a considerable amount of chakra. No wonder Kakashi is not in a hurry to train them in this area. However, with Naruto's presence, everything was different. Naruto has long been in the bodies of little Sakura and Suzuki. It leaves a magical seal that can slowly release a small amount of chakra to assist their practice. Otherwise, the amount of chakra currently in the bodies of Suzuki and Sakura, it only takes an hour or 2 for them to fall down from exhaustion. Kakashi-sensei, are you interested in taking a look at the lightning-style ninjutsu? Naruto came to Kakashi's side. The special training for Suzuki and Sakura will be divided into at least 3 stages. Now it is only the first stage, which just allows Kakashi to improve his own strength. As a clone ninja, Kakashi has always been physically burdened by Sharingan and cannot fight like a regular ninja. Kakashi has not yet established a new fighting mode. Naruto has to step forward and help Kakashi. Oh? Naruto, do you want to teach me ninjutsu? Kakashi smiled slightly. No matter how powerful Naruto was, I am at least known as a copy ninja. Although there are not as many ninjutsu in my mind as there are thousands of them in the legend, there are at least hundreds of them. It seems that I need to regain my dignity as a teacher. Naruto nodded and saw chakra starting to gather on Naruto's body. Rays of blue lightning covered Naruto's body. Teacher Kakashi, this is the lightning style chakra mode, known as the lightning style armor. While talking, Naruto began to show his speed. At this time, Naruto was like a blue lightning, traveling quickly through the forest without turning on Sharingan's Kakashi. It was impossible to keep up with Naruto's speed for a while. Naruto suddenly appeared in mid-air with a kunai in his hand. Naruto roared and threw the kunai with all his strength, aiming directly at Kakashi. The kunai was so fast that Kakashi didn't even have time to react. This pain has already passed through the big tree behind Kakashi, make a series of empty sounds. This is the ninjutsu of Cloud Shinobi Village. Kakashi was shocked inside, and his face didn't know when. She shed a series of cold sweats and turned to look at the place where Ku had just attacked. Not just the big tree behind him, but a dozen big trees in a row behind him, all were pierced by kunai. Naruto looked at his masterpiece with a smile on his face. I didn't expect the improvement in lightning-style chakra mode to be so huge. Lightning-style chakra mode can mobilize the chakra throughout the body. Attaching lightning to the body can activate the body, and you can gain extremely fast speed, and your defense will also increase at the same time. As the amount of chakra in the user's body increases, the defense and speed will continue to increase. Kakashi lifted the blindfold. Sharingan immediately activated. Start observing the chakra movement of Naruto's body. There are no chakra restrictions anymore. The lightning-style chakra mode of Cloud Shadow Village is perfect for Kakashi. Coupled with Sharingan's ability, Kakashi has the confidence to compete with cage-level experts. Naruto's huge movement made Sasuke and little Sakura stunned. Sasuke's eyes shone even more, and Sharingan opened unconsciously. Want to try replicating the lightning-style chakra mode? Thank you, Naruto. Naruto kept showing Kakashi and Sasuke the various attack methods of lightning-style chakra mode. Let Sasuke and Kakashi benefit greatly. I even asked Sasuke to activate chakra nature transformation, which was a few minutes faster. Soon after, except for Naruto, all three people, including Kakashi, entered the training mode. Little Sakura didn't dare to relax for a moment. With the blessing of Naruto's immortal curse seal, I actually want to perform 2 nature transformations on chakra at the same time. Don't want to waste any time. At the same time, Zabuza and Shiro were also very busy. Control the remaining forces of Cardo and organize the villagers of the Country of Waves to carry out sea transportation. There are also the bullies who came to the Kingdom of Waves after receiving the news of Cardo's death, hoping to fight against the autumn wind. This is a good opportunity for us to make a comeback. Maybe we really have a chance to fight back to Wuiying Village. Zabuza wiped the blood from the sword in his hand and said excitedly to Shiro next to him, in the past few days, they have been looking for Kato from more than a dozen strongholds. The money left behind is several 100 million taels. With so much money, even if Zabuza completes 1 assassination mission every day, I'm afraid I won't be able to make so much money until I die. Shiro nodded with a satisfied smile on his face. Now, except for Mr. Zabuza, the people of Wave Country also need him very much, which makes him want to live even more. In his opinion, Naruto is someone who really wants to protect the land of waves. They have purchased a large amount of food from the Kingdom of Fire and the Kingdom of Water. It can be shipped to the Country of Waves in just a few days. Then no one will go hungry anymore. In the forest near Dazna's house, a blue-white shadow was as fast as lightning, constantly shuttling through the forest. The strong wind brought by it can even make people breathless. It is Kakashi who is practicing lightning-style chakra mode. Kakashi, who is worthy of being called the copy ninja, mastered the lightning-style chakra mode in such a short period of time. Naruto was a little surprised to know that the person who mastered the thunder armor in Cloud Shadow Village, but being qualified to become a Raikage is enough to show that Kakashi's talent is not weak. When I return to the village this time, I must compete with Guy to see who is the strongest. Kakashi was very excited. In the Konoha Shinobi village, if anyone could match him, that's only Guy. As a rival for many years, Kakashi has full confidence at this moment. Surpass Guy and become the well-deserved #1 among their generation. Chidori, a sound of birds chirping suddenly came from the side, and Sasuke's hand lit up with lightning. Powerful chakra gathered in his palm. Sasuke not only completed the transformation of the thunder attribute chakra, he also successfully completed Kakashi's famous stunt, Chidori. At this moment, Sasuke's strength has completely reached the level of an average Jonin. Cooperating with his Sharingan, he might even have a chance to win against a Jonin with Zabuza's strength. The speed of Kakashi-sensei and Sasuke's training is really too fast. Little Sakura was a little envious, looking at Kakashi and Sasuke aside. At this time, she had just completed Chakra's nature transformation. With the blessing of Naruto's sage seal, little Sakura was not lazy this time. Being able to do this is already her limit. Well done, Sakura-chan. Naruto looked at how little Sakura could skillfully change the 2 chakra properties. He walked over to little Sakura and rubbed her head. Naruto was already very satisfied with the results of little Sakura's training. Hearing Naruto's compliment, little Sakura's face was filled with happiness. She would do anything to complete Naruto's mission. Next, it's time for the miracle to happen. Naruto's eyes lit up and he took out a notebook. which contained the wood style training method he compiled. The essence of wood style is a blood inheritance boundary, which is a mixture of water attribute chakra and earth attribute chakra. Little Sakura's chakra attributes are perfectly matched. With the blessing of the magical seal, it's entirely possible that she can learn wood style. What's this? Little Sakura took the note handed over by Naruto and asked with some confusion. She had never seen the ninjutsu recorded in the notes. Of course it's a ninjutsu tailor-made for you. Believe me, little Sakura, if you master the above ninjutsu, even Mr. Kakashi may not be your opponent. Naruto blinked at little Sakura, while Kakashi and Sasuke were eavesdropping with cold sweat streaming down their heads. Is it possible that what Naruto said is true? What ninjutsu did he teach little Sakura? Naruto, don't worry, I will definitely learn it. Little Sakura jumped up holding her notes, and immediately went to the side to start studying. Kakashi and Sasuke's training has basically been completed. Driven by curiosity, they couldn't help but observe little Sakura from a distance. What ninjutsu Naruto gave her. Naruto crossed his arms, looked at little Sakura with confidence, and kept trying the seals. With the blessing of the immortal magic seal, there is no ninjutsu that cannot be learned. Wood style wood clone technique. Little Sakura shouted and successfully used the first wood style ninjutsu, wood clone technique. I saw a piece of wood separated from little Sakura's back. Gradually, it transformed into a clone that was exactly the same as little Sakura. Compared with shadow clone, wood clone will make it more difficult for opponents to distinguish, and it can turn into branches to wrap around or attack enemies. Wood style. Kakashi's jaw dropped in shock. Wood style is first Hokage's exclusive ninjutsu. Could it be that little Sakura is also a member of the Senju clan? Maybe she is a direct descendant of the Senju family, Princess Senju, who lives in Konoha. Sasuke was also shocked. He didn't expect that under Naruto's training. It's really an exaggeration that little Sakura can master wood style. Following Naruto, Sasuke was now more and more confident. You can kill the ferret. Naruto. I succeeded. Seeing little Sakura's happy look, Naruto nodded. He gave all the wood style ninjutsu released by the first generation to little Sakura. As long as little Sakura can continue to familiarize herself with practice, her future strength will be limitless. Sakura-chan, don't release wood style ninjutsu easily when you return to the village. Otherwise, there may be unimaginable troubles. Kakashi suddenly became serious, walked to little Sakura and said, he knew very well about the darkness in Konoha village. Little Sakura, who was born into a civilian family, was suddenly discovered to be able to inherit the limited wood style. It will definitely be investigated and even used as the subject of experiments. Kakashi-sensei. Little Sakura was a little confused, but was interrupted by Naruto raising his hand. Don't worry, Kakashi-sensei, the ninja world will eventually see light. Konoha is about to usher in changes. As long as you stay with me, you will see it soon. Naruto looked confident, and in his heart he admired first Hokage Senju Hashirama. In order to create a relatively peaceful world, he even deconstructed the Senju clan. The Senju clan integrated into Konoha as civilians. This is also the foundation for Konoha village to remain undefeated for a long time and stand firm in the ninja world. It can be said that it is the precious legacy left by the first generation to Konoha village. But here in the third generation, there are many families with limited blood inheritance boundaries do not marry common people, and various secret techniques are not spread to outsiders. The stench has reached the extreme, either to compromise to the end or to kill them all. Naruto wants to change not only Konoha, but the entire ninja world. After hearing Naruto's words, everyone's eyes in Kakashi sparkled. They are all victims of the old era. If Naruto can really change the world, they are willing to follow it to the end. From this time of getting along with Naruto, Kakashi and others believe that the future Naruto will definitely be able to surpass all Hokages. Why do you look at me like this? I would be embarrassed. Haha, seeing that everyone is practicing well, I will grill fish for you today. Naruto felt the adoring eyes of Kakashi and others and said with a proud face, the bridge in Kazina is about to be completed, and it won't be long. They would return to Konoha, and it was time for Kakashi and the others to relax. After hearing Naruto's words, Sasuke rarely followed Naruto, preparing to help Naruto catch fish. In the evening, everyone returned to Dazna's home. Naruto was greeted by money all over the floor, as well as various documents and contracts. Zabuza looted them all from Cardo's lair and his remaining forces. The country of Wave is now completely controlled by Zabuza. There are also a large number of people from the Kingdom of Waves joining. Even if Zabuza and Haku didn't join the battle, even if Kado was reborn, it's not that easy to occupy the Kingdom of Waves again. Naruto looked at the bills on the ground and frowned. This old man from third generation is really evil. Before, you gave me so much living expenses every month. Naruto couldn't help feeling depressed when he thought of the unfair treatment he had received before. However, now that there is a golden chicken that can lay eggs, the country of waves, you no longer have to worry about money. Rather than changing the entire ninja world, let's start with the land of waves. So much money. No wonder that bully Cardo wants to fight us, Sakura said with eyes shining brightly. Katsuna and Inari were also shocked. I never thought that Kato could make so much money in the country of waves. His face was full of anger, causing the country of waves to fall into hunger and poverty. Just to make money, luckily Cardo has been eliminated by Naruto. Do you need to take the money with you? Or should you store it somewhere else first? Zabuza was extremely respectful at this time. It was hard to imagine that not long ago, the other party also wanted to kill Naruto and his party desperately. Kazuna and Inari looked at Naruto with complicated expressions. The country of waves has no ninjas of its own, even without Cardo. There will also be others taking over, and I don't know how Naruto will treat the land of waves in the future. Money is of no use to me for the time being. Let everyone stay in the country of waves and build a port school and hospital. The maritime economy of the country of waves is a top priority, and priority is given to restoring maritime transport. The most important thing is to train your own ninja. Naruto thought for a moment and said casually, with a jonin like Zabuza sitting in charge, with enough funds, it is not difficult to train some ninjas. Whether it's helping to manage the Kingdom of Waves or cooperating with Zabuza to defend Kirigakure's assassination, it's enough. Even though most of the money was spent on building the Kingdom of Waves, it's 100 times better than when Cardo occupied the Kingdom of Waves. Anyone can see that the country of waves will definitely become rich in the near future. Kakashi was shocked when he heard Naruto's arrangement. He didn't expect Naruto to be so careless. To be able to say such an arrangement is enough even if he takes over Hokage now. Naruto and Tatsuna and Inari, who were originally anxious, I thought that the land of waves would repeat the same mistake and become someone else's private property again. This assassination made Dasna understand that even if he repaired the bridge, people like Cardo also have many ways to continue to occupy the country of waves. Hearing Naruto's arrangement, Inari was extremely excited. I couldn't help but threw myself into Naruto's arms and cried loudly. The people of Wave Country finally have a chance to live in peace. Tatsuna even had tears in his eyes. This time he went to the Land of Fire to ask the ninjas of Konoha village to protect him. It was the wise decision he made in his life. Zabuza and Shiro were even more shocked after hearing Naruto's words. They didn't expect Naruto to make such an arrangement, it was completely beyond their imagination. Yes, Naruto-sama, I'll make arrangements tomorrow. From now on, Zabuza and Haku recognized Naruto from the bottom of their hearts. If they were to rule the country of waves, they would probably be even worse than Cardo. A few days later, Naruto and others secretly left the country of waves and returned to the Konoha Shinobi village. Before leaving, Naruto also left a shadow clone behind. Not only can you use the Flying Thunder God technique to quickly return to the land of waves, it can also help Zabuza make some decisions. Kakashi was in the land of waves and had already written the mission report. Directly ignoring Zabuza's matter, regarding the leak mission of Konoha's intelligence department, I am also very dissatisfied. If they hadn't had Naruto this time, they might have fallen into the land of waves. Naruto and his party have just entered Konoha village. I met 3 forward protectors with weird costumes and the Sand Shinobi village logo. The leader carries a gourd on his back, with the word love in bright red on his forehead. It was Gaara from Sand Shinobi village. There was a man and a woman who were a little nervous around him. It's Kankuro and Temari. This guy's aura is not simple. Gaara just glanced at Naruto and decided not to cause trouble for them for the time being. The intuition in his heart told him that Naruto looked harmless, but he was full of danger. Seeing that Gaara didn't take action, both Kankuro and Temari breathed a sigh of relief. They have an important mission when they go to Konoha village this time. Now is not the time to take action in Konoha village. Then follow Gaara and continue to understand the topography of Konoha village. It seems that we did not miss the time for the Chunin exam. With your abilities, you should be able to pass the Chunin exam easily. Everyone go back and rest first. I will report this mission to Master Hokage. Kakashi looked at the Sand Shinobi trio walking away, but he didn't have any worries in his heart. With Naruto leading the team, the little Chunin exam is within reach. Naruto nodded, then broke up with Sasuke and Sakura. We agreed to meet at the registration location for the Chunin exam. A few days later, the Chunin exam was held as scheduled. Naruto and others met in the exam hall, but they didn't see each other for a few days. Little Sakura missed Naruto so much that she felt extremely happy the moment she saw Naruto. Sasuke is no longer so cold and unknowingly. When he saw Naruto, his lips curled up into a smile. This mission in the country of waves has further deepened the relationship between several people. The admiration for Naruto has reached an unparalleled level. Later, Naruto and the others met their classmates from the ninja school. Ino ignored the eyes of others and rushed towards Naruto directly. Little Sakura stopped her immediately, and the two of them were at war with each other. Sakura-chan, you and Naruto can't dominate Naruto. That's right. Naruto belongs to me alone. Not far away, Hinata's face was red, and even though she mustered up the courage, she didn't take that step. She could only look at her beloved Naruto not far away. Tenten fiddled with the shuriken in his hand, thinking in his mind whether he should tie a love letter to a kunao and pass it to Naruto. Naruto is such a bastard. You must teach him a lesson when you get the chance. I'm not who I was before. Seeing Naruto's popularity, Inyazuka Kiba covered his face with one hand and felt a sense of frustration. Naruto is obviously not handsome, so why is he so popular with girls? Naruto smiled slightly, already used to this kind of scene. On the other hand, the ninjas from other villages looked at the mess around Naruto and said, he couldn't help but frowned. This Chunin exam, except for the Konoha Shinobi Village, there are also Sand Shinobi Village, Rain Shinobi Village, Grass Ninja Village, Taki Ninja Village. More than 150 ninjas took the exam. It is an important occasion for each ninja village to observe the strength of the other village. The decision is yours. Sakura-chan. One was wearing a green combat uniform and had a strange hairstyle. The guy with dark and thick eyebrows has a fiery light in his eyes. It was Relic from the Might Guy class, and beside him were Hyaga, Niji and Tenten. I saw Xiao Li in the shocked eyes of Niji and Tiantian. Step by step, he walked towards Naruto's direction and stood in front of little Sakura and Ino. He extended his hand and pointed at himself with his thumb and introduced. Hello, my name is Rock Lee, please date me. Little Sakura. Hearing what the other party said, little Sakura was stunned for a moment. Before she could react, Ino next to her burst out laughing, covering her stomach, pointing at little Sakura and saying, seeing that I can only attract such a guy without you, you actually want to fight Naruto with me. It's really funny. Little Sakura looked at Xiao Li with an expression that looked like she wanted to commit suicide. No, your eyebrows are too thick. I already have someone I like, and the one I like is Naruto. Looking at this strange guy in front of her, little Sakura said loudly. No one present would have thought that Xiao Li would go directly to find little Sakura to confess his love. Is that so? But I won't give up. Little Sakura, do you like Naruto? It just so happens that I also want to compete with Naruto. I want to prove I am the strongest ninja in this Chunin exam. When the time comes, think again about whether you want to be my girlfriend. Confessing love to the girl you love but being rejected, isn't this the passionate youth? Xiao Li didn't feel the slightest sense of frustration, but instead turned his attention to Naruto. The flames of war are burning in his eyes. Aha! Xiao Li suddenly disappeared and launched an attack directly on Naruto. At extremely fast speed, he appeared next to Naruto. He punched Naruto with a speed that was blurry to the naked eye. It even left an afterimage in the sky. Now there's something good to watch. Gaara not far away, with Kankuro and Temari, a smile appeared on his face, wanting to see the ninjas of Konoha Shinobi Village. How much strength does it have, and is it worth it for him to take action? Kankuro and Temari looked nervous. Afraid that Gaara would not be able to control her emotions and join the battle, standing next to Gaara, he didn't even dare to breathe. Niji and Tiantian were also shocked. They didn't expect Xiao Li to take action as soon as he said so. However, they were also curious about Naruto's strength and did not stop him. A smile appeared on Xiao Li's face. He had absolute confidence in his physical skills. Seeing that his attack was about to arrive, Naruto had not reacted at all. You are not qualified to challenge Naruto yet. If you want to challenge Naruto, you must pass me first. The moment Xiao Li's fist came into contact with Naruto, a figure suddenly appeared next to Naruto. One hand firmly grasped Xiao Li's wrist. The speed surprised everyone present. It was none other than Sasuke. At this moment, I turned on Sharingan and stared at Xiao Li in front of me. You are qualified to be my opponent. The moment when Sasuke and Xiao Li were fighting, Xiao Li has already recognized Sasuke's strength. He jumped to the open space on the side and stared at the opponent with his eyes. I should say this. A confident smile appeared on Sasuke's face. Xiao Li's physical skills were indeed strong enough. If it were my previous self, I might not be able to keep up with Xiao Li's speed. Naruto was a little surprised. Unexpectedly, Sasuke would suddenly run out to protect him. It seems that Sasuke has recognized himself very much. Little Sakura on the side looked even more angry when she saw this. The chance to protect Naruto was taken by Sasuke. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Li and Sasuke started fighting. The speed of the two people was extremely fast, and some people present, you can't even keep up with their speed with the naked eye. I could only let out bursts of exclamations, determine the position of both parties through the sound of collision in the air. Niji opened his eyes and watched the battle between Sasuke and Xiao Li. I felt more and more surprised. I didn't expect that under the guidance of teacher Might Guy, Xiao Li's strength has actually reached this level. Although they are classmates of their peers, unless they become apprentices like Xiao Li, otherwise, Might Guy wouldn't have taught Niji and Tiantian his unique skills. Lightning-style chakra mode. Small electric currents filled Sasuke's body, stimulated by the thunder attribute chakra. Sasuke's speed and strength have been greatly improved. For a moment, Xiao Li felt like he was no match. I'm about to use my special move. Xiao Li's speed suddenly increased by one level, and he appeared in front of Sasuke in an instant. He turned around and kicked Sasuke in the chin. Sasuke flew into the air. Xiaoli quickly jumped up and bandaged his hands, falling off the arm and aiming straight at Suzuki. It's actually the body replacement technique. White bandages wrapped tightly around Suzuki's body. But in a blink of an eye, Xiaoli discovered that the other party actually used the body replacement technique. After escaping his own bandage attack, he was extremely shocked for a moment. He actually didn't feel anything when the other party used the body replacement technique, and didn't notice it at all. In that case, then burn my youth. Xiaoli landed from the air, his whole aura changed, and he looked at Suzuki not far away. His eyes were extremely sharp, and a strange aura emanated from Xiaoli's body. Suzuki's expression changed and he quickly stepped back. It was certain that Xiaoli was planning some special move, and it was quite powerful. Just when Suzuki was concentrating on the enemy, a tall figure suddenly appeared next to Xiaoli. He punched Xiaoli hard in the face. The dangerous aura suddenly stopped, and Xiaoli flew out directly. Only then did everyone see clearly that the person who beat Xiaoli was actually Xiaoli's teacher, Might Guy. Everyone looked at Might Guy and Rock Lee's hairstyles and fell into silence. Konoha actually has such weird things, it's really hilarious. Even if you kill me, I don't want to be his disciple. Do you have to have the same hairstyle and eyebrows to be this guy's disciple? Even if having this hairstyle and eyebrows can really make you stronger, I will refuse. Now is not the time, Xiaoli, hot-blooded youth. Practice it in an honest duel. It doesn't make sense even if you defeat your opponent now, Might Guy said righteously, and then he looked at Xiaoli. Xiaoli was filled with tears, covered his injured face, came to Might Guy's side, grabbed the other person's hand and said, I understand, teacher. His physical skills are superior to mine. Looking at Xiaoli's appearance, Might Guy showed a satisfied smile on his face, nodded, and then disappeared with a bang, ending the farce. Suzuki Naruto, just wait. When the time comes, I will defeat you openly. I'll let you go this time. Sakura-chan, when I defeat these two, I'll let you be my girlfriend. After speaking, Xiaoli stretched out his arm, raised his right hand, and extended his thumb, saying his signature gestures and smile, leaving with Niji every day to prepare for the exam. When little Sakura heard Xiaoli's words, she looked helpless and couldn't defend herself against Ino's ridicule. This guy is strong. Gaara looked at Suzuki and gave his own conclusion. He didn't take Xiaoli to heart at all. Kankuro and Temari were even more shocked. It's not easy for Gaara to comment like this. However, Naruto, who had not taken any action, made them more curious about what the ability of the guy who could make Suzuki fight to protect him was possible. Subsequently, many candidates entered the examination room under the notice of the invigilator and started the first step of the Chunin examination. Naruto nodded to Suzuki and followed the crowd into his examination room. Looking at the test paper on the table, a smile appeared on his face. Naruto and others came to their respective seats. After a while, the examiner of this exam, Ibiki, he appeared on the podium. With the scar on his face and his burly body, it exuded an icy aura that made many candidates shudder. I felt nervous. My name is Ibiki, and I am the examiner of your exam. Now I will announce the rules of the exam. 1 point will be deducted for each wrong answer, and the total score will be calculated based on the total score of the group. 2 points will be deducted for each wrong answer. If someone gets 0 points, the entire team will be eliminated. I'm really curious, how many of you can pass this exam? Okay. The exam begins. A sinister smile appeared on Ubixi's face, which almost left a psychological shadow on many candidates present, and then they began to answer questions nervously. Cold sweat is already streaming down many people's heads. If they get 0 points, the whole team would be wiped out. Such pressure made them almost breathless and all of them turned pale. Soon, most ninjas, including Suzuki, had discovered that the rules of the exam clearly encouraged them to cheat, so how to get the correct answers was a test of their ability to collect intelligence. Suddenly, the entire examination room started the mode of 8 immortals crossing the sea, each showing his magical powers, while Naruto silently sensed all this. This is also a good opportunity for Naruto. Maybe you can get a surprise by observing various ninjutsu in this exam. The first ninjutsu that attracted Naruto was Gaara's sand eyes. I saw Gaara covering her eyes with her hands and clenching her fists tightly. When he opened his palm again, an eyeball made of sand appeared. His hands floated into the air and he began to observe other people's test papers. Kankuro, on the other hand, used his own puppet to act as the on-site invigilator, personally took him out of the examination room, and slowly copied the answers in the bathroom. You have gained some understanding by observing the eye of Mosa, and your understanding of chakra has deepened. When you observe the chakra line of the puppet master, your understanding of chakra will be deeper. You have watched Abarame Shino's insect control technique and have a deeper understanding of chakra. You have observed the sonic perception ninjutsu in Sound Ninja Village and have a deeper understanding of chakra. There's also Ino's heart turn technique, Shikamaru's shadow mimicry technique, Akimichi Koji's body doubling technique, Hyaga Niji's Byakugan. These ninjutsu brought Naruto into a state of enlightenment. But in the eyes of others, Naruto was concerned about the questions on the test paper in front of him. There is no way to do it, so I just close my eyes and rest. Ibuki on the podium, and the examiners in charge around, seeing Naruto's appearance, he shook his head. He had no ability to solve the difficult questions on the answer sheet. He also has no ability to collect intelligence. What a waste! You perceive various ninjutsu and your understanding of chakra has reached the ultimate level. Understand the yin and yang escape technique and obtain the yin and yang eyes. The eye of yin and yang is the medium for performing yin and yang escape techniques. It can perform all ninjutsu and master the ability to create all things. Naruto opened his eyes suddenly, with an expression of surprise on his face. He didn't expect that he would achieve such a big gain in this Chunin exam. Back then, Sage of Six Paths relied on the yin and yang escape technique to create the tailed beast. Hinata, who was sitting next to Naruto, had a blushing face. Looking at Naruto, she couldn't help but push her paper towards Naruto. Naruto-kun. Hinata said softly. Naruto on the side saw Hinata's movements. My heart is filled with warmth. In Konoha village, Hinata is one of the few people who is extremely gentle to herself. Even on such a crucial occasion, he was willing to take the risk and let himself read his paper. Naruto was very moved. Thank you, Hinata. These questions are too simple. I was resting just now. Naruto waved his hand and refused, then picked up the pen. Just in a matter of minutes, dragons and phoenixes began to dance on the paper. Just answer all 9 big questions on the paper. As expected of Naruto-kun. Looking at Naruto on the side, he finished answering the test paper easily. Hinata couldn't help but feel happy for Naruto, so she took back the test paper that she pushed to Naruto. Ibuki on the podium saw all this. Applause suddenly began, interrupting all the candidates' thoughts. Now we are adding an exam rule, and the test paper will add a 10th question. You can choose whether to answer the question or not. If you give up answering the questions, all your scores will be invalid. If you fail to answer the question, you will permanently lose the qualification to become a Chunin. As soon as Ibuki finished speaking, many people were shocked. This is simply a choice of death. No matter how you choose, it may bring devastating results to yourself and the team. There were many ninjas present. After hearing what Ibuki said, everyone looked at each other. He couldn't help but look at his teammates, and the pressure in his heart was getting bigger and bigger. If he cannot become a Chunin, he will remain a genin for the rest of his life, and Jonin is even more impossible for him, completely cutting off the hope of a ninja in the future. I quit. One ninja stood up from his seat and raised his hands, with an extremely painful expression on his face. Instead of holding back his teammates, it would be better to leave himself a chance to become a Chunin in the future. After the first person quit, the people behind seemed to have no more psychological barriers. They raised their hands one after another. In the blink of an eye, a large number of people were missing from the classroom. Is there anyone who wants to quit? Don't say I didn't give you a chance. If you fail, you will be just a genin for the rest of your life. You have to think clearly. A cruel smile appeared on Ibuki's face. She walked around the podium and watched students give up one by one, which seemed to be a very interesting thing. At this moment, Mingming suddenly stood up from his seat. Little Sakura and Suzuki were both shocked. Could it be that, didn't Naruto finish answering the questions on the test paper just now? Do you want to give up now? I want to become a person who surpasses all previous Hokages. It's just a small Chunin exam. I won't give up. Even if I fail this time, I will definitely become a Hokage in the future. Naruto had an extremely confident smile on his face and said loudly to Ibuki on the podium. On the faces of little Sakura and Suzuki, there were expressions of relief. Fortunately, Naruto didn't give up. Naruto! He's so good at acting cool and cool. What a headache. Some of the ninjas who remained in the classroom had expressions of disgust, while Ibuki on the stage looked at Naruto indifferently. Congratulations! All of you here have passed the exam. Suddenly Ibuki seemed to be a different person, with a smile on his face and a cheerleading flower in his hand, and said loudly to everyone. For a moment, everyone except Naruto had a confused look on their face. What on earth was Ibuki doing on the stage? The question just now is just a test for you. The most important thing for a ninja is faith, the desperate spirit. Just because you can't become a Chunin will make you give up on the exam in front of you. Such people don't deserve to be ninjas. The many candidates who stayed behind had different expressions on their faces after hearing Ibuki's words. Many of them breathed a long sigh of relief and finally passed the first level of the exam, but in their hearts, they couldn't help but feel sorry for those who gave up the exam. Next comes the real Chunin exam. I hope you little guys come back alive. A frightening smile appeared on Ibuki's face. It returned to its original appearance, and then a ninja pushed the door open and entered. She was wearing a khaki windbreaker, with a black mesh lining and black hair. Many people swallowed their saliva. It was the other invigilator of the Chunin exam, Mitarashi Anko. There are more people left than I thought. Anko had a joking expression on his face and said carelessly, "Don't be too happy. The elimination rate for the next exam will be very high. Maybe he will die in there." Many people thought that Mitarashi Anko would be a gentle examiner, but they did not expect that he would speak so viciously. Don't fall behind, follow me now. Mitarashi Anko nodded to Ibiki and took everyone who passed the first round of assessment to the next examination location. After a while, everyone followed Mitarashi Anko and left the Konoha shinobi village to the entrance of a forest. 78 people passed the assessment this time. I have 13 heaven scrolls and 13 earth coiling shafts here. 26 teams will be randomly assigned to you, as long as each team can get a complete pair of earth coiling shafts, and if you pass this round of assessment in the Death Forest within 5 days, you will be deemed to have passed. You have to remember, people really die here. And the examiner will not interfere with the assessment process, so be careful. The assessment starts now. Mitarashi Anko announced to the many candidates with a smirk on his face. He randomly distributed the scrolls in his hands to the hands of each team, opened the entrance to the Forest of Death, and ignored everyone. I'm really looking forward to it. An evil smile appeared on Gaara's face, which made Kankuro and Temari beside him shiver. They followed each other into the Forest of Death, and other teams also entered one after another. After a while, the entrance to the Forest of Death was closed, and silence returned. Mitarashi Anko patrols around the Forest of Death. As the invigilator of this Chunin exam, don't let anyone interfere with the exam. Aha! A Konoha shinobi appeared next to Mitarashi Anko with a panicked face and said anxiously, Master Anko, an abnormality has been discovered in the Forest of Death. Go and have a look. After hearing this ninja's report, Mitarashi Anko's expression changed. This is the Chunin exam, there must be no mistakes. This time, important figures from other countries came to observe the Chunin exam. There must be no mistakes. Mitarashi Anko immediately followed the ninja into the Forest of Death. When I arrived at the place where I discovered the anomaly, I saw it in a hidden bush. There were 7 or 8 corpses wearing the Kusakunin village logo. The moment he saw these corpses, Mitarashi Anko's expression changed drastically. I saw that the skin of these corpses seemed to have been melted by something. It's Orochimaru. Notify Umbu of this news immediately. Orochimaru may have infiltrated the Forest of Death, or even the village. I'm going after Orochimaru. Hearing the word Orochimaru, the ninja couldn't help but tremble, nodded to Anko, and immediately went to deliver the information. But Mitarashi Anko gritted his teeth and entered the Forest of Death. Get ready to find Orochimaru's whereabouts. Once upon a time, Mitarashi Anko was Orochimaru's disciple. She could tell at a glance that the ninjas in the Grass Ninja Village died from Orochimaru's ninjutsu. The other party disappeared for so many years and actually appeared in the Chunin exam again. Mitarashi Anko really couldn't imagine what Orochimaru wanted to do when he returned to Konoha this time. At this time, Naruto and his team were marching forward in the Forest of Death. Naruto, the leader, was even more focused on 2 things, entering the sealed space to communicate with Nine Tails. Bad boy, long time no see. The ambition is not small, and he actually has the country of waves as his own territory. With the appearance of Naruto, Nine Tails also appeared in front of each other through the sealed door, staring at Naruto in front of them. Nine Tails knew exactly what Naruto was doing during this period. It was amazing that little Sakura, a civilian ninja, could learn with style. Zabuza conquered Dokai and dominated the country of waves. He certainly had the potential to do great things. I'll show you a fun ninjutsu, Naruto said with a smile, stretched out his palm. A Vidra Kunao appeared out of thin air in Naruto's hand. It may seem ordinary to outsiders, thinking that Naruto uses some method to let the Kunao appear in his hand, but Nine Tails was shocked inside. Naruto! You! Nine Tails couldn't help but take in a breath of cold air. This familiar breath had only been felt by Sage of 6 Paths. Creating objects out of thin air was an ability that only immortals had. Moreover, even the tailed beasts were created by Sage of 6 Paths with their own power, so how could they not surprise Nine Tails? This is just the beginning. There are still many things I can make. The Vidra disappeared in Naruto's hand, and then a ball of chakra appeared in Naruto's hand, and then a ray of light disappeared into it. It was the fairy spell that Naruto understood, and then the fairy spell began to release energy in this ball of chakra. A powerful aura suddenly burst out from the ball of chakra, and then slowly turned into a ball of flesh. Naruto controlled the magic seal, causing the ball to absorb more and more chakra, and the aura it emitted was also getting stronger and stronger. I once promised you that I would give all tailed beasts freedom. The ball of flesh in my hand can be called an unconscious life form. It simply carries a huge amount of energy. Jinchuriki can use this to replace the tailed beast in his body. When the time comes, I will rescue all the tailed beasts without endangering Jinchuriki's life. Nine Tails looked at the meatball in Naruto's hand, his eyes revealing the desire for freedom. However, in a blink of an eye, he shook his head and regained his senses. Boy, stop talking nice words here, you are not strong enough now. You know how important our tailed beasts are in every ninja village. As long as I am in Konoha, Konoha will be the strongest among all ninja villages. How could people from other villages honestly hand over their tailed beasts to you? The original first Hokage Senju Hashirama distributed tailed beasts. In the eyes of Nine Tails, Naruto must at least reach the strength of Senju Hashirama to be able to fulfill its promise. You can also feel that the amount of chakra in my body is constantly increasing. Whether it's you or the first Hokage, it's only a matter of time before we surpass you." Hearing Naruto's words, Nine Tails did not refute. Indeed, in his perception, the chakra in Naruto's body became more and more intense. Once Naruto reaches the realm of Senju Hashirama, then he is here with Naruto, but I have no right to speak. The best way is to join Naruto now. I understand, Naruto. If that's the case, I'll lend you my power. Remember your promise and let us tailed beasts be free. After just a moment's thought, Nine Tails decided to place their bet on Naruto. It can be seen from what happened in the country of waves that Naruto really wants to change the world. A huge stream of chakra flowed out from the sealed door like a flood, integrating into Naruto's body. A golden flash of light made Naruto's whole body become gleaming with golden light, and he instantly entered the Nine Tails chakra mode. The Six Paths logo and Megatama decoration instantly appeared on Naruto's body. A powerful force burst out from Naruto's body, like a golden flame. "Thank you, Kurama." Naruto looked at his changes and nodded towards Nine Tails. Nine Tails chakra is indeed well deserved. With such huge energy, it is worthy of being the most powerful tailed beast. Nine Tails chakra, but this is only half of it. The other half of Nine Tails chakra was sealed in his body by Storm Minato and sacrificed to Shinigami. I will find a suitable time to liberate you from my body. As for where you will live in the future, I have already decided, in the country of waves. Just as Naruto and many other candidates were proceeding carefully in the forest of death, or when searching for his opponent, Mitarashi Anko found traces of Orochimaru and found Orochimaru. "Long time no see, Anko. As expected of my disciple, he is already an elite jonin. I saw an extremely strange scene on a huge tree. A twisted human face is actually hidden in the tree. A pair of eyes stared intently at Mitarashi Anko, who came to him. Orochimaru." Mitarashi Anko had a determined expression on his face. Several kunai appeared in his hand and he was about to attack Orochimaru. Orochimaru opened his mouth wide. The tongue grows rapidly, like a rope. Suddenly he controlled Mitarashi Anko's arm, ready to attack. Latent shadow snake hand. I saw 4 or 5 snakes suddenly shooting out from Anko's left hand. The target was pointed at Orochimaru in the distance, and the latent snake hand hit instantly. Orochimaru rushed out of the tree and flew quickly towards Mitarashi Anko. The two of them got entangled together and instantly hit the big tree behind them. Mitarashi Anko was completely desperate. He grabbed one of Orochimaru's hands in his own, and nailed the kunai to the tree with all his strength. It's time to launch the double snake technique. The two snakes technique is to summon 2 snakes to attack the enemy, tangle the caster and the enemy together and explode. It's a ninjutsu that hurts both sides. Anko, haven't you learned anything new in all these years in Konoha? Are you still using the technique I taught you? Don't use ninjutsu. What you caught is just a clone. Do you want to commit suicide? Orochimaru's voice reached Anko's ears, and Orochimaru was controlled by her in front of her. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a puddle of mud, and he pulled the kunai out of his hand, staring hard at Orochimaru. "Orochimaru, what is your purpose in coming to Konoha this time?" Orochimaru glanced at Anko, his former beloved disciple. His eyes were full of teasing. "Of course I came to Konoha to play an interesting game. Don't interfere with me, otherwise, I will kill you next time." Orochimaru took off the disguise on his face and revealed his true face. A strange face appeared in front of Mitarashi Anko. She couldn't help but think back to the time when she was a disciple of Orochimaru. At that time, Anko really wanted to be like Orochimaru. Orochimaru is the hero in her world. Who would have thought that Orochimaru would betray Konoha one day and leave the Konoha shinobi village? As Orochimaru thought, Mitarashi Anko suddenly covered his neck. A 3 Magatama mark appeared on her neck. It was the mark given to Mitarashi Anko by Orochimaru when she was still a disciple of Orochimaru. At this moment, this mark is still controlled by Orochimaru, originally sealed by the 3rd Hokage, now reactivated. A force instantly exploded in Anko's body. Mitarashi Anko fell directly into a coma. "Uchiha Sasuke, don't let me down. It is your honor to be my vessel." Orochimaru's figure disappeared into the forest. According to the information from his subordinates, he rushed towards the direction where Naruto and the others were. He wanted to see the remaining genius of the Uchiha family. How much potential does it have? Naruto took Sasuke and little Sakura away. In the forest of death, with the perception of sage mode, they evaded ninjas from other villages taking the Chunin exams. Now is not the time for them to take action. There are only 5 days in total. Don't worry yet, the further back you scroll, the more people are gathering. When the time comes, just find 2 teams and you can easily collect the scrolls. With the strength of their current team, even Kakashi can be easily dealt with. Not to mention these ninjas taking the Chunin exam. "Sasuke, little Sakura, be careful, we're being targeted." Naruto suddenly raised his hand and said to Sasuke and little Sakura beside him. He felt a cold breath, as if he was being stared at by a lion majesty. With the blessing of Sage Mode, Naruto can even feel the strong murderous aura. After hearing Naruto's words, Sasuke and Sakura immediately entered a fighting state without any doubts about Naruto's words. The two of them took out their weapons and protected Naruto in front of them. I really didn't expect that you can actually sense my existence. It turns out it's Nine Tails Jinchuriki. It's really interesting. Originally, I was only interested in the Uchiha boys. I saw a slender figure walking out from under a big tree with an evil smile on his face. It was Orochimaru who had solved Mitarashi Anko. His reincarnation technique is about to usher in the 3-year replacement container. The information coming from Konoha village made Orochimaru very interested in Sasuke. Who are you? Sasuke frowned slightly and asked coldly, who is this guy actually making plans for himself? Sasuke, don't underestimate the enemy. This guy is very strong. Don't hold back when you fight him later. Naruto smiled slightly and said to Sasuke, he wanted to see how Sasuke was under his guidance now. How much combat power can Orochimaru face now? Come on Sasuke, this guy looks so disgusting, it's so scary, you must defeat him. Little Sakura couldn't help but shudder, the aura exuded by Shimaru, it's really scary, if it weren't for Naruto beside me, she absolutely doesn't want to face such an enemy alone. Interesting, you actually want to fight me, then let me check the strength of the container. Orochimaru looked up to the sky and roared, these little guys really don't know the heights of the sky, let them see what a real ninja is. Watching Naruto and little Sakura retreat, Orochimaru's eyes said, there was a look of surprise. Did they want Sasuke to fight one-on-one with them? They are really looked down upon. Today I will teach them a lesson. Don't be merciful when facing the enemy. After hearing Naruto's words, Sasuke nodded carefully, Sharingan opened instantly, and streaks of lightning began to bloom on his body. Entered lightning-style chakra mode. He actually mastered the ninteijutsu of Cloud Shinobi Village. Chakra also performed nature transformation. It is indeed my favorite container. Orochimaru had a look of surprise on his face, waiting for Sasuke to attack him. I saw Sasuke suddenly sprint towards Orochimaru. With the blessing of lightning-style chakra mode, Sasuke's speed is like lightning. Little Sakura not far away exclaimed, but she didn't expect that Sasuke would use all his strength. The speed can be so fast. So fast. Orochimaru was surprised. Sasuke had already arrived in front of him. He bent back suddenly and barely escaped the fatal blow. The kunao in Sasuke's hand actually left a scar on Orochimaru's face. Red blood flowed out of the wound instantly, which reflected on Orochimaru's pale face, making the other person even more weird. Fire-style great fireball technique. Sasuke, who is sure to hit with one hit, is not one to underestimate the enemy. Naruto has already told him to attack with all his strength. Naturally, he will not show mercy to Orochimaru. Orochimaru's reaction speed, it also surprised Sasuke that he was able to dodge his first blow. A large ball of fire erupted from Sasuke's mouth as he formed seals with his hands. The size is jaw-dropping, with a diameter of 4 to 5 meters, directly hitting Orochimaru with a shocking explosion. A mushroom cloud instantly shot up into the sky where it exploded, and the blast of air caused gusts of wind, causing hair to fly. Finished. Sasuke fell from the sky, his eyes constantly looking around. I saw an extremely strange shadow emerging from the smoke. Sasuke was surprised at first, is this still a human body? Orochimaru's body twisted like a giant python, his neck suddenly stretched out, it surprised Sasuke like a python coming out of its hole. With the blessing of lightning-style chakra mode, Sasuke is extremely fast. Faced with the ghostly figure of Orochimaru, he still did not fall behind. The two got into a fight in the forest. Sasuke's performance made Orochimaru extremely happy. I didn't expect Sasuke to be so powerful. In terms of physical skills, he can actually be evenly matched with me. This is the power of Sharingan, it can actually capture my movements. Sasuke, you're mine. Facing such a strange enemy, Sasuke didn't hold back at all. Fire style is constantly activated, coupled with the mobility of lightning style chakra mode. Orochimaru couldn't find a flaw in Sasuke for a while. Lightning style Reikari. Sasuke's sealed Chidori instantly formed in his hand, and the sound of a flock of birds screaming quickly came out. Orochimaru couldn't help but feel nervous, and quickly stepped back. Sasuke was extremely fast with the blessing of chakra mode. The Reikari is like a laser beam, shooting towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru's body was instantly pierced by Sasuke, and a stream of blood flowed out of Orochimaru's chest, but at this time, there was a strange smile on Orochimaru's face, as if he was not the one who was injured. As expected of a descendant of Uchiha, the power of your eyes will even surpass Uchiha attackers in the future. Do you have any unfulfilled wishes? As long as you become my container, I will help you realize it. Orochimaru raised his head, his eyes sparkling, staring at Sasuke in front of him and said. The moment he heard the other party say Uchiha Ataki, Sasuke's heart was shocked. Sasuke hadn't heard this name for a long time, and Orochimaru suddenly mentioned it. A surge of anger spread throughout his body, and the lightning suddenly appeared in his hand. He yelled and rushed towards Orochimaru, ready to kill this guy. Snort. Orochimaru looked at Sasuke rushing towards him and snorted. The neck suddenly became longer. at an extremely weird speed and angle. He bit Suzuki's neck and retracted instantly. Suzuki was suddenly attacked, and a sharp pain spread throughout his body. A black 3-magatama mark appeared on Suzuki's neck. Asshole, what did you do to Suzuki? Seeing Suzuki's injury, little Sakura had an angry expression on her face, and wanted to rush to attack Orochimaru, but was stopped by Naruto. Don't worry, how could I bear to destroy such a perfect body? It's just a gift for Suzuki. If Suzuki wants to gain power, come to me after the Chunin exam is over. I will fulfill your dream. Orochimaru's body is recovering rapidly, and the place where Suzuki punched in heals quickly. There are no scars left. If it weren't for the broken clothes and the blood-stained area, it wouldn't even be possible to tell that Orochimaru had been injured. Asshole. Who needs your power? Suzuki, who was suddenly attacked by Orochimaru, suddenly stood up and quickly backed away, returning to Naruto's side. I saw the 3-magatama marks that originally appeared at the place where Orochimaru attacked. It was actually disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye, just for a moment, except for the bite mark left by Orochimaru. The curse mark has disappeared without a trace. How can it be? The curse seal has actually disappeared. Orochimaru had a shocked expression on his face. The curse seal he researched was unsolvable in the entire ninja world. At best, it could only be sealed. What did Suzuki in front of him do? He was actually able to completely remove his curse mark from his body. You want to take Suzuki away from me, Orochimaru? You are not qualified yet, it's just a curse seal, Naruto said to Orochimaru with a mocking look on his face. Suzuki and little Sakura already have the Senju seal in their bodies. Compared with the Senju seal, Orochimaru's curse seal is simply rubbish, and he will naturally be easily affected by the Senju seal of swallowing. What a hindrance, 9 tails Jinchuriki. Compared to Suzuki's power, you are nothing more than a vessel, yet you dare to speak so brazenly in front of me. When I get Suzuki's body, I can easily control the 9 tails in your body, Orochimaru said coldly, with a sinister expression on his face. It seemed that it was necessary to teach 9 tails Jinchuriki a lesson and let Suzuki know how powerful he was, so that this boy would willingly submit to him. Oh, you think so? A smile appeared on Naruto's face. He didn't pay attention to Orochimaru's taunting and provocation at all, but he was eager to try. The current Orochimaru was qualified for him to take action. Naruto wanted to see if the current Orochimaru could be in his hands. How long will it last? Naruto, teach this guy a lesson. How dare you underestimate the bond between us? You are the one who will bring our tailed beasts freedom in the future. In the sealed space, 9 tails heard Orochimaru's taunting words and became furious. How dare you underestimate your own power? You must let this Orochimaru know how powerful you are. Don't worry, Kurama, I will help you take care of him. Naruto was a little amused. This was the first time he heard such a big reaction from Kurama. He took a few steps forward and prepared to teach Orochimaru a lesson. Naruto, this guy is not simple. Now it's best for the 3 of us to attack him together. Seeing Naruto wanting to challenge Orochimaru, Suzuki quickly stopped Naruto and whispered. He could feel that the strange enemy in front of him had not yet used his full strength. And now that they are in the forest of death, it is impossible for anyone to rescue them. The best way now is for the 3 of them to work together to defeat each other. Suzuki is right, I think the 3 of us should join forces. Little Sakura clenched her fists and agreed very much with Suzuki's suggestion. She had practiced well in the past few days, and she just wanted to show Naruto the results of her training. Don't worry, I'll be fine. It's just a smelly snake. I want to be a Hokage man in the future. If I can't even defeat him, how can I surpass all the Hokages in the past? Naruto said confidently, ignoring Suzuki and Sakura's obstruction, and walked towards Orochimaru. Seeing such arrogant Naruto, Orochimaru had a cruel smile on his face. He disappeared completely and suddenly appeared in front of Naruto, opening his mouth as if he wanted to swallow Naruto whole. Lightning-style chakra mode, ninjutsu activates. Naruto disappeared instantly, easily dodging Orochimaru's attack, and also activated the lightning-style chakra mode. The speed was so fast that it surprised Suzuki, who also practiced this ninjutsu. The same ninjutsu was in Naruto's hands. The speed suddenly increased a lot. Latent shadow snake hand. Orochimaru frowned slightly and stretched his arms into the air. Dozens of lion majesty emerged from his cuffs and shot towards the sky in overwhelming numbers, as if they had laid a dragnet to capture Naruto in one fell swoop. Faced with such a strange attack, Naruto smiled slightly. The whole person disappeared in midair instantly. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Orochimaru after passing through layers of attacks. Without using any ninjutsu, he punched Orochimaru in the stomach with a simple punch. What's going on? Why can't I hide? Facing Naruto's attack, Orochimaru didn't take it to heart at all, and wanted to dodge directly, but found that Naruto's fist seemed to have some kind of magic power that could lock him. There was only a sound of flesh colliding, and Orochimaru flew backwards. With the blessing of Sage Mode, Naruto's power was terrifying to the extreme. In an instant, the power of his body exploded, as if a mountain was crushing him. Orochimaru broke dozens of large trees before he could stop, with a painful expression on his face, and he spit out a mouthful of blood. When he looked at Naruto again, Naruto had activated Nine Tails Chakra mode, and Orochimaru's eyes showed a hint of disbelief. He felt an unprecedented pressure from Naruto's body, as well as the unique aura of Nine Tails Chakra. I didn't expect you to have mastered the power of Nine Tails. This old man from third generation really hides a lot of things, Orochimaru said harshly, wiping the blood from his mouth and turning his gaze to Sasuke. The greed in his eyes disgusted Sasuke to the extreme. Sasuke and little Sakura didn't expect that Naruto's current strength has actually reached such a level. The power of this punch may have shattered the opponent's internal organs. The third generation doesn't know that I have mastered a long-lost power. After hearing Orochimaru's words, Naruto said casually, now Sarutobi Hiruzen is more worried about the stability of Naruto's body seal. Who would have thought that 12-year-old Naruto can already control the power of Nine Tails? The ninja world needs to usher in changes. The third generation and these old things from the old era, it's time to exit the stage. I said I would become a being that surpasses all previous Hokages. Hearing Naruto's words, Orochimaru was startled at first, and then he looked up to the sky and laughed. He pointed a finger at Naruto but couldn't stop laughing. Are you trying to change the ninja world just by mastering the power of Nine Tails? Nine Tails Jinchuriki, you are still too naive. In that case, I will leave Sasuke's body with you for the time being. The noise of fighting you is too great. It might attract Umbu's people here. We will meet again in the future. A strange smile appeared on Orochimaru's face. Things were getting more and more interesting. Nine Tails Jinchuriki was actually not under the control of the village. It was really good news. After hearing Orochimaru's words, Naruto stopped pursuing him and watched as Orochimaru turned into a puddle of mud and disappeared from the place. He also released the Nine Tails Chakra state. There are so many ways that Orochimaru can be resurrected, and killing Orochimaru now has no meaning. Naturally, Naruto will not kill Orochimaru all. And in Naruto's memory, Orochimaru can be said to be a civilian ninja who truly heaven-defying his own destiny. Just the series of ninjutsu created by Orochimaru himself has been beyond the reach of most people in Konoha Shinobi Village. Severe pain spread throughout Mitarashi Anko's body. Orochimaru's curse seal was reactivated, disrupting her own chakra. I don't know how much time passed, but Mitarashi Anko finally woke up from the coma. Is Orochimaru here to seek revenge on Konoha? The information must be sent back to the village in time. Mitarashi Anko is covering his neck. Now he just wants to create a little chakra. There will be severe pain in the body. Now, she could only endure the severe discomfort and rush to the stronghold of the Forest of Death. Finally found you. Anko. Two Konoha shinobi wearing green combat uniforms looked at the staggering Mitarashi Anko. They rushed over immediately. They received the information passed back by the ninja before. I immediately came to see Mitarashi Anko. Take me to Lord Third Hokage. Orochimaru has sneaked into the Forest of Death. I don't know what the conspiracy is. Mitarashi Anko's voice became smaller and smaller. After seeing his companion, finally, he couldn't hold on any longer and fainted. Forest of Death stronghold. Mitarashi Anko woke up slowly and felt his body relax. The feeling of being oppressed by the curse seal was no longer there. He opened his eyes and saw the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen wearing the fire symbol on his head. Needless to say, I already know Anko. Although I often hear information about Orochimaru, this is the first time that he has actually broken into the village. This is a special period for the Chunin exams. We cannot pursue Orochimaru aggressively. It will be better to wait and see for the time being. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen stroked the pipe in his hand and said to the surrounding Konoha shinobi practitioners, "Okay, I understand, Hokage-sama. Thank you for sealing the curse seal for me." Mitarashi Anko touched his neck. The power of the curse seal had been resealed. As long as Lord Third Hokage is here, even Orochimaru can't make any waves. After sending away the third Hokage, Mitarashi Anko immediately received news from his subordinates. A special surveillance video caught everyone's attention. Someone has actually arrived at the central tower. How could it be so fast? It has surpassed the previous record of 4 hours. Mitarashi Anko came to the monitoring room and looked at the monitoring screen on the screen. Gaara appeared on the surveillance screen with Temari and Kankuro. There were no stains on the clothes on his body, nor were there any signs of fighting. It surprised Mitarashi Anko and other ninjas. You know, the Forest of Death will be used as the venue for the Chunin exam. Not only is the terrain complex, but during the exam, you will have to face competition from other ninjas, and you will also be attacked by various beasts in the forest. If you are not careful, you may fall into the mouth of a wild beast or be knocked down by poisonous food in the forest. Not to mention the other ninjas' eager eyes. Suffice it to say about Team Gaara, it has exceeded the scope of ordinary Chunin. Even ninjas who have passed the Chunin exam may not be able to break Gaara's record. In less than 2 hours, they reached the central tower, the endpoint of the Chunin exam. It seems that this year's Chunin exam is destined to be unstable. Please pay attention. Once you find traces of Orochimaru, be sure to report it immediately. Mitarashi Anko, frowning and no longer paying attention to Gaara, instead, he focused all his attention on finding Orochimaru. Orochimaru must not be allowed to cause any damage to the village. In the blink of an eye, 3 days have passed in the Forest of Death. Naruto and his team had already started heading towards the central tower. Ever since the battle with Orochimaru, I haven't encountered any other obstacles. The journey was smooth, and with Naruto, the grill master, to spare for the past few days, Sasuke and little Sakura had a great time eating all kinds of wild animals and grilled fish. Through the battle with Orochimaru, Sasuke clearly understands his current shortcomings. However, as long as he stayed with Naruto, he was sure that he could continue to become stronger. In the end, the other ninjas did not have such good luck. However, the other ninja teams in the Forest of Death now, not having such good luck, the three-man Sound Ninja team, got the order from the Big Snake King and is hunting in the forest. The first team to be targeted was the Inoshikacho team headed by Shikamaru. Koji and Ino have been defeated, leaving Shikamaru struggling to hold on. I saw Shikamaru using the shadow imitation technique to control the Sound Ninja team headed by Toss. I want to buy some time for my teammates to wake up. The ninjas of Konoha are nothing more than that. Let's see how long you can hold on. When your chakra is exhausted, you will die. What a troublesome thing. Am I actually going to die in a place like this? Shikamaru has a complex expression. As a new generation of Inoshikacho, it was really a headache to be defeated by the Sound Ninja like this. These Sound Ninjas transform their bodies and release weird ninjutsu. They are no match at all. Shikamaru has already seen that these voices are cruel and ruthless. Even your companions can attack without hesitation. It's a bad day today. Shikamaru exhaled a deep breath. He could feel that his body was almost reaching its limit, and the shadow imitation technique would be automatically released soon. When the time comes, he can only be at the mercy of others in his current state. Finally can't hold on any longer? If you had given up earlier, maybe we would have let you go after we got the scroll, but it's different now. It actually wastes so much of our time. Some people need some small punishment. A cruel smile appeared on Chin's face. Shikamaru wasted their time for too long. Fortunately, no one else disturbed their battle during this period. Otherwise, if Shikamaru had controlled him, he might have been killed by others. That's right. The village of Konoha Shinobi relies on itself to be a big country, so it didn't take us yin people seriously before. Sak looked excited, as if he was a vicious dog that was about to pounce on Shikamaru at any moment. Shikamaru's face showed an expression of unwillingness. The shadow imitation technique was activated, and the black shadow disconnected from the three yin ninjas and returned to Shikamaru's body. The moment the ninjutsu was released, the three men began to attack Shikamaru. Several kunao instantly shot out and aimed directly at Shikamaru. Suddenly, a figure whose whole body was wrapped in electric current suddenly appeared in front of Shikamaru, waving the weapon in his hand, and after a sound of metal collision, all the pain was thrown aside. Naruto is indeed right, Shikamaru, are you okay? Sasuke turned to look at Shikamaru behind him and said with concern. He then looked at Koji and Ino who had fainted and breathed a sigh of relief. He finally caught up. Naruto's perception was amazing under the blessing of Sage Mode. He felt the aura of the Shikamaru trio from a very far away place. He found that Shikamaru's aura was getting weaker and weaker, and he keenly felt that they were in danger. Let Sasuke come to the rescue as quickly as possible. Fortunately, Sasuke arrived in time at the last moment, otherwise, Shikamaru would be in disaster. Sasuke, Naruto, little Sakura, you. Naruto and little Sakura also appeared next to Shikamaru in the blink of an eye. The three Sound Ninjas on the side quickly backed away, with a look of anger in their eyes. Hey, you bastards, leave now if you don't want to die. We have to settle the scrolls on them. Taz stood up and said in a sinister tone. The good thing he was about to succeed was interrupted by someone, and he was from the Konoha Shinobi village, which made him feel extremely unhappy. It's so noisy, I'll get rid of you now. Sasuke frowned and his face darkened, and the blue-white electric light on his body became even more dazzling. It seems like it will explode in the next moment. At this moment, little Sakura suddenly came to Sasuke's side. Sasuke, just leave these three guys to me, I want Naruto to see the results of my practice in the past few days. Naruto was slightly surprised when he heard little Sakura's words. However, he did not refuse, but Shikamaru on the side began to become anxious. Naruto, you can't underestimate the enemy. The ninjutsu used by these three guys is very strange. They modified their bodies to release sonic attacks. It was so hard to guard against. Koji was immediately knocked unconscious. After hearing Shikamaru's words, Naruto waved his hand and said to little Sakura, Sakura-chan, since you are so confident, you might as well give it a try. Seeing little Sakura looking eager to try, Naruto couldn't bear to interrupt. He was confident that he would get rid of these sound ninjas before little Sakura was injured. It would also be nice to let little Sakura gain some combat experience. Hearing Naruto's words, Shikamaru was a little dumbfounded that he would let Sakura, the weakest member of the team, going to fight against the three sound ninjas was just too much nonsense. Don't worry, Shikamaru Naruto, I will defeat them. Little Sakura stepped forward and Sasuke glanced at Naruto. Now that Naruto has spoken, he won't stop him. He cancelled the lightning-style chakra mode and stood quietly. But the dialogue on Naruto's side really made the three sound ninjas important and broke their defense. Asshole, you actually look down on us so much and send one person to fight the three of us. You will regret it. A burst of anger burst out from Shako's chest. What on earth are those Konoha shinobi pretending to be? This is a good opportunity for us, don't miss it. These people will pay for their arrogance. Taz had a stern look in his eyes and said to Sak and Chin beside him, Zhang Kongbo, 100% air pressure, 0% ultrasound. Sak immediately unleashed his extremely proud ninjutsu, preparing to kill little Sakura with one blow. After all, there are Sasuke and Naruto, two people watching covetously from behind. In 3 vs 3, with the strength that Sasuke showed just now, I'm afraid it's hard for them to take advantage. A violent wave of air spurted out from Sak's hand, it turned into a wind blade and aimed directly at little Sakura, but she saw that little Sakura was calmly forming seals with her hands quickly. Wood style wood clone technique. 2 wood clones split from Sakura's body and rushed towards the 3 sound ninjas. Wood style? Isn't that a ninjutsu that only Shode knows? When did little Sakura learn wood style? Shikamaru opened his mouth wide, with a look of disbelief in his eyes. No wonder little Sakura is so confident. Facing Sak's attack, Sakura didn't panic and immediately used other ninjutsu to defend herself. Wood style wood spindle wall. I saw a row of wooden pillars rising from the ground, wrapping little Sakura directly in them. Sak's Jeon-Kong wave collided with Sakura's wood style, only to make a muffled sound. Even the wooden pillar that wrapped little Sakura was unscathed. Good chance. Taz did not panic at all when facing the wood clone rushing towards him. The other party actually took the initiative to lock himself in a sealed space. Let her know how powerful the sound ninja is right away. Jumping up and easily dodging wood clone's attack, Taz stretched out his modified arm and slammed it against the wall of the wooden ingot. His arm screamed. Sound through. I saw that the originally extremely strong wooden ingot wall collapsed under Taz's attack. Burst directly. Seeing the scene, Taz and Sark had proud smiles on their faces, but when the smoke cleared, they discovered what was inside. There was no sign of little Sakura, but Chin behind them let out a cry of surprise. Since Taz stepped forward to attack little Sakura because he needed money to face the 2 wood clones, it was just 2 clones, and Chin didn't take it to heart at all. But the moment the 2 wood clone approached her, vines actually grew from the body and quickly wrapped Chin in the middle. In the blink of an eye, he was tightly bound by vines, without any chance of resistance. Oops, Taz exclaimed in his heart. Chin behind him was solved. Their attack didn't work and they underestimated little Sakura. Wood style big forest technique. I don't know when, little Sakura has appeared behind Taz and Sark. After finishing the seal, he stretched out his arms and countless wooden pillars. From Sakura-chan's arm, it shoots out, and under Sakura-chan's control, in the blink of an eye, Sak and Taz were restrained in place, unable to move. Little Sakura is so awesome. Shikamaru was dumbfounded. He originally thought that little Sakura just wanted to express herself. Who knew that the 3 sound ninjas would only be together for a few minutes? They were all subdued by little Sakura. If Ino saw this scene, he would explode with anger. Sound through. Taz and Sak, who were controlled, struggled with all their strength but could not escape the control of little Sakura. Even because of their struggle, the wooden pillars tied them tighter, almost crushing their bones. Can't sit still and wait for death. Orochimaru-sama asked us here to create as much chaos as possible. To this extent. Sound through. Taz's face showed a resolute look, even though he knew that releasing ninjutsu at this time would also attack him. But in order to break free from little Sakura's shackles, she still chose to use ninjutsu. Under the vibration of the sound wave, Taz broke free from little Sakura's control. But because he was attacked by his own ninjutsu at the same time, the resonant energy did not let go of his body. The moment it landed on the ground, a large mouthful of blood spurted out, instantly dyeing the grass in front of him red. The backlash of the ninjutsu was beyond Taz's expectation, and the whole person completely lost the power to resist. Lying on the ground and gasping for air, even though she was able to break away from little Sakura's ninjutsu, but it also lost the power to fight back. Naruto, how about it? This is my latest cultivation success. Little Sakura looked at Naruto expectantly. This was before the Chunin exam. The results of her practicing day and night were all achieved under Naruto's guidance. At this time, she couldn't help but think of getting praise from Naruto. Well done, Sakura-chan. Naruto nodded. Little Sakura's use of wood style was already well established. He was a little surprised to be able to deal with 3 sound ninjas at once. Hearing Naruto's praise, little Sakura jumped up with joy, her hard work the past few days was not in vain. The ninjas of Konoha are so despicable. Stop talking, Chin. Don't you dare let me go. I won't let you defeat me so easily next time. The three sound ninjas were cursing. They could fully predict their own end. In the Forest of Death, even if Naruto kills them all, no one will stop or hold accountable. Even if you can get some advantage now, it's really unacceptable to die in vain. Naruto couldn't help but feel a little funny in his heart when he saw the three Toss people being unconvinced and being controlled by their bodies and started verbally attacking them. However, Naruto had some appreciation for Orochimaru behind them. The three sound ninjas in front of me are just in the sound ninja village of Orochimaru. After several years of spiritual practice and a modified body, the new generation of the Ino, Shika, Cho family in Konoha village, I couldn't even find Bei when I hit him. If I hadn't arrived in time, I am afraid that all the heads of the Ino, Shika, Cho family should consider practicing trumpet and having a second child. Little Sakura found a heaven scroll and an earth scroll directly on Toss's body. Unexpectedly, they had already collected the heaven and earth coiling scrolls, which would save a lot of trouble. We have the scroll, can you let us go? Toss climbed up from the ground. He was seriously injured and his two companions were trapped. Now there was only one way left to beg for mercy. Recently in the Forest of Death, they discovered several battlefields that others had fought on, without exception. Some people were killed, and the death conditions of some were even more horrific. You can leave now and don't try to attack the ninjas of Konoha again. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Naruto said lightly. The cold look in his eyes made Toss shudder. After hearing Naruto's words, little Sakura released his ninjutsu. Sakura and Chin immediately came to Toss, and the three of them quickly leave the place of right and wrong in front of you, for fear that Naruto will regret leaving them behind. Shikamaru looked at Naruto's back and sighed in his heart. He was indeed the student with the best academic performance in their class, and his strength had increased so quickly. Naruto. After a while, Koji and Ino woke up. Seeing Naruto in front of them, they were all surprised. After Shikamaru's explanation, the two of them knew, if Naruto and the others hadn't arrived in time, they might have encountered something unexpected. Naruto, thank you so much. Go to my house after the exam and I will let my father thank you personally. When Ino learned that Naruto had saved her, she immediately grabbed the opportunity and hugged Naruto's arm. As long as she tricked Naruto into her home, it would be considered a date alone with Naruto. Hey, Ino, can you figure it out? I was the one who took care of those three sound ninjas. You should thank me too. Don't pester Naruto. Little Sakura stepped forward and pushed Ino away, and the two girls started Naruto fighting mode. Shikamaru on the other hand had cold sweat on his face. Is this the charm of Naruto? Koji didn't hesitate and took out all the snacks he had hidden, placed in front of Sasuke. Naruto, you guy, you actually hid so much food. Shikamaru jumped up when he saw several bags of potato chips and other snacks. Pointing at Koji, he said that he had known that Koji would definitely bring a lot of snacks. I didn't expect this guy to hide so much. Of course, potato chips are my favorite, but I am willing to use any number of words to thank my savior. Naruto, Sasuke, you're welcome. Koji glanced at Shikamaru and said loudly, if it weren't for Naruto, I will never have a chance to eat delicious food again. With Naruto's rescue, the two teams had a good night's rest. Prepare to walk through the Forest of Death together tomorrow to reach the Central Tower. In addition to the Earth Coiling Scroll that the Sound Ninja team got, the scrolls that Naruto's team and Shikamaru's team got just happened to be another pair, which saved Shikamaru and the others a lot of trouble. Lord Orochimaru, Naruto's team is too powerful to approach. Sasuke's various data can only be collected later. Kabuto used a telescope to observe Team Naruto and Team Shikamaru from a distance. Along the way, whether they are beasts or other ninja teams, they are all easily dealt with. Originally, he wanted to get close to Naruto and infiltrate their team, but now it seemed that there was no chance at all. As we get closer and closer to the Central Tower, there are more and more ninjas in the surrounding ninja villages. Some people do it to hunt ninjas from other villages, and some people do it for the scrolls. With the blessing of Naruto's perception ability, he easily avoided these people. Before the deadline of the last day arrived, he led the remaining 5 people, passed the test of the Forest of Death easily. After entering the Central Tower, Naruto saw many familiar people. Already waiting in the lobby of the Central Tower, Konoha's 12 little powers, all passed. Central Tower Hall, gathering all the ninjas who passed through the Forest of Death this time, as well as their teachers, as well as the invigilators who started Shinin this time, they are all here. Even 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen showed up, standing in the most conspicuous position. It's really surprising. I didn't expect so many people to pass this time. It's really beyond my expectation. Mitarashi Anko looked at the dozens of teams in front of him, with a joking expression on her face. The curse seal Orochimaru left her, it has been resealed and is back to a lively state. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the Konoha team that passed the exam this time, feeling very satisfied. He took a few steps forward and said loudly, "Congratulations to all of you for being able to persevere until now. Chunin began as an important platform for each village to select talents. It is also the basis for outsiders to consider the strength of the ninja village. You not only represent yourself, but also represent your respective ninja villages fighting here. Next, you will have a qualifying round for the Chunin final stage, and only half of you can enter. After hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, many people began to whisper, "We have passed through such a dangerous place as the Forest of Death. There is actually a qualifier. That is to say, I thought I would be able to become a Chunin soon. I want to go home and eat delicious food." Korone Ui, Kakashi, Asuma, and Guy didn't have any special reactions. They seemed to have guessed the result. Orochimaru? You are really brave. Naruto looked at a sound ninja not far behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was watching the crowd with an evil smile on his face. Unexpectedly, Orochimaru changed his face again and brazenly entered the central tower. There are not only the Konoha Shinobi village, many Jonin from other ninja villages, but also the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Orochimaru is not afraid of being discovered. It seems that only Naruto is aware of Orochimaru's existence by relying on his perception ability. Aha! A figure suddenly appeared in front of everyone, turned around and bowed to Sarutobi Hiruzen, and weakly introduced himself. "I am Moonlight Hayate, the invigilator of this preliminary competition. Next, you will have a drawing battle, and the one who wins the battle will be qualified to take the final exam." Ahem! Many people looked at Moonlight Gale with doubtful expressions on their faces. He was pale and his eyes were sunken, and he looked like he would faint at any time. Is this person actually the invigilator presiding over their preliminaries? As he said that, a big screen appeared on the third floor. The text above began to beat rapidly, and the names of the first group of people who were about to start the battle were selected. Akimichi Koji's toss anvil. When Akimichi Koji saw his opponent, he had an angry expression on his face, clenched his hands into fists, and said bitterly, "It's actually this guy." In the Forest of Death, Koji, Shikamaru, and Ino's team were defeated by the three sound ninjas. It almost fell into the opponent's hands. If Team Naruto hadn't taken action, they may have died in the Forest of Death. "Shikamaru, Ino, don't worry. I will definitely defeat this guy this time," Koji said confidently. He already knew the opponent's ninjutsu and abilities. As long as you are not attacked by the opponent's modified arm, with your own expansion jutsu, can easily deal with each other. "Koji, come on. If you win, I'll treat you to barbecue." It was rare for Sarutobi Asuma to see Koji so motivated, so he immediately patted Koji on the shoulder and said. Hearing his teacher's promise, Koji's eyes were full of fighting spirit. He had to eat this barbecue. Koji and Ta stood in the middle of the venue. Everyone else was arranged to watch the battle on the second floor of the battle arena. As the first battle of the qualifiers, everyone is looking forward to it. Who is it? Can win this battle? Haha, I'm defeated. You're as long as a flying pig. Do you want to defeat me? Tas looked at Koji's fat body and laughed at Koji. His eyes were full of disdain. Asshole. Don't call me a fat pig. I'll let you know how powerful I am right now. I already know what you're capable of. Look at my expansion jutsu. Koji's face was full of anger and he stopped talking nonsense. He formed a seal with his hands. His body suddenly began to expand, like a rapidly inflating balloon. The hands, feet, and head shrank into the body, turning into a meatball and starting to spin rapidly. Meat and egg chariot. Koji turned into a meatball. With unparalleled impact, it crashed into Tas not far away, causing dust to fly around. The audience screamed. If Tas was attacked by Koji, with such a powerful attack power, I am afraid that I will be seriously injured immediately. Facing the menacing Koji, Tas can only avoid its edge now. Narrowly dodged Koji's first blow, but under Koji's control, the Rauden chariot quickly adjusted its direction and attacked Tas again. Sound through. Tas knew it well and continued to let Koji attack. Once affected, you will definitely be injured. Only by attacking can you take the initiative. Koji's tactics seemed to be working. Shikamaru, who was standing on the second floor, touched his chin and said to himself, but in the blink of an eye, Tas once again dodged Koji's attack. Koji actually hit the wall. How so? Shikamaru was a little surprised. Koji hit the wall and his body began to return to normal. His eyes rolled back and he fainted. Tas, who was standing on the field, looked proud. Facing Shikamaru on the second floor, he waved his modified arm in a show-off manner. Idiot, my ninjutsu is to attack with sound waves. Turn into a meatball just to avoid my ability. It's so self-righteous. Everyone was in an uproar. They didn't expect Tas to defeat Koji so easily. Not far away, Orochimaru had a proud smile on his face. He glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen not far away. Teacher, have you seen it? This is what Konoha calls the queen of a famous family. These so-called secret techniques you call are nothing but rubbish. Any ninja who has practiced for 3 or 4 years in Sound Ninja Village is enough to defeat them. TOS Anvil, win. Moonlight Hayate stepped forward to check Akimichi Koji's body. I found that the other party just fainted, nothing serious. Toss real victory was immediately announced, and then the screen on the second floor, another round of drawing begins. Inyazuka Kiba vs Uzumaki Naruto. Seeing the lottery battle information on the screen, Yui Hong's face said, inadvertently showing a proud smile. During this time, she had given Inyazuka Kiba special training. Even if Naruto was ranked first in ninja school before, he was still no match for Kiba. Uzumaki Naruto, let me see what strength you have. Only then will you be worth fighting. Gaara on the second floor had a cruel smile on her face. The killing in the forest of death is far from satisfying him. The restlessness in his heart made Kankuro and Temari beside him become nervous. Gaara's state has been getting more and more restless recently, and they can even feel it, that monster's breath. I couldn't help but worry. From time to time he looked at their captain Baki. Relieve your own tension. Naruto, come on, how could Ino let go of this opportunity? She immediately cheered Naruto up. Little Sakura on the side looked at this competitor unhappily and thought to herself, it would be great if I draw Ino later. I will teach her a lesson. Naruto and Kiba stood in the square, and as the moonlight blast announced the start of the battle, Inyazuka Kiba immediately positioned himself to attack Naruto. Akamaru, let's go together and defeat this bastard Naruto. Let all the girls in Konoha like us. Woof woof. Ya heard Shia's response, and a rough smile appeared on his face. The chakra on his body began to explode and swim towards his body, and a beast's breath emanated from his body. Okay, then let me show you my strength. Naruto was a little helpless. He had no interest in fighting at this level, so it was better to let Ya give up and retreat. An extremely dangerous chakra erupted from Naruto's body, and some people with keen senses present even felt their breathing hitched. Feeling such a terrifying aura, Akamaru immediately trembled all over. He let out bursts of mournful screams, and his teeth, which were originally full of fighting spirit, seeing Akamaru's appearance, he suddenly became nervous and broke into a cold sweat. He trusted Akamaru's intuition very much, even in the forest of death. Seeing Gaara killing the fool, Akamaru had never been so scared before. Now facing Naruto, Akamaru was trembling so much that he couldn't move. Asshole Naruto, what the hell did you do to my Akamaru? Ya was furious and pointed at Naruto and asked. Naruto spread his hands helplessly. He just released a hint of Nine Tails chakra. I didn't expect it to be so lethal to Akamaru. Everyone in the stands was also shocked. I originally thought this would be an evenly matched battle, but you must know that the Inyazuka clan, relying on secret techniques and forming a partnership with the ninja dog, combined with the secret techniques of the family, the fighting power is extremely fierce. But when facing Naruto, the ninja dog was unable to function. This surprised even Korone Ui. Animal-like ninja technique. Ya took out a soldier food pill and stuffed it into his mouth. His aura erupted again, his chakra doubled, and his wild aura became even stronger, like a furious beast rushing towards Naruto. Multiple shadow clone technique. Naruto made a hand gesture ninjutsu and activated it instantly. Dozens of clones appeared next to Naruto in an instant and rushed towards Kige-ai. In an instant, there were bursts of sounds of flesh hitting each other. As the shadow clone was defeated one by one, bursts of smoke were emitted. Everyone couldn't see clearly what happened for a while. When the smoke cleared, he saw that his teeth were full of scars, he was panting, and even the beast-like ninja technique had been released. Not far away, Ming Zi is holding his arms. His real body didn't end up participating in the battle at all. He just stood there with a smile on his face. Asshole. An unwilling expression appeared on Kiba's face, and he looked at Akamaru who was shivering not far away. Now he could only choose to surrender and admit defeat. He didn't expect that Naruto's strength was still so pervert. Without Akamaru, he had many unique tricks. There is no way to use it, and the strength cannot be fully exerted. Admit defeat. In the surprised eyes of everyone, Ya raised his right hand and said to the moonlight blast outside the battlefield. Unexpectedly, Naruto actually won a duel so easily. Kiba became the first person to admit defeat in the preliminary round, but everyone present could see clearly that Kiba was no match for Naruto and continued to fight. It would only add some pain to oneself out of thin air. No one looked down on his teeth. Naruto's current strength was really hard to see through. What a bluff guy. What exactly does Nine Tails Jinchuriki want to do? But Orochimaru, who was on the side, snorted coldly. There was a hint of fear in his eyes, and he couldn't help but turn his gaze. Turning to Sasuke not far away on the second floor, Uchiha's bloodline, and the awakened Sharingan made him very excited. If he can get this body, it will definitely allow him to master more powerful power. Uzumaki Naruto, win. As Moonlight Hayate announced, Kiba left the field sadly with Akamaru. Since he only suffered some skin injuries, he directly refused the inspection by the medical ninja on the field and returned to his companions. I know, Naruto will win. Naruto, you are awesome. Ino cheered loudly on the second floor, and many people had a look of envy on their faces. Even Tian and Hinata silently blessed Naruto's victory in their hearts. Little Sakura closed her eyes and prayed silently to win Ino. Teach her a lesson and tell her not to steal Naruto from her again. Yakushi Kabuto's Uchiha Sasuke. With the announcement of Moonlight Gale, the latest battle is about to begin. Orochimaru on the second floor and Kabuto on the battlefield, they looked at each other with a tacit smile on their faces. Since you can't test your data in the Forest of Death, then let me see for myself on the battlefield. What kind of magic power is there in you that makes Orochimaru-sama so obsessed with you? The appearance of Kabuto and Sasuke made many people excited. Some jonin even recognized Kabuto directly. This guy has taken the Chunin exam 7 times, did you finally give up this time? Does a guy who views his own life like this dare to challenge Uchiha? It's really exciting. Kabuto's unusual behavior has long attracted the attention of related ninjas in Konoha. A ninja who took the Chunin exam 7 times and gave up at the last moment, how could he be an ordinary person? Traveling through the Forest of Death 7 times without dying is already something worth showing off. It's hard for someone like this to give up on being a Chunin without attracting the attention of someone who cares. The corners of Sasuke's mouth turned up slightly. Naruto had just told him that he didn't have to hold back on the opponent in front of him. The opponent was Orochimaru's men. Sasuke has no intention of showing mercy to a man who wants to steal his body. Show it to your heart's content, Uchiha. Let me see how much potential you have. I will show you how powerful I am. There is no future for following Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Orochimaru braced his hands on the railing and looked at the battle that was about to begin with an expectant look on his face. His eyes were shining, and he did not hide his greed for Sasuke at all. Sasuke, don't let me down. The only one who can defeat you is me. Xiao Li was in the stands with a look of excitement. Konoha Shinobi said that his peers in the village could match him in physical skills. How could Xiao Li let go of such an opponent? Lightning-style chakra mode. Sharingan. As Moonlight Hayate announced the start of the battle, Sasuke immediately used all his strength, his whole body was wrapped in lightning, and he charged towards Kabuto. So fast. Is this Uchiha's talent? Actually have mastered chakra nature transformation, and it can be used so maturely? Kabuto's face changed drastically and he was shocked. He didn't expect that Sasuke was so powerful. Start counterattack immediately. This boy. Yakushi Kabuto understands now, no wonder Orochimaru values Uchiha Sasuke so much. I didn't expect that the other party's strength has reached such a level at such a young age. Facing Sasuke's clever attack, Yakushi Kabuto suddenly fell into a disadvantage. In order not to expose his own strength, he can only support one aspect, compute and collect Sasuke's body data. Several other Jonin teachers looked at Kakashi aside. There was a look of envy in his eyes. To be able to be assigned to a student with such an exaggerated talent, even chakra nature transformation has been mastered. It has only been a short time since the class division, but he has already developed such strength. When did Sasuke become so powerful? Ino and Koji in the stands were stunned. In the ninja school, Sasuke's results are only behind Naruto, but it's not such an exaggeration. How could he suppress a senior who had taken the Chunin exam 7 times to such an extent? Under Sasuke's attack, Yakushi Kabuto is in danger. However, they all relied on their excellent reactions and responses to escape Sasuke's attack. But in Sasuke's opinion, the opponent didn't use his full strength at all. If it weren't for Orochimaru-sama's order, it's not your turn to be arrogant here. A gloomy look appeared on Yakushi Kabuto's face, chakra gathered in his hands, he crossed paths with Sasuke in an instant and felt his arms. There was a feeling of powerlessness, and a look of shock appeared on his face. It's actually Chakra Scalpel, a ninja from the medical class. Having mastered Chakra Scalpel at a young age, no wonder I was able to deal with Sasuke for so long. The blue cha-cha light blooming in Yakushi Kabuto's hand, it instantly attracted the attention of many people, but they did not expect that this Chunin exam would there are so many geniuses, this Yakushi Kabuto's future medical ninjutsu, the attainments must be extraordinary. It was just a warning, Uchiha Sasuke. I won't show mercy next time. Seeing the solemn expression on Sasuke's face, Yakushi Kabuto finally smiled, and Orochimaru in the stands also looked expectant. I want to see how much power Sasuke can bring out. Then let's decide the outcome with one move. Sasuke also had a smile on his face, rubbing his slightly weak arms. He quickly stepped back. He has retreated to the edge of the martial arts training ground, put one foot on the wall to make a charging gesture. Reikuri. I saw Sasuke holding his right hand hard, chakra concentrated in his hand crazily, emitting blue and white electric currents, and the sound of birds chirping resounded throughout the central tower. Kakashi, did you give him all this ninjutsu? Might Guy, who was standing next to Kakashi, saw the moment Sasuke used Reikuri. My brain is going crazy. This is Kakashi's only original ninjutsu. Legend has it that it once cut off thunder and lightning, and it was Kakashi's ultimate trick. With the activation of the body by the thunder attribute chakra, and Sasuke himself mastering the Raiten chakra mode, the power of Reikuri can be increased again. With the high-speed impact force, coupled with the penetrating power of the thunder attribute, Reikuri has become the strongest assassination ninjutsu. Foul. Kakashi can't catch it even if he comes. Moonlight Hayate's face became even paler. He looked at Suzuki who was charging up, and then at Yakushi Kabuto inside. He had no ability to stop this level of ninjutsu. Casualties are 100% guaranteed. I surrender. Yakushi Kabuto, who was originally triumphant, showed an expression of unwillingness, and was filled with resentment in his heart. Even if he exposed his own strength, he probably wouldn't be able to take this move. No one present thought it was inappropriate for Yakushi Kabuto to admit defeat. Ninjutsu of this level cannot be solved by showing off one's strength. Many people present felt that Yakushi Kabuto's luck was really bad. He actually encountered such a pervert opponent. He had participated in the Chunin exam 7 times. Maybe he would be able to advance successfully this time, but he was eliminated just like that. Uchiha Suzuki-san. Moonlight Hayate looked at Yakushi Kabuto's raised right hand, and finally breathed a sigh of relief, and immediately announced Suzuki's victory. It was not until Suzuki lifted Reikari that he breathed a sigh of relief. There was a burst of cheers in the field, and Gaara in the stands was shaking all the time. It was a sign of excitement at seeing a strong opponent, and he wished he could fight Suzuki right now. Gaara, calm down. It's not time for you to show up yet. Temari and Kankuro sensed Gaara's state, and their heads were covered in cold sweat. They watched Gaara gradually calm down and breathed a sigh of relief. Watching Suzuki win, disguised as Orochimaru's sound ninja, he left the central tower directly and stood quietly in an unknown corner. A moment later, a familiar figure appeared in front of him. It was Yakushi Kabuto. Master Orochimaru, the data you want, this guy named Suzuki, it's really surprising. Hearing Yakushi Kabuto's words, Wang smiled slightly. You can feel a hint of jealousy from this subordinate's tone. Kabuto, are you doubting my vision? It's really exciting. The body and strength of the Uchiha clan, coming soon. I'm afraid your identity has been exposed, and it's time to contact our allies. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Yakushi Kabuto nodded. Because he used Chakra Scalpel, he must have attracted the attention of Konoha's top ninjas. It is impossible for such a talent to remain unknown in Konoha Shinobi Village. There will be a complex background check soon. Instead of being found out, it's better to leave directly. There will be no need in the future anyway. Continue to collect information in Konoha Shinobi Village. And in the battle square, a battle is about to begin. Haruno Sakura vs Yamanaka Ino. Very good. Seeing the lottery results displayed on the electronic screen on the second floor, Haruno Sakura shouted excitedly, her prayers really worked. God is willing to give him a chance to teach Ino a lesson. Ino, how can you be Sakura's opponent? Shikamaru on the stage slapped himself in the face. Have you two forgotten that it was little Sakura who saved us? Naruto didn't take any action at that time. It was just little Sakura who defeated the 3 sound ninjas by herself. Koji and Ino looked at each other. After they woke up from their coma, they didn't even notice this and thought it was Naruto and Suzuki who saved their team. In addition, little Sakura has not taken action since then, except for Shikamaru. The two of them have no idea what little Sakura is capable of. Shikamaru, are you kidding me? Still unwilling to give up, Ino stepped forward and grabbed Shikamaru's collar with both hands. Looking at the other party's expression, Ino finally gave up. Sarutobi Asuma looked at his disciples and thought they were joking. I didn't take it seriously until I was sure about Shikamaru. He was not joking but serious, with a puzzled expression on his face. Little Sakura and Ino are students of the same class, and Ino is also famous. In the group Ino Shikacho, the famous queen who represents Butterfly, how can there be such a big gap between little Sakura and little Sakura? You will know when Ino comes on stage. Shikamaru spread his hands and didn't explain anymore. Let's wait until he sees the real situation. If he said now that little Sakura has mastered with style, Asuma would definitely not believe it. Do you want to consider surrendering directly? Koji grabbed a handful of potato chips and stuffed them into his mouth. Since there was such a big difference in strength, there was no need to go up and embarrass himself. There was still the possibility of injury. If it were him, Koji would definitely choose to admit defeat. Are you kidding me? I won't lose to Sakura-chan. Just wait and see. Ino said loudly. Although she felt uneasy, she still walked towards the duel field. She would never be looked down upon by little Sakura. Even if she was not as strong as the opponent, she would never show weakness. This was Ino's last stubbornness. Moonlight Hayate glanced at Sakura and Ino, compared it with the list information in his hand, made a gesture and said loudly. The battle begins. However, Moonlight Hayate felt much more relaxed. Various information about these two girls shows that their destructive power is limited. The talent is also average, and it won't be as thrilling as the last game. It seems Shikamaru has warned you. I didn't expect you to dare to play. I admire you a little, Ino. Sakura clenched her fists and looked like she was about to fight, which made Ino feel a little panicked. Facing Sakura, a direct competitor, she would not show weakness easily. So what? There's no point in talking. Let's start fighting. Ino takes a deep breath. If the interruption continues, she will be disturbed. He took out Ku from his waist and rushed towards little Sakura. Would style would clone technique. Seeing Ino attacking her, little Sakura was not polite. Directly cast would style, followed by 2 would clone, split from little Sakura's body. Such a special clone technique immediately attracted everyone's attention. Even the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen not far away couldn't help but be moved. It's actually first Hokage-sama's ninjutsu. I didn't expect that Haruno Sakura could actually use with style. When I think of Senju Hashirama, in order to make Konoha prosperous for generations, he deconstructed the Senju clan and asked the Senju clan to give up their surnames and directly integrate into the ordinary people of the Konoha shinobi village. Maybe little Sakura also has the Senju clan in her body. With his bloodline, this will give him a chance to awaken the ninjutsu used by the first Hokage. Korone Ui, Sarutobi Asuma, and Might Guy also had solemn expressions on their faces. They were extremely jealous of Kakashi in their hearts. Why did all the talented students go to Kakashi? From the looks of it now, number 77, the most ordinary and inconspicuous person in the class, is Naruto. How did they know that little Sakura could use with style? All thanks to Naruto, one relies on heaven-defying understanding, the genius ninja who created the blood inheritance limited training method. As long as your body has corresponding special attributes, Naruto can teach students in accordance with their aptitude and learn to integrate chakra attributes. Naturally, the blood inheritance limit is not a problem. If you use with style, of course, you can easily get rid of the 3 sound ninjas. Ino gritted her teeth and faced the 2 little Sakura clones rushing towards her. Without retreating at all, he also took out a kunai with his other hand. Collided with 2 wood clones. Succeeded? There is a chance. Ino looked at the 2 wood clones beside her who were moving a little stiffly. There was an expression of surprise on his face. The touch just now, it's the feeling of my own kunai attack on those clones. Little Sakura was able to take care of the 3 sound ninjas, maybe it was just luck. Ino regained her fighting spirit and prepared to continue her attack on little Sakura. At this moment, a mutation occurred, and the 2 wood clones attacked by her. It was not attacked like other clone techniques. It just disappeared out of thin air, and instead took root and sprouted directly in the same place. It turned into vines and bound Ino in place. In the blink of an eye, Ino was tied up tightly. With the experience of prevention, I didn't even have time to use the body replacement technique. He fell directly into little Sakura's ninjutsu. Haruno Sakura, win. Moonlight Heiei didn't even wait for Ino to express his opinion, and directly announced the results of the competition. Being entangled by the vines of wood clone, if you don't avoid it, the body can't even exert force. With Ino's strength, there is no way to escape from the bondage. It seems that little Sakura is already proficient in using wood style. Naruto watched little Sakura release the ninjutsu on the field and nodded with satisfaction. Little Sakura went over and held Ino's hand. She didn't know what the 2 girls said. He glanced at himself, then returned to the second floor with a smile on his face. It's really hard to guess what girls are thinking. Focus on Haruno Sakura. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen said to a ninja next to him. There was a hint of joy in his eyes. From now on, in Konoha village, there must be one more strong man. The preliminaries continued, allowing everyone to see what it means to let 100 flowers bloom. Shikamaru used his super height when he was inferior to his opponent on paper. Win the battle with IQ and advance to the Chunin finals. Temari of San Shinobi Village, when facing Tenten, with his perfect wind ninjutsu, he restrained Tianatian's hidden weapon throwing technique. Easy victory. Nijisai's rolled, coupled with his acupuncture skills, restrict the flow of chakra in the opponent's body, into the enemy's internal body and crush the opponent. Abarame Shino. The parasites of the Abarame clan have strange attack methods. Undefeable, defeated and invisible, defeat the opponent. There is now only one final game left in the qualifiers. There were only 2 people left who didn't show up, so there was no need to draw lots. Only Xiaoli from Konoha Shinobi Village and Gaara from San Shinobi Village are left. Come on, Xiaoli. Youth with burning blood, defeat the opponent in one go. Might Guy looked excited. Kakashi had a cold sweat on his face. This old enemy of mine is still as passionate as ever. Okay, teacher. Xiaoli clenched his fists and looked to the side unconsciously. Naruto, Sasuke, Neji who have finished the game. Although he has his own secret weapon, seeing these opponents, still excited. Murderous look? Xiaoli turned to look at Gaara who was already waiting in the center of the square. This trace of murderous aura emanated from his body. He must win this battle, and with his friends in Konoha Shinobi Village, reach the Chunin finals. Remember, it is Konoha's blue beast that will defeat you. With a handsome gesture, Xiaoli spun and fell from the second floor to the square. Standing firmly in front of Gaara, all eyes are focused on the last game. Before entering the forest of death, Xiaoli challenged Sasuke and the guy who won't win or lose with his opponent. Such a guy is no match for Gaara. I'm kindly reminding you that it's best to let the eyebrow guy just surrender. Otherwise, that boy's fate will be very miserable. Kankuro had a playful smile on his face, said casually, a guy who only knows physical skills, there is no qualification to challenge Gaara. It's so noisy. Xiao Li will definitely defeat this dark circle, stop talking to yourself. Ino waved her fist and said loudly, if Shikamaru and Koji hadn't pulled her, I'm afraid I will rush directly in front of Kankuro. Kankuro saw Ino's furious look. When I was still about to say something, I suddenly felt a sharp gaze, it fell on him, and when he turned around, he saw that it was San Shinobi, the captain of the team this time. Beiki is also the teacher of Kankuro and others. Kankuro, that's enough, we are in the Konoha Shinobi village. Beiki crossed his arms and half of his face was covered by San Shinobi village's unique headscarf. Warned Kankuro. His teacher. Kankuro immediately changed his appearance and ignored Ino. He focused his attention on the two people who were about to start a battle in the center of the field. Xiao Li, untie the shackles of the blue beast, I allow you to use all your strength. A voice echoed through the venue. It was Xiao Li's teacher Might Guy. He had the same thick eyebrows and hairstyle, and many people shed cold sweat at the same time. Sarutobi Asuma, who was also a jonin, gave him an important piece of information, which was Gaara's killing performance in the Forest of Death. What's more, the Chunin exam has already progressed, and Xiao Li no longer needs to hide his strength. Might Guy wants everyone to see that even if Xiao Li, who has been trained by himself, does not know ninjutsu and genjutsu, he can still display strong strength with his physical skills. Good teacher. Xiao Li's eyes were sparkling, and tears of excitement almost burst out from his eyes. He rolled back a few times and jumped directly to the top of a tall sculpture behind him. The sculpture was made of two huge hands making a knotted seal, and it was as high as 2 or 3 stories high. Xiao Li took off the heavy-duty binding bag from his leg. The ninjas of Konoha have really retro training methods. Kankuro laughed loudly, and Temari on the side also had a mocking look on his face. Even if it contains lead, it only weighs a few dozen kilograms at most. It's so naive to think that you can defeat Gaara with this. Might Guy was not far away, but the expression on his face didn't change at all. With a mysterious smile, he looked at the weight in Xiao Li's hand, throw it on the open space on both sides. In full view of everyone, 2 leggings fell from the statue, and a loud roar was heard. The entire central tower seemed to tremble, and the huge roar seemed like 2 explosive balls of gunpowder. Hey, is it necessary to do this? Everyone was stunned. Xiao Li actually kept such a weight on his body to take the Chunin exam. Is this guy still human? Gaara, who originally came on the stage, had a look of contempt on his face and didn't take Xiao Li to heart at all, but now, Gaara admits that Xiao Li is qualified to fight with her. Then let's get started. Xiao Li disappeared in mid-air in an instant, and the next second he appeared next to Gaara, throwing out a punch. Sand armor automatically gathered around Gaara to resist Xiao Li's attack. The speed is really too fast. Suzuki frowned slightly in the stands. Xiao Li was actually able to rely on pure physical skills. To reach this level and the same speed, Suzuki needs to explode into lightning-style chakra mode with all his strength to achieve it. This guy Xiao Li. Sure enough, they are just like those from the Zong family. Even Niji gritted his teeth slightly. As members of the same team, even he and Tiantian didn't know that Xiao Li had such a heavy load on his body. He couldn't help but look at Might Guy beside him. Kankuro and Temari's originally proud expressions disappeared without a trace. Gaara's sand shield couldn't keep up with Xiao Li's speed, and there was a flaw. Gaara couldn't catch Xiao Li's ghostly figure with his eyes. There was only the sudden shattering of the sand shield and the sound of bursting air in his ears. This was the first time he encountered such an opponent. For a moment, Gaara there was a trace of panic on his face. Biao Li and Hua. Xiao Li's figure suddenly appeared in front of Gaara, turned around and kicked Gaara in the chin. The move that had attacked Suzuki appeared again. Gaara flew into the air, and the killing shield and armor on his body kept peeling off, and Xiao Li stood up quickly, and the bandages on his arms danced, tightly wrapping Gaara. Under Xiao Li's rapid rotation, he fell from a high altitude at a high speed and hit the ground hard. Gaara! Kankuro and Temari couldn't help but exclaim, such a powerful physical skill, once hit, Gaara's life may be in danger. Hoo ho ho! A figure emerged from the smoke. It was Xiao Li who had finished performing the fatal physical technique. He was breathing violently at this moment. This ultra-advanced physical technique like Lianhua's consumes physical strength and damages the body far beyond ordinary physical techniques. The smoke dissipated, and only Gaara's figure was seen, lying motionless on the ground. The violent impact created a large crater on the ground, and spiderweb-like cracks spread in all directions, which was enough to show the power of this blow. Did you make it? Looking at Gaara who was knocked to the ground by him, Xiao Li's face showed a hint of excitement. At this moment, Gaara, who was lying motionless on the ground, suddenly changed. There was a crackling sound, and pieces of sand began to fall off Gaara's face. Xiao Li looked carefully and saw that what he had just hit was Gaara's clone, not the real body. Asshole! Is it the body replacement technique? Mike Guy was beating his chest in the stands, and Xiao Li was almost able to kill his opponent with one blow. Xiao Li suddenly felt a murderous aura, and turned his head to avoid it quickly. He felt as if his body was out of control, and a sense of powerlessness filled his whole body. He watched the sand controlled by Gaara hit him hard. 8 inner gates open the door. 8 inner gates open the door. Xiao Li, who was knocked away, was still breathing heavily 1 second, but regained his energy the next second, disappeared in an instant, and launched another round of attacks on Gaara. 8 inner gates? Guy, you actually taught this ninjutsu to Xiao Li. How far can the child open now? Kakashi looked shocked, took off his blindfold and started observing Xiao Li with a sharingan, while Mike Guy on the side showed a proud look on his face. 5th gate. My disciple is the real genius. He stretched out his hand and spread his fingers and said to Kakashi. Everyone present looked at Xiao Li's sudden recovery, and they were all dumbfounded. This guy's physical strength had been completely exhausted just now, but he actually recovered all of a sudden and organized an offensive again. The closed gate of the 8 inner gates can restore your physical strength after opening it. Niji on the side frowned after hearing this. He had never heard about 8 inner gates in Mike Guy before, and he couldn't help but clenched his fists tightly. Xiao Li has actually mastered such powerful physical skills. Xiao Li's speed in the square is getting faster and faster, and the aura on his body is getting stronger and stronger. On the surface of his body, the blood vessels are supplying blood as if they are running at full speed, like tiny vines crawling all over him. Whole body. 8 inner gates do Menkai. At this moment, as Xiao Li's opponent, Gaara was terrified. With his super speed and unparalleled destructive power, if he was hit, he would probably be at least slightly injured. The expression on Bakey's face on the second floor was solemn as never before. Gaara is the most important part of their visit to the shinobi village of Konoha this time. They absolutely cannot make any mistakes. He has even begun to consider whether to take action at the critical moment. You are the enemy I must defeat. I will put my honor as a Konoha shinobi on the line and defeat you here today. As he opened the 5th gate, Xiao Li felt that his body had suffered an unprecedented burden. Whether it was muscles, blood vessels or bones, the pain from the inside out filled his whole body. But this huge pain also gave Xiao Li unparalleled strength. Asshole. How can there be such a person among the ninjas of Konoha? My sand shield couldn't stop him. Brutal emotions grew in Gaara's heart, and suddenly, Gaara didn't take any precautions and flew directly into the air. Rai-Renka. Xiao Li shouted loudly and used 8 inner gates unique ninjutsu, Ura-Renka. Holding back the intense pain in his body, Xiao Li started his performance. It flew freely in the air like a cannonball, impacting Gaara in mid-air. In just a few seconds, Gaara suffered dozens of attacks. Like a boat in a violent storm, under Xiao Li's attack, Gaara may collapse at any time. Seeing the worried expressions on Kuro and Tamari's faces, I didn't expect that someone could beat Gaara like this. Naruto, Sasuke, Niji. This trick was originally used to deal with you. Let you see the blue beast of Konoha. End the attack. As the final blow settled, Xiao Li and Gaara fell from the air at the same time. Xiao Li barely managed to stabilize his body and stood in the middle of the field, while Gaara fell heavily to the center of the square. This time Xiao Li did not give him a chance to react and used the body replacement technique, and was hit solidly by Ryanhua. At this moment, Xiao Li has reached his limit. His physical strength, which he had already recovered with 8 inner gates, is severely exhausted. He is breathing heavily and staring at Gaara not far away. In the shocked eyes of everyone, Gaara actually stretched out his palm. The sand around him was like running water, rushing towards Xiao Li. No one thought that Gaara could control the sand to attack Xiao Li again in this state. Gaara was able to withstand such a violent attack. Impossible. I was hit by my Euro Lotus, and I haven't lost consciousness yet. Xiao Li wanted to move backward to avoid Gaara's attack, but his body had reached its limit. The 8 inner gates were originally overdrafting the body, and in exchange for a period of extremely strong strength, at this moment, the meridians and muscles inside Xiao Li's body had already suffered great damage, reaching the point of running out of fuel. Hinata and others screamed in surprise. They were in the forest of death, but they saw Gaara using the same ninjutsu to crush people and turn them into rain of blood. At this moment, a figure appeared in time. Gaara's quicksand ninjutsu was dispersed with a wave of his hand. Gaara, win. Ahem. Moonlight Gale covered his mouth with his hand and coughed twice violently. The result of this battle was announced. Asshole. Gaara was lying on the ground, his eyes exuding strong murderous intent. This is the first time he has been beaten in such a miserable state. He must kill Xiao Li. Unexpectedly, the proctor of Konoha Shinobi actually stopped him. Kankuro and Tamari immediately jumped down from the second floor and came to Gaara's side. I saw Gaara's body covered with sand, her armor shattered, and she was unable to return to her original shape for a while. Bruises and scrapes were all over his body, and he was probably hurt internally as well. Mike Guy also jumped down from the second floor, supported Xiao Li who was about to fall to the ground, and began to comfort him. "Lee, you have done a great job, the enemy is too powerful. I didn't expect that there would be such a young generation in the Kingdom of Sand." Xiao Li had a guilty expression on his face. He practiced so hard. He was still defeated by Gaara, he choked and said. "Teacher, I will not embarrass you next time. I will practice harder." The conversation between master and apprentice moved many people, and Niji in the stands, but he had a deep look on his face, not knowing what he was thinking. What Xiao Li didn't know was that after receiving information from Sarutobi Asuma, Might Guy, he asked Moonlight Hayate if Xiao Li was not Gaara's opponent, it must be stopped in time to avoid unnecessary harm. Moonlight Hayate didn't refuse. After all, this is the home of Konoha Shinobi Village. Protecting the safety of students in this village is also the responsibility of the Invigilator. No one can say anything as long as it's within reason. I announce that the finalists are Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Suzuki, Harano Sakura, Abarame Shino, Gaara, Temari, Kankuro, Nara Shikamaru. As Moonlight Hayate was announced, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat up from his seat and clapped his hands to applaud. "Congratulations! Everyone has entered the finals of the Chunin exam. In a month's time, famous names from various major countries and some important figures will come to observe. You are not only fighting for yourself, you are also fighting for your own ninja village." Naruto looked at the serious Sarutobi Hiruzen, but smiled and shook his head. Senju Hashirama probably never dreamed that his ninja village system would directly escalate the battle between people to a duel between countries. The Chunin exam is not only a stage for each country to observe the strength of the ninja village, it is also a grand event for long-term gambling battles between some big shots. With the Chunin finals confirmed, their information will soon be spread among the big shots. As Sarutobi Hiruzen finished preaching, everyone's nerves relaxed. "I'm so envious of you for having the chance to become a Chunin. Please come on in 1 month. Don't lose to those guys from the Sand Ninja Village, otherwise our Konoha Shinobi Village will lose a lot of commissions in the future." Listening to the words of the people around him, Naruto smiled without saying a word and asked Suzuki and Sakura to go back and have a good rest. He said goodbye to everyone and arrived near the famous Hot Spring Hotel in Konoha Shinobi Village. Naruto is here, of course, to capture the wild pervy sage. While Jiraiya was traveling around, even though he was semi-detached from Konoha, but he has been collecting information, and the information about Orochimaru now returning to Konoha, he must have known that it was time to return to the village at this time. If you want to find Jiraiya, of course the place in Konoha where the most beauties appear is. Sure enough, pervy sage's nature cannot be changed. Naruto patrolled around various hot spring hotels, smoke curled up, the unique smell of hot springs filled Naruto's nose. With the sensory blessing of sage mode, I soon felt a boiling and surging energy. None other than Jiraiya, one of the Sunin of Konoha. Hey. As expected, Konoha's beauties are more plump? With a crazy expression on his face, Jiraiya looked through a small hole in the wall. There was drool dripping from the corner of his mouth. He looked like a pervert. There is a toad as tall as a person under his feet, which is extremely obscene. "Pervy sage, did you use so many materials for your intimate paradise?" Naruto said loudly, which frightened Jiraiya into thinking. When he turned around and saw Naruto, he was obviously stunned. I didn't expect Naruto to take the initiative to find him. Hey, kid, don't interrupt my appreciation of art. What pervy sage? I am a true immortal. Jiraiya turned around and said seriously, "I can keep silent about Naruto in my heart," appeared behind him. He was very surprised. "Is this Minato's son?" Jiraiya looked at Naruto, who was smiling in front of him, and then a smile appeared on his face. As expected of Minato's son, he hasn't felt this incomprehensible feeling for a long time. Sure enough, as described in the information, Naruto inherited Minato's talent. Not only is he outstanding in cultivation, but in such a short period of time, even people like Kakashi sided with Naruto. What a surprise! Moreover, Naruto's current behavior is becoming more and more like the prophesied son of the great Toad Sage, a person who can change the ninja world. Is this the little kid in front of me? Pervy sage, no need to explain. What are your plans to return to the village this time? This is not your character. Orochimaru is ready to make a move. If you come back at this time, are you planning to take the Hokage's position? If you can sit on the 5th Hokage's seat, my father will definitely be very happy. Naruto said calmly, but when it reached Jiraiya's ears, but it was like a thunderbolt, the little kid in front of me, to actually know such confidential information. Who told you this? I have no interest in Hokage's position. Minato's son, have you grown to this point? Jiraiya took a deep breath and looked at Naruto in front of him. He could no longer treat him as a child at this time. I didn't expect Naruto to know so many secrets. This is not the place to talk. Naruto said with a smile and motioned to Jiraiya. The figures of the two people disappeared instantly. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in the forest outside the Konoha Shinobi village. Jiraiya stared at Naruto in front of him, trying to find some loophole. Could it be that someone had taken over Naruto's body? Otherwise, there is no way to explain that Naruto now is not only extremely talented in training, and he is so calm and terrifying, as if he knows more information than himself. It's like hell. Pervy sage, don't worry, I am the real Naruto. Looking at the other party's solemn expression, Naruto laughed, lifted up his shirt and exposed his belly, starting to refine the chakra. The seal of the four elephants seal stood up and a horse appeared around Naruto's navel. Seeing Jiraiya still looking doubtful, a violent chakra instantly covered Naruto's body, and Jiraiya was dumbfounded. Are you already so proficient in using Nine Tails chakra? Jiraiya swallowed. Now he no longer doubts Naruto's identity. Nine Tails Jinchuriki, there is no way to impersonate him. Is it possible to summon such a huge Nine Tails chakra, and the seal shows no signs of loosening? Is Naruto ready to perfectly control Nine Tails? This little guy seems to be much more talented than Minato. It's so pervert. Looking at Naruto in front of him, Jiraiya took a deep breath. In any case, the other party is Minato's child, and he has already mastered the use of Nine Tails chakra at a young age. He has never received such information before. One word suddenly appeared in Jiraiya's mind, son of prophecy. Actually, I can use more power from Nine Tails. Naruto touched the back of his head and said casually, if Jiraiya knew, now that he can use Nine Tails chakra mode, he might scare Jiraiya so much that he won't have the desire to peek at the beautiful woman in the future. Okay. Jiraiya closed his eyes and touched his chin. If this happened, he would have nothing to teach Naruto. Now Naruto's strength might be equal to his own. The fighting power of Nine Tails Jinchuriki is no joke. When I think of this, Jiraiya couldn't help but sweat broke out on his head. If Naruto did this, he would be very embarrassed. As Minato's son, there is one ninjutsu that you must master. Jiraiya clapped his hands together, as if he thought of something, and said excitedly to Naruto in front of him, are you talking about this ninjutsu? Hearing Jiraiya's words, Naruto stretched out his hand, and a ball of chakra began to gather in his hand. In a blink of an eye, it turned into a blue sphere. The chakra inside was spinning crazily, but it remained stable. It was Raiznon. Jiraiya's eyes were as white as eggs, but for the sake of his immortal dignity, he immediately changed his face, put one hand behind his back, and made a negative gesture with the other hand. No. At this time, he no longer thought about how Naruto learned this extremely difficult ninjutsu, but pretended to be serious and took out a scroll. It's the summoning technique. As Minato's son, how can he not have a handsome Mount Myaboku toad? Jiraiya glanced at Naruto sideways, and finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the other party had no reaction at all. He finally regained some dignity for himself as an immortal. Naruto looked at the thick scroll in Jiraiya's hand and couldn't help but nodded. Summoning is indeed a magical ninjutsu in the ninja world. It also involves different spaces, which makes Naruto very interested. Now, let's start practicing the summoning technique. Hearing Naruto's words, Jiraiya coughed and nodded silently, then he opened the scroll, told Naruto how to form the seal, and signed the contract on the scroll. On the contract, Naruto saw the names of many people, including Jiraiya and Fengbo Minato, and he put his bloody handprint on it without hesitation. Let me demonstrate it to you first. Seeing Naruto finally showing interest, Jiraiya burst out laughing. He bit his thumb slightly with the corner of his mouth, and slammed his hand to the ground. A string of black unknown mantras, centered on Jiraiya's palm, it turned into a huge magic circle, and there was a burst of smoke. The orange toad that Jiraiya was riding on appeared at his feet. Seeing Naruto nodding from time to time, Jiraiya had a proud look on his face. Finally, there is a ninjutsu that this guy has not mastered. You can try to summon it. With your ability, maybe you can summon it successfully in just one try. Even your father had to practice for a long time before he could summon the toad of Mount Myaboku. Looking at Naruto, who was preparing for summoning in front of him, Jiraiya laughed. Naruto didn't speak but nodded. He closed his eyes slightly and meditated, and a series of reminders sounded in his mind. You sign a summoning contract with Mount Myaboku and master the summoning technique. Your understanding is heaven-defying. Deduced the summoning technique, mastered the perfect summoning technique and the contract-making method. You master the perfect summoning technique and can create a different space. The size of the different space is related to the chakra released when performing the spell. When Naruto opened his eyes again, he bit the corner of his mouth slightly without any hesitation. He yelled with blood dripping from his fingers. Summoning technique. He slammed his palms to the ground, and countless black spells bloomed from Naruto's hands. A huge summoning array was formed, and with a bang, a cloud of smoke came out. As expected of the summoning technique taught by me personally, it actually succeeded the first time. Haha, Minato would be very happy if he knew, Jiraiya said loudly with some guilt. When the smoke cleared, the summoned toad shocked Muleya again. Great toad sage. Jiraiya was dumbfounded. He originally thought Naruto used the summoning technique for the first time. Being able to summon an unknown little toad from Mount Myaboku is heaven-defying enough. You know, Minato only summoned a toad that was not fully grown yet. He himself didn't know how long he had been practicing before he summoned the first combat-effective Mount Myaboku toad. But Naruto in front of him summoned the founder of Mount Mayaboku using the summoning technique for the first time. Great Toad Sage. Toad Pills. The Great Toad Sage is the ancestor of Mount Mayaboku. It is said to have lived for thousands of years, has unfathomable strength, and has the ability to see into the future. Jiraiya was shocked and didn't speak for a long time, looking at Toad Sage in front of him stupidly. Naruto on the side watched this scene quietly. Is it little Jiraiya? I haven't been to this world for a long time. Looking at the giant toad with orange skin full of wrinkles in front of him, Naruto nodded. He could feel the huge chakra contained in the Great Toad Sage in front of him, and he was worthy of being the ancestor of Mount Mayaboku. Great Toad Sage, I don't know what happened, but this kid actually summoned you. I'm so sorry, Jiraiya hurriedly explained, and he lost his mind and danced. I do not know what to say. You actually found the child of prophecy. Little Jiraiya, you are very capable. Is he Minato's son? Time flies so fast. Jiraiya, who was originally confused, was once again shocked by the words of the Great Toad Sage. Sure enough, Naruto is the child of prophecy. Great Toad Sage, I will become a person who surpasses all previous Hokages. I want to change the entire ninja world. Eliminate everyone's pain. Naruto looked at the big toad in front of him, and the immortal said firmly, then Sage Mode was run at full strength, bursting out with bursts of powerful breath. Spider web-like cracks began to appear on the ground beneath Naruto's feet. I don't know where you learned Sage Mode. If you want to achieve something, little Jiraiya will help you. Okay, it's time for me to go back to Mount Mayaboku. Nice to meet you, little Naruto. Next time I won't intercept your summoning technique. There is a suitable Mount Mayaboku toad who will come to help you. Great Toad Sage had an inexplicable smile on his face, then with a bang, he disappeared directly in front of the two people. Naruto didn't say anything. Jiraiya next to him seemed to be frozen, with his eyes wide open and his mouth wide. At this moment, he seemed to be just a little brother in front of Naruto. After traveling around the world for so many years, unexpectedly, the child of the prophecy is actually in the Konoha Shinobi village, and he is also the child of his own disciple. Naruto actually knows magic. Why don't I feel it at all? Shouldn't there be parts of his body that have been changed by natural energy? Where did he learn magic from? What does it mean that little Jiraiya will help you? Until Naruto walked up to Jiraiya and patted him on the shoulder. Jiraiya just recovered from the state of brain shutdown. Seeing that Naruto was not as tall as the toad he had summoned, his mood was extremely complicated. Don't take it to heart about the Great Toad Sage, you lustful ancestor. Whether you want to continue being oily or writing a book, you don't have to stay with me. Naruto casually said that tying Jiraiya to his side was not his original intention. Hearing Naruto's words, Jiraiya was silent for a moment. It was because he was summoned by the Great Toad Sage that he chose to travel around. On the one hand, it is to find the child of prophecy, and on the other hand, it is to leave the Konoha Shinobi village. He has no ability to change the world and can only escape. It is not a coincidence that all the Konoha Sannin have left the Konoha Shinobi village. Who wants to follow you? I want to see what that bastard Orochimaru is going to do. As for you, you are also the material for my book. I have never met a brat like you, Jiraiya said a little harshly, but he was extremely curious about Naruto. Son of prophecy. A guy who can change the entire ninja world. Jiraiya is very curious about what will happen. Even if the Great Toad Sage didn't tell him, he would still stay with Naruto. Okay, you are not allowed to interfere with anything I do. Otherwise, I will let the Great Toad Sage take you away. Naruto shrugged and moved out of the Great Toad Sage. As soon as Jiraiya heard the words Great Toad Sage, he immediately lost his temper. Stay silent and pretend not to hear. Seeing Jiraiya's appearance, Naruto smiled slightly and asked Jiraiya to follow him. It was better than being killed by his former disciple. Jiraiya's prestige in the Konoha Shinobi village is not generally high. He is a legendary ninja who actually won the title of Sannin on the battlefield. Now Orochimaru has judged the Konoha Shinobi village, and Tsunade's whereabouts are unknown. Who can convince the public? And only Jiraiya. There's nothing better than using the summoning technique to solve the tailed beast's problems. Naruto thought silently in his mind. He didn't speak, but continued to walk away from Konoha. Jiraiya didn't say anything and followed Naruto directly. Jiraiya knows that now is not the time to care about face. Since the Great Toad Sage personally admitted the identity of Naruto's prophesied son, no matter what the other party does, there must be some reason for it. It will eventually change the world, he just needs to watch quietly from the side. Nine-tails sealed space. Naruto looked at Kurama who was sealed behind the huge iron door with a smile on his face. Kurama, do you want to leave my body now and be free? Naruto's voice appeared in Nine-tails' ears like thunder. It checked several times to make sure it heard correctly. You have just had access to my chakra, and you will willingly let me leave now. Although it was extremely shocked in its heart, Nine-tails had a look of indifference on its face. It knew its own power, and not everyone could resist the temptation to use itself to become a strong person. Of course, I'm much stronger than you, Kurama. Moreover, it is not a certain person who makes you lose your freedom, but the world. You are the starting point for change in this world. Naruto's firm voice spread throughout the sealed space, and Nine Tails was now able to confirm Naruto wasn't kidding himself. He really wanted to free all the tailed beasts, and it is the first tailed beast to be free. What do you need me to do? Nine Tails couldn't wait to ask, since that bastard Senju Hashirama distribute the tailed beasts to various ninja villages, and all the tailed beasts lose their freedom. Being able to only observe the outside world in Jinchuriki's body, what is the difference between this and being imprisoned? Write your name on this scroll. Seeing Nine Tails' reaction, a huge scroll suddenly appeared in Naruto's hand, and then spread out on the ground. It was the summoning contract between Nine Tails. As long as you agree to this contract, I can create an energy body to take your place in my body, and your departure will not cause my death. I will create a different space. This different space will be relatively small at the beginning, and I will perfect it later. When the time comes, that alien space may be bigger than Mount Mayaboku, so you have to be prepared. This is the way Naruto came up with after completing the agreement with Nine Tails. By then, all the tailed beasts can live in the different space. Even if Senju Hashirama is resurrected, it will be impossible to enter the different space to capture the tailed beasts without the consent of the tailed beasts. No one can enter. Have you mastered the space ninjutsu? As expected of you, Uzumaki Naruto. The corners of Nine Tails' lips were almost reaching the sky. If it were anyone else, Nine Tails would only think that he was bragging, but these words came from Naruto's mouth. There was no doubt that Nine Tails could do it. Create a different space. Looking at the huge scroll on the ground for a long time, Nine Tails signed his name without hesitation. Then Naruto bit his finger and left his name and mark behind Nine Tails' name, becoming the number 1A ninja who signed a summoning contract with Nine Tails. At this time, Naruto and Jiraiya, 2 people away from Konoha Shinobi Village, already quite far away, the strong aura emanating from Naruto's body, Jiraiya couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling, and the scent of Nine Tails' chakra became more and more intense. As if the seal in Naruto's body had been broken free, a huge Nine Tails shadow actually formed in midair. Is there something wrong with the seal left by Minato? Looking at Naruto in front of him, more and more Nine Tails chakra is exposed around him. I couldn't help but want to step forward to stop Naruto, but the red chakra was bounced away the moment it came into contact. Pervy Sage, I'm fine. Naruto opened his eyes and smiled at Jiraiya, stretching out the palm of your hand. A ball of natural energy that can enrich ultimate is rapidly merging. The immortal curse seals accumulated in Naruto's body were all integrated into his hands at this moment. Transformed into a bright ball of light, even the chakra in Jiraiya's body, affected by this natural energy, they couldn't help but retreat quickly backwards. I saw the surrounding plants growing like crazy, and everyone in Jiraiya was stunned. After all, it was Nine Tails who was on the rampage. Or is the natural energy in Naruto's body running rampant? Naruto put the light ball in his hand on his abdomen, slowly sinking into the body. Nine Tails' sealed space door suddenly shattered, at tsunami like Nine Tails' chakra, and a crazy tide surged outside Naruto's body. In Jiraiya's eyes, Naruto was already in a state of rage at this moment. The crazy aura of Nine Tails' chakra, the shadow in midair already has 7 tails. What do I do? Jiraiya's heart fell into a crazy tangle. This is the son of the prophecy that Great Toad Sage just acknowledged personally. And he is Namikaze Minato's only child. At this juncture, if Konoha Shinobi Village, if you are attacked by the Nine Tails running rampant in Naruto's body, it will cause a huge impact. Nine Tails chakra continued to move towards Naruto's body, and natural energy is constantly integrated into Naruto's body. As the 4-symbol seal is about to completely collapse, 2 familiar auras appeared in Naruto's spiritual world. Adamantine sealing chains, you stinky fox. Don't bully my Naruto. Dozens of chains shining with strange light appeared in Naruto's spiritual world, holding on to Nine Tails who was detaching from Naruto's body. Then a golden flash appeared in front of the barrier that was about to collapse. Gently reaching out and pressing it, the Nine Tails chakra that was about to rush out of Naruto's body immediately bound. The barrier was repaired in the blink of an eye, and Nine Tails was about to be free. After seeing this, he was so angry that he cursed. It's you 2 guys again. Naruto, you really have a pair of good parents. This uncle has been sealed again. Nine Tails never thought of sealing his 4th Hokage. It actually got to this point, and the chakras of the couple were sealed together. Father. Mother. Naruto looked at Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina who appeared in his spiritual world, with a relieved smile on his face. Chakra, which had long been ready to be integrated into his own memory, quickly got into the hands of Minato and Kushina and merged with them. All of Naruto's memories from childhood to present were transmitted to Minato and his wife. For a moment, the huge memory made the 2 of them stunned on the spot. They needed some time to digest. Naruto went from babbling to speaking for the first time, from toddler to walking for the first time. Minato and Kushina were so excited that tears started to flow from the corners of their eyes unknowingly. Soon, when they saw Naruto in their memories, being ostracized by the people in the Konoha shinobi village. Kushina's whole body was about to explode. Third generation, you old fool. How dare you bully my Naruto like this? Minato, don't talk. Naruto's later memories directly caused Kushina to enter violent mode. Even Nine Tails, who was sealed again, looked like a good baby. He was afraid that this violent woman would unleash her anger on herself. Minato was sweating coldly and kept comforting Kushina. He looked helpless, but he was also a little angry in his heart. However, when Kushina saw Naruto in front of her, a gentle smile appeared on his face immediately. Naruto was really embarrassed to see him like this. Naruto, you've really suffered over the years. I'm very satisfied to be able to meet Naruto. Kushina wiped the corners of her eyes and held Naruto in her arms. Minato's face next to him finally showed a smile. He glanced at the sealed Nine Tails from the corner of his eye. Why does this guy look so happy? And what's going on with that huge natural energy? You mean, you want to remove Nine Tails from your body and replace Nine Tails with that ball of natural energy? These natural energies look bigger than Nine Tails chakra. Nine Tails has signed a summoning contract with you as a summoning beast. Oh, it's called Kurama now? Is that your name? Can you create a different space and let Nine Tails live in it? After the warm moment of family reunion ended, Minato and Kushina were shocked by Naruto's crazy operations. In comparison, previously, Naruto took Mamakai Zabuza as his subordinate to manage the country of waves. This outrageous behavior also seems normal. In the real world, Jiraiya finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, he has entered Sage Mode. Fukazaku Sennin and Shima Sennin stood on either side of his shoulders. Originally, he wanted to suppress the rampaging Nine Tails in Naruto's body, but for some unknown reason, Nine Tails' chakra was controlled and sealed by Naruto's body again. At this moment, Naruto stood there quietly with his eyes slightly closed. Jiraiya, what the hell are you doing, summoning us, just to watch this kid in a daze? Isn't he the son of prophecy that Great Toad Sage said? Little Jiraiya, you haven't been to Mount Mayaboku for a long time. I've learned a lot of new dishes recently. Jiraiya's head was pounding and she was still worried about Naruto's condition. Sudden, Nine Tails chakra appeared again and transformed into a palm outside Naruto's body, rushing towards Jiraiya. Before he could react, Jiraiya had been pulled into Naruto's spiritual world. Because of Sage Mode, even Fukazaku Sennin and Shima Sennin, he also entered Naruto's spiritual world through Jiraiya. When they saw Minato and Kushina, Minato, Kushina, little Minato, Naruto's mental space instantly became chaotic. Nine Tails was behind the sealed door. He took a comfortable position, supporting his chin with one paw. Watching this scene quietly, I feel really envious. Jiraiya, Fukazaku Sennin and Shima Sennin were noisy with Minato. Naruto, on the other hand, stayed with Kushina. After a while, they knew Naruto's plan. After realizing my current strength, I no longer have any worries in my heart. Today's Naruto is already a ninja who can stand alone. Being able to look at Naruto's memories from childhood to adulthood and what he looks like now is enough. I don't know how much time has passed. Minato and Kushina's bodies, emitting a misty glow, representing the chakra they left in Naruto's body, about to disappear. Naruto, I'm so lucky to be your mother. I trust you. You can definitely change the ninja world in the future. Come on, Naruto. Naruto, we believe you. Just like your mother, you have grown up. Just go ahead and do whatever you want to do. Minato and Shinkuna stood together, looking at Naruto in front of them with a smile, and finally disappeared in front of everyone. There was a brief silence. Naruto took Jiraiya and the two Hammer Sage, leaving his own mental space. He prepared to continue the process of liberating Nine Tails. As expected of the son of prophecy, his idea is really bold. Little Jiraiya, let's protect little Naruto together. Listening to the words of the two immortals, Jiraiya nodded and looked at Nine Tails chakra. The words kept pouring out of Naruto's body without saying a word. Without the backup left by Minato and Kushina, the process of liberating Nine Tails, it went extremely smoothly. The seal of the four elephants was broken again, and Nine Tails was about to be free. He was even more excited. Even chakra was boiling with excitement. The huge energy of Nine Tails gathered in mid-air and gradually formed the body of Nine Tails. The red chakra created a skeleton out of thin air, and finally Nine Tails successfully separated from Naruto's body and reappeared in the world. It's amazing, I haven't heard of it, which Jinchuriki can survive after being detached from the tailed beast. Since there's no danger now, Naruto-chan, we're going back to Mount Mayaboku. Fukazaku Sennin and Shima Sennin were also shocked when they saw Naruto stripping off the tailed beast. However, their time in the real world is almost up and it's time to return to Mount Mayaboku. With Jiraiya protecting Naruto, they could leave with peace of mind. I'm really troubling you. Jiraiya scratched his head in embarrassment, thinking that he was going to have a battle with Nine Tails today. I didn't expect to make such a mistake, so I summoned two immortals rashly. Watch Fukazaku and Shima leave. With a bang, Fukazaku and Shima disappeared in front of Naruto and Jiraiya. Nine Tails, who had just gained freedom, was running and having fun in the distance. It made Jiraiya nervous, but Naruto entered a meditative state, start opening up a different space. With Naruto as the center, natural energy rushed towards Naruto's body crazily. The amount of chakra required to open up space was somewhat more than Naruto expected. The alien space that has been opened up now has only just been able to accommodate 9 tails. If that's true, at least Naruto wouldn't feel aggrieved in his spiritual world. Naruto, you should be faster, you brat. 9 tails will be discovered soon if they make such a big noise. If the news of 9 tails rampage spreads to the outside world, it will be in trouble. Jiraiya was a little panicked. 9 tails was so huge. If you make such a noise again, you might think you were seen by someone from a distance. In less than half a day, the news that 9 tails is out of control will spread throughout the ninja world. Now is the critical moment for the Chunin exam. Many important figures from various countries, we have already started heading towards Konoha Shinobi Village. If something happens, if someone uses this excuse to attack Konoha, they will be in trouble. If that's the case, Pervy Sage, you don't have to worry. Naruto had a flash of inspiration and asked the lively 9 tails to come to him. One hand was on 9 tails' body and the other was on Jiraiya's shoulder. Hey, this is just a warm-up. I haven't had enough fun yet. 9 tails came to Naruto reluctantly, muttering, no idea what Naruto was going to do. Then let's get more information. Naruto's Super Flying Thunder God activates instantly. Huge 9 tails and Jiraiya, following Naruto, he disappeared from the spot, leaving only the forest destroyed by 9 tails and a mess. After dozens of minutes, several waves of ninjas with different decorations appeared in this area one after another. The country of waves. During the time Naruto left, Mamakai, Zabuza and Haku, the country of waves has just been put on the right track, and other countries have imported food and various material resources, continuously transported to the country of waves, and also repelled a wave, the Kirigakure ninja who came to assassinate Mamakai Zabuza. It didn't take long for Mamakai Zabuza to carry out his activities in the country of waves with great fanfare. The information reached Kirigakure, and a rebellious ninja like Mamakai Zabuza, but he will be hunted forever, thanks to the immortal curse mark that Naruto left on him. His strength increased a lot, and those Miss Shinobi Umbu who came to assassinate him, none of them are Shiro's opponents, let alone Mamakai Zabuza himself. Dazna, now he has become Zabuza Mamakai's right-hand man. In addition to building bridges, he has built the port of Wave Country. All were handed over to Dazna for construction. At this time, Machi, Zabuza and Haku had just eliminated a group of pirates operating in the country of waves. They didn't know where they got the information that was 800 years out of date. I thought that after Kato from the land of waves died, they could come over and get some benefits. He was directly discovered by the villagers of Wave Country and informed Zabuza Mamakai. He and Bai were directly annihilated on a small island. Bai was searching on the sea. Let's see if there are any remaining pirates. Mamakai Zabuza is enjoying himself. Lying under a tree to enjoy the cool air, looking at the sea not far away, let the salty sea breeze blow on your face. Just at this time, with a bang, a huge cloud of smoke appeared in front of Mamakai Zabuza. Who is it? How could he possess such a terrifying chakra? Could it be that he is a master sent by Kirigakure? The smoke did not dissipate, the light was the breath of chakra. This made Machi Zabuza and Shiro feel terrified. If I had known better, I should have kept a lower profile. The two of them immediately activated their ninjutsu. Incomparably rich white mist and huge magic mirror ice crystals appeared in the sky. You two are very energetic. A strong wind suddenly blew out, and the fog dispersed. Naruto showed a signature smile and looked at Zabuza and Haku who were facing powerful enemies. It's Naruto-sama. Shiro looked surprised and said to Zabuza next to him, seeing that it was Naruto who appeared in front of him, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. But what's going on with that giant creature opposite? The terrifying chakra aura comes from this guy. There was such a ferocious fox in front of me, with 9 tails wagging constantly. Like a burning orange flame, Zabuza's pupils suddenly shrank. This is Konoha's tailed beast. 9 tails. Naruto patted the 9 tails beside him, pointed at the sea and said, this is the country of waves. Except for some islands, there is a large sea area, you can do whatever you want. It's best to show up where there are people and create some information for those people. No one would believe that 2 9 tails appeared at the same time from such a long distance. Naruto and 9 tails have the existence of immortal curse seal and summoning technique, and they can contact each other anytime and anywhere. The vast expanse of the sea is enough for 9 tails to experience the long-lost freedom. You're welcome then. You should hold on tight to me in this different space. There are many people who covet my power. After hearing Naruto's words, 9 tails couldn't wait to run freely. However, we still need to urge Naruto to get the different space as soon as possible. Even if the space is a little smaller, it's okay. I finally have freedom. It doesn't want to be captured and sealed again. Naruto nodded. Under the shocked eyes of Zabuza and Haku, Nine-Tails set off a gust of wind and ran wildly on the sea, blue sky and white clouds. A huge orange Nine-Tails fox, running on the blue sea, in their minds, left an indelible mark. And Jiraiya collapsed again. He first glanced at Zabuza and Haku not far away. He glanced around and then looked at his feet. They were clearly in the forest outside Konoha Shinobi Village just now. What's going on with the sea around here? What's with the silvery white sand and shells on the soles of your feet? You told me this is the country of waves? Pervy sage. Now you don't have to worry about Nine-Tails information being leaked. Hearing Naruto's words, Jiraiya felt that his heart was going numb. Naruto has mastered many ninjutsu beyond his own knowledge. This is clearly the flying thunder god created by Naidame and carried forward by 4th generation. Now in Naruto's hands, it's directly across the continent. Zabuza looked at Jiraiya next to Naruto, took a deep breath. Today I directly met 2 legendary Sannin, Jiraiya and Nine-Tails. Things that can be related to Naruto-sama are indeed not simple. Ahem. I understand. Now that we are in the country of waves, let's do some sightseeing. Come back to Konoha. I visited the Kingdom of Waves many years ago to draw materials for my novel. The Kingdom of Waves at that time was really impressive. Jiraiya pretended to be calm and said, the country of waves at that time, it is not much different from other ninja villages that have experienced wars. There was a shortage of food and supplies, and the civilians lived a miserable life. You're lucky to be alive. Naruto is still a child after all, and the land of waves is still a country no matter how small it is. It's not that easy to manage. It's time to show Naruto, I am well informed, so that people in the Kingdom of Waves can live a better life. Naruto nodded and looked at Zabuza and Haku standing aside. Bai immediately stood up and led the way for everyone, and the 4 of them galloped on the sea, prepared to go directly to the core of the country of waves, where Dazna is building a port. As he got closer to the port, Jiraiya frowned slightly. I always feel that things are not simple. When did the port of Wave Country become so busy? From a distance, there are many people working, and there are more than a dozen cargo ships staying in the port. Moreover, the port seems to be expanding, and many workers are at the other end of the port. The pier is also being built. As soon as Naruto and the others appeared, the people in the Kingdom of Waves at the port were visibly excited. Everyone's face was filled with warm smiles and they waved to them. Zabuza-sama, Shiro-sama, you are back. You must have wiped out those pirates. Thank you so much for your hard work. Facing these enthusiastic people, Zabuza and Shiro just smiled and nodded. Everyone automatically made way for them, and Naruto and Jiraiya followed behind them, set off towards the center of the island. Along the way, Jiraiya looked around. Where was the shadow of the country of waves? The faces of passers-by walking back and forth were all shining with light, full of hope for the future. Despite the surrounding buildings, the clothes worn by people are a little worn out, but they can still be felt. The happiness they express from their hearts, the dilapidated and desolate atmosphere of the past, disappeared completely. From time to time, you can still see a group of children chasing and fighting in the alley. Jiraiya fell into silence. I never thought you, the assassination king of Mist Shinobi, are quite capable. The country of waves is managed in an orderly manner by you. Isn't this the peaceful world you want? Without war, people can live and work in peace and contentment. Unexpectedly, a rebel ninja from Mist Shinobi did it. No, Jiraiya-sama, this is all due to Naruto-sama's good command. I'm just following Naruto-sama's orders. Being praised like this by Jiraiya, Zabuza immediately became embarrassed. Seeming a little at a loss, Bai on the side, seeing Zabuza like this, he couldn't help but cover his mouth and snicker. Naruto, there's still 1 month left until the Chunin exams. I will stay in the country of waves during this period, and I will return to Konoha before the exam begins. Looking at Naruto with a proud look on his face, Jiraiya decided to live in the country of waves for a while. Look what happened on this island country. To make this place quiet and peaceful, he wants to record what happens here. Come to think of it, it seemed like he had nothing left to teach Naruto. Okay, I will also stay in the country of waves to practice during this period. Naruto nodded. The work of constructing the different space was not completed yet. He was not at ease if Nine-Tails was left alone in the outside world. Taking advantage of this period of time, continue to absorb natural energy and build a different space. Upon hearing that Naruto would temporarily stay in the land of waves, Zabuza and Haku's faces said, they all showed happy expressions. It seems that the country of waves has changed during this period. Let Naruto-sama be very satisfied. At this time, Konoha also began to become lively. Spies from various countries, the upper class and daimyo went to Konoha one after another. They don't want to miss the upcoming Chunin exam. This time's Chunin exam, the number of contestants this time is really explosive. Not to mention the members of several big families in Konoha, Gaara from San Shinobi, Temari and Kankuro, their identities are also extraordinary, the orphans of the Uchiha clan. It even makes gamblers from many other countries excited. In the field of Chunin examination, they have been for a long time. I've never seen anyone from the Uchiha family. On the surface, Konoha Shinobi Village is bustling with activity, but there is an undercurrent surging behind the scenes. At midnight, in a remote corner of Konoha Shinobi Village, two people with completely different identities stand together. One is the leader of the Sand Shinobi Ninja Village team, Beiki. The other one was Yakushi Kabuto, who lost to Suzuki in the Chunin qualifiers. The identities of the two are so different that they are not on the same level. At this moment, they were having an intimate conversation. I really didn't expect Orochimaru's penetration into Konoha. It has actually reached such a point that a genin taking the Chunin exam, he is actually Orochimaru's spy. What an amazing method. Beiki looked at the proud Yakushi Kabuto in front of him and couldn't help but admired. As expected of a rebellious nin who left Konoha, he is familiar with the Konoha Shinobi Village. It is beyond the reach of ordinary people. Excuse me, Kazekage-sama made a wise choice by choosing to cooperate with our sound ninja village. With Orochimaru-sama and Kazekage-sama, our plan will be implemented smoothly this time. Hearing Yakushi Kabuto's words, Beiki nodded, took out a scroll from his body, and handed it to Yakushi Kabuto. This is the scroll of Konoha's collapse plan, and Lord Kazekage has signed it. Yakushi Kabuto raised his hand, adjusted his glasses, nodded, and put the scroll away. But his eyes glanced back. Just like Orochimaru said, at the Chunin knockout tournament, after using Chakra Scalpel, he was already targeted by the ninjas of Konoha. Simply disappear and return to Orochimaru. I didn't expect that someone could follow me here. It's really surprising. To show sincerity, I will leave this guy to me. You can bring the scroll to Orochimaru and return directly. Beiki squeezed his fist, also felt the stranger's breath, and said to Yakushi Kabuto. Beiki and Yakushi Kabuto smiled tacitly, and disappeared from where they were. One went to find Orochimaru to return to his life, while the other was someone who was following him and launched the attack. No, I was discovered. The person following Yakushi Kabuto is the proctor of the Chunin knockout competition. Moonlight Blast. Moonlight Gale felt a murderous aura and immediately retreated towards the inside of the village. When he saw Beiki and Yakushi Kabuto touching each other, it has been confirmed that Yakushi Kabuto has rebelled. If a rebel nin meets Sand Shinobi, nothing good will happen. I didn't expect these two guys to discover me. Now, as long as we retreat to the inside of the village, call for support from our companions, and successfully bring back the information, we can start investigating the people of Sand Shinobi. What Yueguan Gale didn't expect was that the other party was extremely fast and appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye. You are worthy of being a ninja of Konoha, but that's the end of it for you. At this moment, the expression on Beiki's face was extremely ferocious, with 2 red marks on his cheeks. It even makes people feel the smell of killing. Don't forget, this is the Konoha Shinobi village. Guang Haifeng coughed slightly and pulled out a samurai sword from his back. The moon in the sky illuminated the roof white. At this time, it was too late to notify his companions and he could only face the enemy alone. Bang! Moonlight Gale used the clone technique to summon 2 clones. Only 3 clones were seen, all moving in unison, and the katana in their hands emitted a gleaming cold light. Konoha-style swordsmanship, dance of 3 suns and moons. In Beiki's shocked eyes, Moonlight Hayate and his shadow clone, he disappeared in an instant, and when Beiki reacted, Moonlight Gale and his shadow clone attack him at the same time from 3 different angles. Blood spattered, and Moonlight Hayate slashed Beiki's shoulder with a knife. But what surprised him was that the other party didn't know what ninjutsu was used. His weapon only caused skin trauma to Beiki. He was killed by one of Beiki's hands, holding the blade of Moonlight Gale to death. How can it be? This is his famous stunt. No enemy has ever been able to block this move of his. Beiki actually uses his body to block his own swordsmanship. At this time, Beiki's other hand had already formed a seal, and the breath of ninjutsu came out from Beiki's body. Before Moonlight Hayate could resist, he saw Beiki roaring 10 times. Wind Blade. Moonlight Gale only felt his eyes go dark before losing consciousness. Hokage Building, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and a group of ninjas looked at the corpse in front of them with angry expressions on their faces. Their companions were actually killed in their own village. Hokage-sama. This must be Orochimaru's trick. The only person who can kill Hayate silently is Orochimaru. Hokage-sama, please activate the alert state. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a strong drag on his pipe, smoke puffed out from his mouth, and looked quietly at the excited ninjas in front of him. His eyes were extremely deep. I don't know what I'm thinking. Now is not the time, the Chunin exam is about to begin. You also know what the Chunin exam means. This is country to country, there must be no mistakes in the battle between Ninja Village and Ninja Village. As for Orochimaru, I'm afraid he is no match for an old guy like me now. Don't worry, everyone, my mission is to protect the village, and you are my most generous backing. Be more vigilant and wait until the Chunin exam is over. After hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, everyone was silent for a while, then nodded. Yes, Hokage-sama. He could only endure the pain and dispose of Moonlight Hayate's body, and quietly increased the security measures in Konoha Shinobi Village. But Beiki appeared in the room of Gaara and others. Looking at the sudden appearance of Beiki, Kankuro and Temari were slightly surprised. The Chunin exam is over for you, now you have received a new mission. When several people heard the mission assigned by Beiki, except Gaara, everyone both of them had expressions of disbelief on their faces. Let Gaara release the monster in her body and destroy Konoha. The relationship between Konoha Shinobi Village and I is the allied powers. Is there really no problem with this? Temari couldn't help but ask, and Kankuro on the side also looked at Beiki. Don't be naive. Even if we are allies, this plan must be implemented. This time the mission is Transcendent A grade. The stupid Earth Kingdom daimyo actually signed an alliance treaty with the Fire Kingdom. The treaty that is unfavorable to us has caused the Earth country to reduce its investment in ninja villages, and most of the commissions will be transferred to the Konoha Shinobi Village in the Fire Country. The funds of our Sand Shinobi Village will continue to decrease, and the economy from entrustment will also collapse on a large scale. Without the support of money, the strength of our ninja village will continue to decline. Now if we make a desperate move and attack Konoha, there is still room for reversal. If we wait until the day we are unable to resist, everything will be over. The faces of Temari and Kankuro are extremely complicated, the land of earth and the land of fire. It wasn't long before the peace treaty was concluded, and now we have to do something like this again. The two countries may return to a state of war soon. As long as you can kill, nothing matters. Gaara, who had been silent, had a crazy expression on his face. The monster inside him and he were excited. Seeing Gaara's look, even Beiki couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Everything is the Kazekige's order, and they can only execute it for the sake of the village. In the following days, Konoha became more and more lively. The number of motorcades appearing at Konoha Shinobi Village is getting larger and larger. Those vehicles were extremely gorgeous, and as these people poured into the Konoha Shinobi Village, a large part of the available accommodation has been occupied by these people. The Konoha Shinobi Village has already dispatched quite a few ninjas, dozens of kilometers outside the ninja village. Corresponding protective measures have been started. You must know that these nobles, coming to Konoha Shinobi Village with a huge amount of money, the Chunin exam is about to begin. It is the battlefield where they satisfy their mental stimulation. At the same time, Konoha Shinobi Village, you will also receive huge rewards. In the convoys of these nobles, there will be some huge boxes. All in these boxes is money. Every time a Chunin exam is taken, the money gathered in the exam ninja village can even reach billions or tens of billions at most, but few people will make any plans for this money. The exam usually only takes place in the ninja villages of the 5 major countries. Not to mention the guards around these nobles, there are also the protection of ninjas from various ninja villages. Once the robbery fails, the robbers will not only face the guards in front of them. The pursuit of the ninjas is very likely to be wanted by the 5 major countries. Ordinary people would never think of these people. The protagonists of this Chunin exam are all working hard on special training. Kakashi-sensei, don't you know where Naruto went? I haven't seen Naruto for so many days, I'm so worried about him. Kakashi looked at the little Sakura in front of him and rolled his eyes. He couldn't remember how many times this girl asked him about Naruto's traces today. However, from some fragmentary information, Kakashi speculated that the current Naruto is very likely to be in the land of waves. Jiraiya, one of the Sunin, and the giant fox monster that appeared in Konoha Shinobi Village in the country of waves at the same time, all this information points to Naruto. Suzuki on the side was focused on practicing. The Thunder Attribute Chakra and Sharingan are a perfect match. At this moment, Suzuki, under the guidance of Kakashi, the Reikiri in his hand has begun to change into various forms, and even Kakashi can't help it. Together they began the practice of form transformation. As for little Sakura's special training, because of the wooden shield, Kakashi can only provide some basic training experience. I can only continuously improve my proficiency in wood-style ninjutsu. With the efforts of little Sakura, the speed at which wood-style clones are formed to use the same chakra, the combat effectiveness of summoning clones has improved greatly. In a forest outside Konoha, there was a sound of ninja tools flying rapidly through the air. I saw several scrolls, countless kunao, and shurikens appearing in Tia-Nation's hand. It shot out under Tia-Nation's control, aiming directly at Niji not far away. Niji's chakra extends from his face to his eyes, the Akugan opens instantly. All the ninja tools flying towards him, all appeared in his mind, and he saw chakra flowing in his meridians, spurting out from the acupuncture points. Niji suddenly, relying on the power of chakra rushing out of the acupuncture points, it started to spin, and the chakra spurted out from the acupuncture points, but it formed a perfect line of defense. There were kunao and shuriken like raindrops in the sky, and the chakra released by Niji, fly away instantly. Take Niji as in the center, the soil under your feet formed a semicircular pit. It is enough to show how powerful the chakra released from Niji's body is. Niji, you finally succeeded, great. Tian was so happy that she almost jumped up. She was happy for Niji from the bottom of her heart. Niji has been training hard for so long, and finally mastered this move on the eve of the Chunin exam. Yes, I can be more fishy, Niji nodded, not complacent because of this success. The shadows of Naruto and Sasuke appeared in my mind. This time, he must prove himself in the Chunin exam and defeat these two people. He is the strongest genius in this Chunin exam. Continue every day. Looking at Niji, who was full of fighting spirit, Tian nodded. Various ninja tools appeared in the sky again and shot towards Niji. At the top of an extremely steep mountain, Might Guy's passionate voice came out, 5,936, 5,937, 5,999, 6,000. Xiao Li, you did it. This is the passionate youth, let's train. Xiao Li, I believe you will become stronger, Might Guy roared at Xiao Li. After a few days of rest, Xiao Li, my body has almost recovered, and it's time to start another round of devilish training. Run 20 laps around Konoha Shinobi Village and climb a 2,000-meter cliff with one hand. Do it later for a burpee. Might Guy did not go to do special training with Niji, but continued to train with Xiao Li. Teacher, I will never let you down. Burn my blood. Let us continue. And another Shikamaru who took the Chunin final exam. At the moment, he is at home with Asuma and Koji Ino at the barbecue restaurant. Come on, in order to increase Shikamaru's strength during this period of time, Asuma specially brought Koji and Ino to accompany Shikamaru for special training. Koji concentrated on cooking, throwing pieces of grilled meat into his mouth. He doesn't care what other people are talking about, he only cares about food. Shikamaru, you have the potential to become a Chunin. No one else is qualified to participate in this final, you must cherish this opportunity. Asuma looked at Shikamaru, who looked lazy, and said helplessly, this guy, what on earth can make him motivated? Chunin or something, it's too troublesome. Sometimes I really envy Xiao Li, who doesn't know ninjutsu or illusion, Shikamaru said with a frustrated look on his face. If Asuma hadn't strongly requested it, he wouldn't have wanted to participate in the current special training. This bastard. If you can't become Chunin this time, I will never be able to find you. Ino grabbed Shikamaru's collar and said viciously, this guy Shikamaru, if there is no one pushing him from behind, I can't imagine how lazy he can be. From a high platform in Konoha Shinobi Village, Orochimaru looked at the bustling crowds on the street with a smile on his face unconsciously. A swish sound. A figure appeared next to him. It was Yakushi Kabuto, who had conspired with Beiki a few days ago. Lord Orochimaru, everything has been arranged. Our people are already lurking outside the Konoha Shinobi Village. Orochimaru nodded. At this moment, his mind was filled with the shadow of Sasuke. I can't wait to try the flavor of Uchiha, having a body like that can increase his strength to such an extent. Maybe we can get a glimpse of Uchiha's secret. When I think of this, Orochimaru's whole body trembled with excitement. Before you know it, 1 month is almost gone. The finals of the Chunin exam are about to begin. On the vast sea, a huge cargo ship is sailing rapidly on the sea. In the cabin, there are dozens of huge boxes. It was filled to the brim with banknotes. The destination is the Kingdom of Fire. The two people standing on the bow of the ship, it was Naruto and Shiro. When Naruto learned that Chunin was taking the exam, daimyos and nobles would bet on a certain ninja competing in the competition. How can something like this happen less often? Naruto. He is the one who wants to surpass all previous Hokages and change the world. Money is also a critical resource. As the first person to appear in the Chunin battle, you will never lose. During these 20 days, Naruto tried his best to absorb natural energy. Through his unremitting efforts, he built a different space for Nine Tails to live in. Finally, Nine Tails can temporarily find a home in a different space. However, far from the other world that Naruto promised to Nine Tails, there is still a long way to go. I want to create mountains, rivers, lakes and seas in a different space. I'm afraid there won't be anything we can do in the short term. Since Jiraiya separated from Naruto in the Land of Waves, he never showed up, and Naruto didn't deliberately look for Pervy Sage. When Naruto needed a lot of money, Zabuza and Shiro tried their best to. Not only did he take out all the cash received by the country of Waves during this period, another part of the money was settled in advance with trading countries. The total amount of money is 1 billion taels. If he doesn't make the daimyo and nobles cry this time, he won't be called Naruto. Naruto-sama, I wish you all the best in your Chunin exam. The cargo ship departed from the country of Waves, and finally on the day of Chunin's exam, arrive at the port of the Kingdom of Fire. Shiro said with a deep bow to Naruto, who was about to leave. Thank you, bye, I'll leave these to you. Naruto stretched out comfortably and blew in the sea breeze on the cargo ship. It feels really good, so I can leave the betting to Bai. With Bai's strength, even if he encounters some minor troubles, he can easily resolve them. The next second, Naruto has returned to the Konoha Shinobi Village, walking towards the venue for the Chunin exam. At this moment, at the venue of the Chunin exam, other than Naruto, everyone else had arrived early. The huge circular venue was packed with seats, and bursts of cheers erupted from time to time. Most of the people in Konoha Shinobi Village were sitting in the stands. Get ready to cheer on the ninjas of Konoha Shinobi Village. Sarutobi Hiruzen, as the Hokage of Konoha Shinobi Village, has a transcendent status. Naturally, you cannot watch the game in the ordinary stands, but on a high platform above all the stands. There is also a huge 303 plaque hanging behind it, which says number 1 in the world. It's been so long, Hokage-sama. I didn't expect that after so many years, you are still managing the village. A man wearing a bamboo hat with the wind shadow symbol on his head and his whole body covered by a burqa, he came to Sarutobi Hiruzen with 2 people wearing the Sand Shinobi Village logo on their heads. It is the 3rd Kazekage of Sand Shinobi Village. Master Kazekage, you have been tired from traveling, please take a seat. I still want to make more contributions to the village. Now is not the time for me to quit. Sarutobi Hiruzen replied with a smile, not caring at all about the ridicule in Feng Yin's words, and announced loudly after the other party sat down. Welcome everyone. Come to Konoha Shinobi Village, the exam finals will officially begin at noon. As soon as Sarutobi Hiruzen finished speaking, bursts of cheers erupted from the entire square. Naruto is finally here. Hinata in the stands finally saw Naruto entering the venue, and finally breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that Naruto had encountered some trouble. Let me confirm with you again, the opponent you are about to fight. The invigilator of this final, Shiranui Genma, took out a dual table from his pocket and showed it to the people taking the Chunin exam in front of him. The first match, Uzumaki Naruto vs Hyuga Neji. Irrelevant personnel should leave first. In a blink of an eye, only Naruto and Neji were left on the field, and the cheers in the stands became even more intense. Hinata had just plucked up the courage to cheer Naruto on the field when she heard the 2 ninjas beside her discussing Naruto and Neji. Hyuga Neji is a genius ninja from the last ninja school, and he is also a member of the Hyuga family. The demon fox boy may not be Hyuga Neji's opponent. That's right. I heard that they were the last team to arrive in the Forest of Death. They didn't have any dazzling results. They met the Hyuga family in the first round. They were really unlucky. Many nobles present also had the same idea. In the past month, they have been frantically collecting information on the ninjas participating in the Chunin finals, and have put all their chips on Hyuga Neji. Uzumaki Naruto? Just a nobody. But Hinata doesn't think so. In her eyes, Naruto is the strongest. Neji in the square, with a proud smile on his face, he didn't pay attention to the Naruto in front of him at all, and the cheers from the stands. Neji is very excited, he wants to prove himself to everyone here, he is the strongest among the younger generation in Konoha. Uzumaki Naruto, wait a minute and don't blame me for being too harsh. If you are not convinced, let me see your true ability. Neji put on a classic fighting posture and challenged Naruto in front of him. Neji's words reached the outside and made the audience excited. Since it was the first battle of the Chunin exam finals, the audience was even more enthusiastic. Why is this guy Neji even more jealous than Suzuki before? Sakura, who exited the field and appeared in the stands, clenched her fists loudly when she heard Neji's words. Suzuki on the side looked even more embarrassed after hearing these words. Don't underestimate Neji, this may be his tactic. When a person is angry, his judgment is at its lowest and his flaws are more likely to be revealed. Shikamaru shook his head at this time, said lazily, and yawned. At this time, little Sakura discovered that neither Neji nor Naruto were in a hurry to attack. No wonder Neji would use such tactics. Really? I should say this, right? I would like to see what a person who is bound by his destiny can do. Naruto heard Neji's words and didn't care at all, but responded calmly snort. Neji snorted coldly. Seeing that his tactics had no effect, he was angered by the other party's words. The blood vessels in his eyes instantly swelled and his eyes opened. The two sides collided instantly. Neji's physical skills were not inferior to Xiao Li's in normal state. The power of his punches and kicks was quite extraordinary. Gentle fist. Suddenly, a ball of blue chakra appeared on Neji's hand. The moment it came into contact with Naruto, Naruto felt the chakra in his body suddenly become chaotic, giving him a suffocating feeling. As a demon fox, what qualifications do you have to say that my fate is bound by others? While Naruto didn't react, Neji showed no mercy, his hands flew like lightning, and he hit more than a dozen of Naruto's acupuncture points and quickly retreated. What? Gentle fist and acupuncture, he has already used it so maturely. Without the guidance of the Zone family, how did he do it as a branch house? Did you all deduce it step by step with your white eyes? Hyuga Hayashi was sitting in the stands with his little daughter Hyuga Hanabi, his eyes showing shock. Compared with Hinata and Neji, their talents are so different. I am no longer a demon fox. What is in front of you is Uzumaki Naruto, who is about to surpass all previous generations of Hokage and become the latest generation of Hokage. You will see with your own eyes how I shatter my destiny. Naruto moved his sore body, he was indeed the strongest clan in Konoha. Neji's attack can directly interfere with the operation of the opponent's chakra. If it weren't for the natural energy in Naruto's body, and if it were an ordinary ninja, facing Neji at this time, I'm afraid I can only let the other party slaughter me. Haha, the outcome has been decided. As expected of the Hyuga family, I can make a big fortune this time. Put money on that boy Uchiha next time. Many nobles in the stands have started to revel at this moment. They were hit by the Hyuga family's acupuncture points and cannot produce chakra in their bodies. How can they play this? Come on, Naruto-kun. Hinata in the stands clenched her hands with worry in her eyes, and kept cheering for Naruto in her heart. Raise Nan. Naruto just used the natural energy in his body a little, and the acupuncture points affected by the acupuncture returned to normal. He felt extremely sympathetic to the Niji in front of him. Not only did he want to change his own destiny, but he also wanted to free Niji from his tragic fate. How can Ade do it? This guy can actually use ninjutsu? Didn't he have acupuncture points? How come you demon fox boy knows 4th generation Sama's ninjutsu? The square was in an uproar. Unexpectedly, Naruto couldn't use ninjutsu when his acupuncture points were tapped. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes twitched on the stage. Even though he knew that Jiraiya had appeared in the Konoha shinobi village, he was still surprised that Naruto had learned the ultra-high-level ninjutsu of Raiznan so quickly. How is that possible? I have obviously tapped your acupuncture points. Hateful. Niji was shocked at first. Faced with Naruto rushing towards him, he had no time to think. How did the opponent release the acupoints, and the abnormal chakra energy ball in Naruto's hand? It even aroused Niji's vigilance. He had never seen chakra before. It can actually materialize in the outside world, and the destructive power contained in it, it made him feel even more thrilling. This is, Hyuga Hayashi in the stands suddenly stood up from his seat. He had already recognized the move that Niji was about to perform at this moment. This weird posture was the special starting position of the Hyuga clan when they released their family's secret skills. In the blink of an eye, Naruto has arrived in front of Niji, and the Raiznan in his hand is very close to Niji. At this moment, countless people are so nervous that they can't even breathe. Revolving heaven. I saw Niji suddenly start spinning on the spot. Chakra spurted out from his acupuncture points, forming a semicircular protective shield. Raiznan slammed into revolving heaven, causing explosions all over the place. A group of air waves quickly dispersed around the explosion, turning into a gust of wind that swept wildly around. The people in the stands were so blown by the wind that they couldn't open their eyes and let out waves of exclamations. The smoke disperses, Niji was panting. Releasing revolving heaven required a huge amount of chakra to spurt out from his acupoints, especially Naruto's Raiznan is too much of a threat. Niji he even used his full strength to cast revolving heaven. The violent explosion even blew away the forehead protector on his head, revealing some strange green lines. It forms a symbol that is very uncomfortable to look at. An X is in the center of Niji's forehead, and two thin lines extend back, until it disappears into the hair. Ha ha, Naruto! Did you see it? Fate is doomed. Want to change your destiny? How ridiculous. Niji felt the coolness on his forehead and looked at Naruto, who was also unharmed not far away. He let out a burst of laughter, with a look of madness in his eyes. Is this child already so talented? The shock Niji gave Hyuga Hayashi made him unable to calm down anymore. Without the guidance of the clan, Niji actually managed to reach this point by relying on his Byakugan. His two daughters are completely inferior to Niji in terms of talent. The spectators in the stands let out bursts of exclamations. Those who had paid big prices, the nobles who had placed bets on Niji cried and howled, clutching their hearts. Some people couldn't stand the stimulation and even collapsed on their seats. I didn't expect that the two of them would break out into such a fierce battle. That boy named Uzumaki Naruto is so unexpected. Niji pointed to his forehead. This was the curse mark cast by the clan when he was 3 years old. With this curse seal, not only can it directly destroy the person on whom the curse seal is cast, it can also directly seal Byakugan's ability. Caged bird. Naruto looked at the curse mark in the center of Niji's forehead, and the expression on his face became serious. He can feel the power emanating from this curse seal. As long as the caster has a thought, it can make the person implanted with the curse mark miserable. That's really stupid. It's obvious that all major families tightly guard their own secrets and don't spread them to others. It's enough to make people laugh. The Hyuga family actually makes an artificial distinction between the clan house and the branch house. It's so stupid. Niji, let me ask you, if I can remove the curse mark on your head, are you willing to accept it? This is the first time for Naruto to feel so angry. He has been treated differently, ignored, and discriminated against in Konoha village. He has always faced it optimistically, but he still sees Niji like this now. He is really angry. Hyuga Hayashi. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Akamaika Dingza, what nonsense are you talking about, demon fox boy? Nara Shikaku Yamanaka Hiki. As soon as Naruto's words came out, many famous Konoha families present exploded on the spot. There were furious expressions on each of their faces. How could their family secrets, which were the foundation of the ninja world, be easily leaked to the outside world? What did you say? Niji was stunned when he heard Naruto's words. He had never thought about it. I can escape the fate of a caged bird in this life. Only then was he envious of Naruto, who could do whatever he wanted. When he saw Naruto's firm eyes, the fighting spirit in his heart suddenly disappeared without a trace, and he said in a strange way, "I do." Hearing Niji's answer, Naruto nodded with satisfaction and walked towards Niji. "From today on, your destiny is in your own hands." I saw Naruto gently reaching out his hand and tapping Niji's forehead directly. A strange energy immediately integrated into Niji's body. The strange curse mark on his forehead actually appeared as flesh, disappearing at a speed visible to the eye. Niji could feel that the feeling of being constrained in his mind disappeared, replaced by unprecedented ease. The caged bird on his forehead had been taken away by another force. Generation. Akito used his magic seal to integrate into Niji's body, directly replacing the caged bird. This power, Niji's breathing began to become rapid. Not only did he gain the fate of freedom, but there was actually a surging power in his body, even if he was allowed to release it for 10 consecutive times. Bell revolving heaven, its own chakra will not be exhausted. Konoha Shinobi Village is really full of talents. They can even crack the caged bird of the Hyuga clan. Third Kazekage, who was watching the game on the high platform with Sarutobi Hiruzen, exclaimed, his words full of excitement, and turned his attention to Sarutobi Hiruzen. "It's really incredible. Here's the order, they are not allowed to do anything to Naruto during the Chunin exam." Tianfei said calmly, but his heart was filled with turmoil. Naruto's talent was so terrifying that he broke the Hyuga family's curse seal that controlled the branch house. "Think carefully, free bird. What do you want to do when you are free?"